Court calls the case State of Wisconsin versus Zachariah Rosh, case number 24 CF 306. Appearances, please.
Andrea Will appears on behalf of the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Zaki Zahawi, Merle Josty on behalf of Mr. Rosh. Also present is Samantha Denamer. Mr. Rosh is before the court.
Sorry, I apologize. I forgot the other people at the state's table. Assistant DA Sean Wooler also present, and Detective Justin Cotney.
All right. Before we talk with the defendant, and actually, maybe the counsel, is the defendant intending to testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. The first thing that we need to address is the number of prior convictions that the court will allow. Are there prior convictions? It appears to me that there is 3, I believe.
Yes, the state's position is 3. There's more than 3 prior convictions, but the number that the state believes is relevant under the case law are 3.
Here's Howie.
One moment, Your Honor. Pulling it up, the dates. I see one from 2015, cited by the people, 2018 and 2019. We're requesting 2, Your Honor, being that 2015 is outdated. It's over 10 years old at this point.
All right. Well, the court does not believe that there is a significant lapse of time. It is, I recognize it's 11 years, but that is not a significant period of time, at least for the purpose of consideration. Gravity of the offenses, involvement with dishonesty, and the probative value outweighing any prejudice. It appears to me that the 3, as the state has set forth, would be appropriate. So, if in fact he were to give some testimony, he would be asked the question, have you ever been convicted of a crime? The answer would be 3. Legally, I believe there are more convictions, but they are older. So, sir, do you understand that?
Yes.
And you do need to understand that if you travel afield, if you decide to say something other than 3, that may lead to cross-examination regarding specific details of the crimes that are the subject of inquiry. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. Your attorney has indicated to me that, in fact, your intention is to give testimony here today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you need to be very, very clear that you have a constitutional right to remain silent, that you do not have to testify. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You understand that, and you perhaps heard it during the course of jury selection, you are innocent until proven guilty. You do not need to prove your innocence. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You also, of course, have the right to make elocution. In other words, you have the right to make a statement if you wish. But you do need to understand that once you take the stand, you would be subject to cross-examination. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Yes. In other words, the state is going to be able to ask you questions. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Now, have you had enough time to talk with your attorneys about this decision?
Yes.
Would you like some more time to talk with your attorneys about this decision?
No.
Has anyone forced you, threatened you, made you any promises at all in order to get you to make a decision to testify in this case?
No.
Is there any confusion, anything that you don't understand about those two rights, your right to remain silent and your right to give testimony?
No.
And you do understand that even as I instruct the court or the jury as to the law, I would tell the court that they are not to take anything from the fact that you did not testify. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Any questions at all?
No.
Counsel, Attorney Zahawi, have you had enough time to discuss this decision with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
I'm assuming that discussion happened perhaps today, certainly yesterday, and throughout the course of your representation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So this is not a new concept that was just sprung on him. This was something that was discussed at length with him. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
And do you believe that his decision is freely and voluntarily made?
I do.
Very well. Anything that you would like the court to address with the defendant?
No.
The court will accept and allow him to testify. I am satisfied that he understands his rights with respect to giving testimony, his right to remain silent and his right to make elocution. It appears to be that he's had enough time to talk with his attorneys about this decision, both today, yesterday, and as they planned the defense of this case. Decision appears to be freely, voluntarily, knowingly, and intelligently made. Doesn't appear that anybody has threatened him, forced him, or made him any promises to get him to decide one way or the other to give testimony or to remain silent. Appears to me that he's doing so of his own free will. The court will allow him to testify. All right. We have a couple of housekeeping things. First of all, I'm assuming that, and yesterday I believe one of the security officers checked, and there is tethering equipment that has been installed underneath the witness stand. My preference would be that he comes up when we decide to bring in the jury. Before we bring in the jury, that the tether is secured. The counsel approach and make sure that there isn't anything that they feel is concerning with respect to the tethering. Under normal circumstance, without the tether, I would have a guard seated next to the defendant in order to assure the protection of the jury. However, with the tethering, that would be eliminated unless, sir, some action by you provokes a concern in the mind of the officers that are assigned to protect the jury and court personnel. Do you understand that?
Yes.
So, assuming there isn't going to be any problems, we would do that. What I would expect is that we bring in the jury. The state has not formally rested in front of the jury. You recall the jury stepped out and we took care of a lot of housekeeping stuff, motions to dismiss and the like. So formally rest, call your first witness, and the defendant will be positioned up at the front.
So the defendant will be positioned
Right.
prior, right now? Okay.
Right.
Yeah, okay. That's acceptable. I would just like to take a look from the juror's seat closest.
That's fine. We're going to go off the record for just a few minutes. We'll have security bring him up here, and then we'll investigate, allow you to take a look to make sure that everything is, in your mind, sound.
Okay, one last thing on a request, Your Honor. In the courtroom is Mr. Rosh's mother, Mary Rosh. She's on the prosecutor's witness list. She was subpoenaed, and she hasn't been released from subpoena yet. And I brought this up with DA Will. She is requesting, I think at this point, we'd like perhaps an indication from the prosecution whether they intend to call her as a witness, but she'd like to watch some portion of the trial.
All right, very well.
The state will release her from her subpoena at this point.
All right, ma'am, I don't know who, there she is. Okay, ma'am, you are released from your subpoena. You are free to sit in the courtroom and watch the balance of the proceedings.
Thank you.
All right. Bring him up, please. All right, we are in recess at this time.
They do.
No, they're all the way down. And it's,
I already did.
All right, sir. I'm going to swear you in. Just going to have you raise your right hand.
All right,
You don't need to stay.
Don't have to get up.
all right.
Let me see it's on your which leg? Oh, it's on both, okay. Yeah, just kind of push it. When you do it, just kind of push it forward, put your legs forward a little bit, so it's there. Okay, and then you can relax. So it's just a word. And then come in. Good?
As long as they don't even have to stop. And even really right here. Looks pretty well. So we're gonna be like at least right here. Make sure that there is.
It's okay, it's really good stance here.
Yeah, right there. I think.
Perfect. Okay. Good.
All right, we're gonna go back on the record. Defendant has been placed on the witness stand. Tethered. Is there any concern? Attorney Will?
No, the state did go to the top of the ramp and view the ankle shackles both from the doorway where the jury would enter and then also from the jury box area. I viewed it from standing. I could not see the ankle restraints. In fact, I could not see the ankle restraints until I approached the witness stand and looked down, and there would be no circumstance where a jury would do that. So I am satisfied that the jury would not be able to see any restraints on the defendant.
Teresa Howie?
Thank you, Your Honor. I also did the same viewing as DA Will and have no concerns at this time. Also grateful and thankful for the civilian bailiff to position himself between the exit of the jury room and in between the client and the jury box, which also helps. But so we're satisfied.
All right, and do you want him to remain there, or would you rather have him return there once the jury is excused?
Once the jury is seated, the civilian bailiff is free to move about the courtroom and in accordance with their duties. We would perhaps we would request that prior to the dismissing of the juror after Mr. Rosh's testimony, that the bailiff position himself again.
All right. We will make sure that occurs. I've instructed your client that I'll swear him in. Don't stand and just raise his right hand. So
Understood. Thank you.
we should be. And the other thing that I just want to make sure that all of us, everyone in the audience, family and alike, please, we have kept a very good decorum throughout the course of this trial. I see no reason whatsoever for decorum to change. You obviously are, this is an emotional time. It's an emotional time for both sides. And if you let yourself be overcome by those emotions, security will remove you. You will not be allowed to disrupt these proceedings. All right. With that, are we ready for the jury?
We are, Your Honor.
All right. Bring in the jury. Attorney Will, you'll rest, and we'll move forward. All right? All right, well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Does anybody want to take a shot at, from memory, the instructions that the court has given you? Well, anyway, you recall those instructions. Did anybody violate those instructions last evening? All right, and you probably figured out my mixer came and a monster carrot cake has been created. So that'll probably be all gone at the first break, knowing you folks. So anyway, all right. Terry Will.
The state does rest, and for those of you keeping track, all of the state's exhibits that were previously marked have been moved into evidence.
They have been. All right. Attorney Zahawi, your first witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Zachariah Rosh.
All right, sir, raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
You put your hand down, adjust that microphone, speak directly into it. Counsel.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You're Zachariah Rosh.
Yes.
Okay, just so we get a little bit of background about you, where were you born?
Watertown.
Here in Dodge County?
Yes.
Did you always live here in Dodge County?
Yes.
Did you go to high school here?
Yes.
Up until what grade?
11th.
And can you tell the jury how old you are now?
44.
After you graduated from high school, did you go to work?
Yes.
What kind of work would you do?
Factory.
And can you give us a little bit of background on what would you do within the factory?
Assembly.
What kind of products would you assemble?
There's all different sorts.
Okay. Do you know Crystal Rosh?
Yes.
You knew her.
Yes.
When did you guys meet?
2008.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a question that obviously is the scope of this trial is, did you kill her?
No.
Okay, so I want to talk about going forward from when you met her in 2008. In 2008, how did you meet?
Through some friends.
Did you have any children together?
Yes.
How many?
4.
And what are their names?
Nolan, Nicholas, Bryson, and Johanna.
Did you marry Crystal Rosh?
Yes.
When was that?
2013.
Where did you live once you got married?
And my parents.
Is that the address at N3251 Wood Road?
Yes.
Okay. How long did you live with your parents at that address?
A couple years.
Did you ultimately move in to your own place?
Yes.
And what is that place?
730 Main Street.
Okay. And we heard some testimony about that 730 Main Street was where Crystal Rosh was living in 2024. Is that the same house?
Yes.
All right. And we also heard through this case that your children, Nicholas, Joanna, Nolan, and Bryson were taken away. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
2019.
Can you tell us a little bit about, how did that make you and Crystal feel in 2019 to be losing your children?
Depressing.
Okay. Well, can you tell us a little bit more? How did you guys cope with that?
It was hard.
And you were living at the 730 Main Street address at the time?
Yes.
Were you working at that time?
No.
Why not?
I had health problems.
Did these health problems prevent you from working?
Yes.
What kind of health problems?
I had heart problems.
you know that your children were ultimately placed in foster care, is that right?
Yes.
And there was a Heather Doherty who testified in this case. Is that the foster mother of your children?
Yes.
Do you understand that at some point your children were, how to put it, were at risk or slated to be adopted? Is that right?
Yes.
And how did you and Crystal cope with that?
It was depressing.
Was it tough on you guys?
Yes.
Was it tough on Crystal?
Yes.
When was the last time you saw your children?
2019.
Do you think that your children would recognize you today?
No.
Do you think that Crystal had maybe was a little bit more proactive in seeing her children?
Yes.
Now, ultimately, in your mind, do you feel that the children that are in foster care, that were in foster care and now are adopted, were in a better place than when you and Crystal had them?
Yes.
Did you feel that you and Crystal had the ability to take care of 4 children?
Yes.
Did you feel that you had the ability to take care of the 4 children as well as the Dohertys?
Yeah.
Do you think your kids are in a better place or a worse place now?
Better.
Okay. We heard testimony from Detective Contney that he spoke with a Brenda Acosta who was at 730 Main Street. Do you know Brenda Acosta?
Yes.
Who is she?
Crystal's real mom.
You mean her biological mother?
Yes.
When did you meet her?
It was like 2022.
Okay. How did it end up that you met her?
She just showed up.
She showed up from, do you know where she was living before?
Texas.
Did she give you any information about that she was coming to see you or to visit?
No.
Okay, tell us about that. She just showed up with, was she dropped off? Was she in a car?
In a car.
Was it her car?
Yes.
Okay. And so she shows up, and tell us about, the conversation or what happened after that.
She just showed up and stayed.
She stayed since 2021 and 2022?
Yeah.
Was that, did you have a conversation with Crystal? Like, hey, why is your mom here?
No.
Okay. You just allowed her to stay with you?
Yeah.
Did she work?
No.
How was she supporting herself?
She wasn't.
Who was supporting her?
We were.
We as in you and Crystal?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, we learned also that Crystal filed for divorce. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was? What year, I should say?
I think it was 2023.
Okay. Tell me about how did that affect your relationship after she filed for divorce?
It didn't really affect it at all.
What do you mean by that?
We were just living in different places.
Did you move out or did she move out?
I moved out.
What did you move back into?
My parents.
Okay. You say the relationship remained the same. Tell me about that. Between you and Crystal?
Yes.
Would you still see each other?
Yes.
Did you, let's say, socialize, go on dates, things like that?
Yes.
Were you intimate with her?
Yes.
Did Crystal bring you around her family after she filed for divorce?
No.
So were you going to, you weren't going to family functions like Christmas parties and 4th of July, things like that with her?
No.
How often were you seeing her?
It was quite a bit.
Like every weekend or every couple weekends?
It was like every weekend, sometimes during the week.
Now, you know Crystal, you saw her pretty often. Did you ever see her taking any medication?
No.
We saw during some of the testimony, the photographs of a medication organizer. Did you ever see that before?
No.
And there was also testimony about mental health therapy or perhaps some cognitive issues like mild mental retardation. Was that your understanding about her as well?
Yes.
Is that how she presented to you, like when you were talking with her and interacting with her?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that well, let me back up a little bit. You know that there was a plan in place for you and Crystal to get your children back, right?
No.
Okay, well, for Crystal, there was a plan to get her children back?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that she was supposed to go to mental health therapy?
No.
She ever discussed this with you?
No.
Did Crystal ever introduce you to some of her friends outside of her family?
No.
There was the testimony from a woman named Robin Reels, and she said something to the effect that she didn't think you had been seeing each other for years. But you're telling us, in fact, you had been seeing her even after she filed for divorce, right?
Yes.
Now, moving out of at this point in your life, you've lost your children. Your wife filed for divorce, and you're moving back in with your parents, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how were you feeling emotionally? Were you like a happy person, or were you depressed, or what was going on with you?
Depressed.
Did Crystal tell you, like moving forward, like after the divorce was finalized, like how was your relationship going to be? Did she say it was going to be different, like she didn't want anything to do with you, or that it was going to be more of the same?
She never said.
Okay. Did you wear your wedding ring?
Yes.
Why?
She wanted me to.
All right, I want to back up, we'll move forward to June of 2024. But before then, let me ask you this. Do you have any prior convictions?
3.
Okay. So going back to early June of 2024, earlier you described your relationship as kind of, you were seeing her on weekends and sometime during the week. Is that the same in June of 2024?
Yes.
All right. That weekend of June 8th, June 8th was a Saturday, 2024. Did you make plans to be with Crystal?
Yes.
Can you tell us about those plans?
We made plans to go up to the Dells.
Okay. Is that something, when you say go to the Dells, where would you stay?
At our camper.
Is that the camper on the Adams County lot?
Yes.
Tell us about that lot. Whose is it?
It's my grandma's.
Is it a lot where she shares a lot with her family to stay there?
My family.
Yeah, your family.
Yes.
So who else has trailers on that lot?
My mom, my Uncle Rick, my Aunt Merlin.
Okay. And you and Crystal, correct?
Yes.
Did you guys buy that camper while you were married?
Yes.
Okay, and then you hauled it up to the lot, and it's stayed there ever since.
Yes.
All right. So when you go to pick up Crystal, you were staying at this time in June of 2024 at your parents' house, correct?
Yes.
How far is that from where Crystal was staying on 730 Main Street?
It's only a couple miles.
Is it just down the road?
Yes.
Okay. So tell us about how you made plans to go. Did you call her or,
It was through Facebook Messenger.
okay. Where did you make plans to pick her up?
Saturday
Okay, where were you going to pick her up?
at the church,
Which church?
the one on the corner.
Is it the one on the corner in Kleiman?
Yes,
How far is that church from her house?
it's on the same block.
Why were you picking her up at the church instead of at her house?
I'm not sure.
Is it something she asked you to pick her up there?
Yes,
Would you normally pick her up there from
Yes.
the church? Okay. Now, there are two churches in Kleiman. Would it be always at the same church or sometimes at the other church?
sometimes at the other church.
All right.
Council, if you could, the date of this interaction.
Yes, great. And this was, do you remember the date?
No,
If I said Saturday, June 8th, does that make, does that sound correct?
yes,
Okay. So Saturday, June 8th, tell us about what you do. You pick her up at the church and what happens?
we head up north
Okay.
on the Adams property.
Sorry, I was interrupting you. How do you drive there? What route do you take?
16.
Okay. Where do you go once you take the 16? Directly to the property?
Yes,
And what do you guys do?
we dropped off the clothes.
Okay. At the camper?
Yes,
And then what happened?
we left and went to the Dells. Walked
Would-
around.
Do you remember where you parked at the Dells?
It's by a laundromat.
And what did you do?
We just walked around looking at stores.
Do you remember any particular stores you looked at?
No,
Did you buy anything? Any food?
food.
Okay. What did you buy?
We went to Denny's.
Okay. And what did do you remember, is there only one Denny's in Wisconsin Dells?
Yes,
All right. So you walked around and you went to Denny's, anything else?
no,
Do you remember let me back up. Do you remember what time you arrived at the Adams County trailer?
no, not offhand.
Was it do you remember if it was like in the morning or in the afternoon or evening?
It was in the afternoon.
You headed back to, what did you do after you had food at Denny's?
We walked the strip in the Dells some more.
Okay. Do you remember any particular shops or anything you did at that time?
No,
All right. What did you do after that?
we went back to the camper.
What happened when you were back at the camper?
We went to bed.
Okay, how did she seem, Crystal, at this time?
Happy.
No issues between you? Was it this kind of the routine relationship you had?
Yes,
And how were you feeling?
happy.
Were you intimate that evening?
No,
Okay, going to Sunday, June 9, you wake up. What happens when you wake up?
get dressed.
Okay, what happens after that?
We went to the flea markets.
Which flea markets?
Polish flea market and the Adams Friendship flea market.
Do you remember what time you headed out there? Was it in the morning?
It was in the morning.
All right. At the flea markets, what did you do?
We just walked around.
Do you find anything you like?
No,
Did Crystal find anything she liked?
no,
Did you go to both flea markets?
yes.
All right. And then, what did you do after that?
We went out to Gray's Closeouts.
What kind of stores Ray's close out?
It's a liquidators.
What do they liquidate? Everything? Anything?
It's everything.
Like if you were to walk in there, what could you find?
Tools, blankets, signs.
Anything at all?
Yeah,
Okay. Did you find anything you like?
No.
Did Crystal?
Yeah.
What'd she find?
Toys.
Did she purchase them?
Yes.
Did she purchase them with her own money or with your money?
Her money.
Was she using her money throughout this weekend?
Yes.
So after Ray's closeout, what did you do?
We went to Wisconsin Rapids.
Okay. What did you do there?
Went to Goodwill.
Did you find anything you liked there?
No.
Did she?
No.
All right. And after that,
I went to the pawn shop across the street.
okay. Do you remember the name of the pawn shop?
No.
Did you find anything you liked there?
No.
Was when you were in the pawn shop, did Crystal come with you to the pawn shop at first?
No.
Where was she?
She was in the vape store next door.
All right. How did you guys meet up again?
She came into the pawn shop.
And then what Where did you guys go after that?
Back to the vape store.
To the what store?
Vape.
The vape store? All right. Did she purchase any vapes?
Yes.
Do you use a vape?
Yes.
How often?
I was using it daily.
And then what did you do?
We went to Taco John's.
Okay. And safe to say you had a meal there or something to drink?
We ate.
I'm sorry?
We had a meal.
And by this time, do you know what time of day it was?
The afternoon.
What happened after that?
We looked at a house.
Like a house for sale or just like looking at a house on the street?
House for sale.
Whose idea was that?
Crystals.
Do you remember what the house looked like?
Not offhand.
Do you remember where it was?
No.
Was it in the Wisconsin Rapids?
Yes, it was.
Was it, can you give us any description at all of the house, like a one bedroom, two bedroom, or anything at all? The color of the house?
I think it was a 4-bedroom.
So why was, no, Crystal at this time, she wasn't working, right?
No.
But she was living in a house that you and her owned at 730 Main Street.
Yes.
Okay. Did she give you any reason why she was looking at a house in the Wisconsin Rapids to buy?
She said to be closer to my daughter.
Your daughter, which daughter is that?
Hope.
Now, Hope is not her daughter, right?
No.
She's a child from your previous relationship.
Yes.
How old is Hope?
25.
Does she live in the Wisconsin Rapids?
Yes.
Does she have a good relationship with Crystal?
Yes.
Okay. So how long were you looking at the house?
It was a good 30 minutes.
Then what did you do?
We left.
Where did you go?
Back to the camper.
Okay. What happened? So that's Sunday evening. Do you remember about what time you got back to the camper?
No.
What happened when you got back to the camper?
We decided to leave again
To leave again.
to the Dells.
Okay. Well, this was I'm looking at the night of June 9th. That's a Sunday night. Like when you went back to the camper, did you go right to bed or did you guys do anything?
No.
Campfire or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Were you guys intimate that night?
No.
Okay, going to Monday, June 10th. Did you make any plans that day?
Yes.
What plans did you have?
We decided to look at another house.
Where was this house located?
Wisconsin Rapids.
When Crystal woke up that morning, did she complain about her throat or say anything about having strep throat?
No.
did she tell you anything about, well, let me ask you this. Did you know that she had regular appointments to see her children?
Yes.
Okay, did she say anything to you about, well, did you know when they were?
Every Monday.
Okay. Did she tell you anything about not going to see her children that day?
No.
Did you ask her, like, hey, it's Monday, why aren't you seeing the kids?
She didn't say anything late till later.
What'd she say?
She wasn't going.
Did she appear to be ill from strep throat, like complaining about a sore throat or coughing or fever or anything like that?
No.
All right, so you go and see this other house, correct?
Yes.
Can you describe this house for us? I think you mentioned it was in the Wisconsin Rapids as well.
Yes.
All right, can you describe this house?
It was another 4-bedroom.
Was there a realtor there or open house of sort?
There was a realtor there.
Do you remember what color the house was, or can you give us any more details about the house?
No.
Okay. Did this one have a yard?
Yeah.
How did the yard compare to the house, this one, to the one you saw the day before?
It had a lot more of a yard than the other one.
What did you do after seeing the house?
I went to Taco John's again.
All right. And then what did you do?
Went to the Dollar Tree.
Did you find anything there?
No.
Did Crystal?
Yes.
What did she get?
Bunch of stuff for the camper.
Like what kind of stuff for the camper?
Forks, spoons, paper towels.
All right. So you were at the Wisconsin Rapids, and what did you do after the Dollar Tree?
I think we went straight to the Dells.
Okay. What did you do there?
Walked the strip.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Anything significant that you did there or was memorable?
Not offhand.
Okay. So on Monday, June 10th, you were at the Wisconsin Rapids and then went to the Dells. What time do you remember leaving the Dells?
It was around 10 o'clock.
At night?
Yeah.
Where'd you guys go?
Back to the camper.
All right. One thing to ask you, you own a Taurus 9mm, correct?
Yes.
That you bought that in the spring of 2024.
Yes.
Was Crystal aware of that firearm?
Yes.
When you woke up on, well, let me ask you this: that 9mm, had Crystal ever shot it?
Yes.
About how many times?
Probably about 3-4 times.
Okay. When you say 3 or 4 times, it's not like three or four times, just 3 or 4 bullets. It's 3 or 4 different occasions.
Yeah.
How would you describe her competency or with the firearm? Like, was she very familiar with it, somewhat familiar, getting used to it, or very experienced with it? How would you describe that? Or,
She wasn't very experienced.
did it appear to you that she's trying to get the hang of it? Or
Yes.
where would you shoot this firearm?
Up north at the campers.
All right, on June 11th, that is a Tuesday morning, you wake up and you're at the campsite, right?
Yes.
What did you guys decide to do that day?
To go to a lawyer's office.
Okay. Were you supposed to be at work on Monday and Tuesday?
Yes.
What happened?
I called in.
Saying you weren't coming in, or
Said I was sick.
why'd you do that?
To spend more time with her.
On June 11th, what's going on there when you wake up?
She's eating, drinking soda.
All right. And then what did you guys do that day?
We went down to Milwaukee.
Why'd you go to Milwaukee?
She wanted to see a lawyer.
About what?
Kids.
Your 4 children that were in foster care at the time?
Yes.
Where did you go in when you were in Milwaukee?
To the lawyer's office.
Okay. Before you got to the lawyer's office, did you make any other stops?
Culver's and Goodwill.
Okay. We saw some video of that in this case. Are those accurate?
Yes.
You tried to see some lawyers, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember the names of the law firms?
No, I don't.
All right. So the first one, you said, was it 1 or 2 lawyers' offices?
2 lawyer offices.
All right. And so we heard from Detective Cotney that on the flock camera there was one nearby a lawyer's office. Do you remember the first? Can you describe for us what happens when you went to the first lawyer's office?
She was out of the vehicle and in the building before I was.
Okay. Where was she? The building is in the law office.
Yes.
Did you meet up with her inside?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us what happened when you went inside.
She's trying to see the lawyer without an appointment.
Were you able to see a lawyer?
No.
What did they tell you?
Needed an appointment.
All right. Did you make an appointment for sometime in the future?
No.
Did you leave?
Yes.
Did you leave together?
No. She was out the door before I was.
How long were you in that lawyer's office?
Probably about 5 minutes.
What was Crystal's mood at that point?
She was mad.
Was she saying anything?
No.
How could you tell she was mad?
She stormed out.
Did she complain about lawyers? Or
Yes.
Okay. What was she saying?
Objection calls for hearsay.
I'm sorry?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Effect on the listener, Your Honor, not offered for the truth.
Sustained.
You've known Crystal for, was it 2013, right?
Yes.
Can you tell when she's upset?
Yes.
Can you tell when she's happy?
Yes.
At this point, you've known her for 11 years. Okay. What about her demeanor and what she was doing made you believe she was mad?
She stormed out of the lawyer's office. She's back at the vehicle before I was.
Okay. Then what did you do after that?
We left and went to another lawyer's office.
Whose idea was that?
Hers.
Was the other lawyer far from you?
No.
About how long did it take to get there?
About 3 minutes.
All right. Tell us what happened when you went to the other lawyer's office.
She didn't even get out. Either one of us got out.
What did you do?
We left.
Well, you say you pulled into, did you pull into the parking lot?
Yes.
All right, so tell us what's going on when you pull into the lawyer's office.
She was mad. Said she wasn't going in. She was done.
Done what about what?
That's all she said.
All right. How did you respond?
I just said okay and left.
All right. How long were you in the parking lot?
Probably about 5 minutes.
When you said that you were going to leave, did you guys make a decision where you were going?
No.
What was the plan at this point to do?
Take her back to the house
Her house where?
and climb in.
Okay, so at this point, you tried to see 2 lawyers, you were unable to or chose not to, and it's time to go back to climbing.
Yes.
All right, at this point, was the plan then to drop her off at her house and then you go to your home?
Yes.
All right. There is the 9mm that you talked about, that you own. Do you have a CCW?
Yes.
Did you have the gun with you on this weekend?
Yes.
Where was the gun?
In the center console.
Is that somewhere that you usually kept it?
Yes.
Did the gun have a trigger lock on it?
No.
Do you know if the safety was on?
No.
No, as in it wasn't on, or you don't remember?
I don't remember.
Would it be your habit to keep it on or not on? Do you remember?
No.
All right. Was the gun in a case of some sort that was locked?
No.
Where was the gun was in a center console. There was testimony about a holster that was purchased. Did you purchase a holster with this gun?
Yes.
Was the gun in the holster in the center console?
Yes.
So tell us about the drive home. What's the mood like in the car?
It was pretty silent. She never said a word.
The whole drive back?
Yes.
Were you trying to talk to her and, cheer her up or anything like that?
No.
Were you listening to the radio?
Yeah.
So what happens as you're getting closer to climbing?
As we got closer, I noticed she had the gun.
How did you notice? Let me stop you there. You said as you got closer, do you remember where you were? Like what road you were on?
On Highway M.
Okay, is Highway M, is it accurate to say that that's between Watertown and Kleiman?
Yes.
Okay, and you say you noticed that she had the gun. How did you notice this?
I seen it in her hands.
Okay, what happens?
She reached up and that was it.
Do you remember what hand it was with?
Her right.
Okay, now you're driving, it's fair to say, and you're looking forward. Were you turning to your right and seeing this as it was happening, or did you catch it out of the side of your eye?
I caught it off the side of my eye.
And what happened?
I heard the gun go off.
Was it loud?
Yes. My ears were ringing.
Okay. What happened to Crystal?
She was slumped over.
How far away were you from climbing?
About 10 miles.
What was going through your mind?
I was shocked.
Was she? I see this now. There's a medical center in Watertown. How did she appear? Did she appear as she died instantly, or that there was some some treatment that could happen to help her?
I don't think so.
Why do you say that?
She wasn't moving.
Was she wearing her seatbelt?
Yes.
Was her seatbelt holding her up?
Yes.
When you say she was slumped, do you remember if she was slumped forward, to the side?
It was forward.
Do you remember what hand she had the gun in?
Her right.
Okay. What did you do?
I went to my parents' place.
Why did you do that?
I was scared.
Scared about-
Panicked.
Why?
It was my gun.
Anything else?
I was the last one to see her alive.
Did you think you were going to be blamed for her death?
Yes.
Were you thinking about the divorce proceedings?
No.
What did you do when you got to your place, your home?
I just stood outside the vehicle for a little bit.
What's going through your mind?
I was just shocked.
What did you do?
I took her and I laid her in the grass.
Do you remember where you parked at your parents' place?
Yeah, behind the red torrent.
You laid her in the grass and you opened the door and unbuckled her and put her in the grass?
Yes.
What did you do then?
I burned her
Where?
in the grass.
Okay, there was some images of a burn area that we saw on direct testimony, which is to the right of the driveway behind some garden sheds. Is that where it was?
Yes.
Okay, why didn't you at this point call the police?
I thought I'd get in trouble. I panicked.
How long did you burn her for?
It's like 4 hours.
And after that time period, it appeared that she was mostly gone.
Yes.
Later that evening, you went to Juneau, correct?
Yes.
You used her bank card to check an account balance, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, now that's something that you admit you did, correct?
Yes.
I want to ask you about some of the Google searches that were on your phone. There were some Google searches in like early February where you said, "Can infidelity hurt you in a divorce?" in Wisconsin. Did you Google that?
Yes.
And there was another one about cheating spouse and divorce on February 2nd. Did you Google that?
Yes.
Okay, why were you Googling those items in February of
I thought she was
2024?
messing around.
You thought she was seeing somebody else?
Yeah.
You also Googled about installing cameras in a divorce on March 15th, right?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Her dad was putting up cameras
Where?
on the house.
You were looking to see if he was able to do that?
Yes.
There was also, at this point, you had, well, in June, you had the pending termination of parental rights case happening. Is that right? There was
Yes.
a trial coming up?
Yes.
There were some Google searches about, can a disability person be put on the witness stand? Do I have to testify if I'm mentally unstable? Can your past record be used against you in a jury trial? Why did you Google that?
For Crystal.
On June 7th, you Googled, do dogs attempt suicide? Why did you Google that?
My dog was hit by a car.
And you thought for some reason your dog tried to kill herself, or?
She ran right in front of the vehicle. I seen the whole thing.
What was your dog's name?
Missy.
You Googled about widow's benefits. Specifically, can you get widow's benefits if taxes never filed on June 6th? And how long can you get widow's benefits, also on June 6th? Tell us about that Google search.
Well, she was curious. Crystal was curious because her mom was getting widow's benefits, and she waited like 2 years to file for it.
How do you know that?
Crystal said so.
And you said that if taxes never filed, why were you adding that to it?
Because her husband never worked. He only did mowing jobs.
You talking about Brenda Acosta's husband?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was he deceased?
Yes.
Did Crystal show you any documentation about the widow's benefits or anything like that?
No.
All right. The firearm that you purchased in the spring of 2024. You also had some searches for a silencer in February, and then in April, a Taurus G2C silencer and a homemade silencer, both on April 8th. Did you do those Google searches?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
I was just curious.
Did you ever buy a silencer?
No.
Did you ever try to make a homemade silencer?
No.
Now, aside from the firearm and the holster, did you also purchase a gun cleaning kit?
Yes.
Did you buy anything else related to the gun? I guess ammunition?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else?
A case.
What do you mean by a case?
A plastic case.
Okay. That you put all the items, the gun, the holster inside it?
Yes.
Okay. We saw you got your CCW, correct?
Yes.
Did Crystal get her CCW?
Not that I am aware of.
She ever talk about getting a CCW?
She wanted me to send it in for her.
Okay. Did you guys, did she take any classes?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that.
We took a class together.
Do you remember where it was?
Moose's Lodge.
Do you remember when it was?
No.
It was sometime in the spring of 2024?
Yes.
Tell us about the class. Like what, you come in and what do they teach you?
Just the safety of a gun.
Do you remember how long the class lasted?
It was like an hour and a half.
Did both you and Crystal attend the class?
Yes.
There was some Google searches about can you track someone's cell phone in March 30, what's an IP address on April 4th, can police track your location on April 4th, and other questions on April 4th about IP addresses. Why were you Googling those items?
A friend of mine told me that they'd be traced.
What could be traced?
IP addresses.
Did you know what an IP address is?
No.
Did you find out what it was?
Not really.
What's to the best of your knowledge? What do you remember about that search?
Just that it could be traced.
Then in the April 12th, there were some Google searches about death. One was, can a person feel when they're dying? That was on April 12th. And that was brought out during the prosecution's case. It was at a time that you were also looking at CCAP court records for your termination of parental rights case. What's going on with you?
I was thinking about shooting myself.
Committing suicide?
Yes.
Why?
Just everything was depressing.
What was depressing for you?
Losing the kids.
Anything else?
No.
Did also other searches on May 28th, the difference between a head and chest shot? Do you die instantly from a gunshot to the head? A gunshot to the head, instant death. And then will a 9mm shot to the head kill an animal? Those were all on May 28th. So this was about 6 weeks after the first one. What were those Google searches about?
I was thinking about committing suicide again.
Tell us about your living situation at this time. You're living with your parents?
Yes.
You know, how was that?
Stressful.
Why?
It's a dirty environment.
Okay, we saw pictures of your parents, the parents' home and your home, the N3251. And we saw plenty of boxes and things piled high inside the home. Was that generally how the home looked?
Yes.
Was it always like that?
Yes.
Was it ever clean in some regards?
No.
Okay, so at this point, you're going through a divorce. you've lost your children or about to lose them permanently. Were you working at the time?
No.
Do you remember when the last time you worked before that?
It was like March.
Then some of the Google searches, there was one on June 6th and June 10th, child custody lawyers in Milwaukee. Is that something you looked up?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because we were going to go see one of the lawyers.
Okay, so June 6th is 2 days before you picked up Crystal on June 8th. Was it something, why were you Googling that a couple of days before seeing Crystal?
We were talking about it.
Okay. On June 10th, there was also a Google search for Milwaukee, Hange, and Huneke. Was that a law firm you looked up?
Yes.
So that was on June 10th when you were with Crystal. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you looking them up at the same time?
Yes.
And then on June 11th, there was a Google search for, will a 9mm kill an animal if shot in the head? What was that Google search about?
If it would kill an animal.
Okay. Would you have concerns about animals when you were camping, or
Yeah.
what animals? Like at the Adams County area?
Yeah.
Okay. Then there was a Google search on June 11th for 5217 South 51st Street in Greenfield. Is that one of the lawyer's addresses?
I think so.
And then there was also one on June 11th at Constantakis Law Office. Was that also one?
Yes.
Okay. There was some evidence presented on direct testimony about Facebook messages. Now, did you create a fake Facebook account saying it was Crystal?
Yes.
Okay, why were you doing that?
Trying to get people to back off a little bit.
What type of people?
Her family.
Did you want to make it just seem that she was still alive?
Yes.
You know that's something that wasn't going to last forever, right?
Yes.
Okay, but were you the one that sent out the fake messages?
Yes.
After Crystal died, what did you do with your firearm?
I put it in the bedroom.
Did you clean it?
No.
Was that the firearm that was ultimately recovered by law enforcement?
Yes.
In the vehicle, did you find a bullet casing?
No.
Did you look for one?
No.
What did you do with her phone?
I threw it away.
Do you remember when you threw it away?
Not offhand.
On June 24th, you had a sheriff's deputy come to your property.
Yes.
Okay, later that night, did you take the Mitsubishi Eclipse up north?
Not till the next day.
Why did you do that?
To hide it.
Were you scared of being accused of killing Crystal?
Yes.
Did you also, there were a number of purchases that were done with Crystal's card, like the sulfuric acid, like the Drano, headlights, and other things, cash withdrawals. Was that all you?
Yes.
What did you do with the sulfuric acid?
I dumped it over a burn pit.
Was that an attempt to get rid of any evidence of her body?
Yes.
You gave a Mirandai statement on June 26, 2024. there was Detective Contney and there was another detective there.
Yes.
Okay. Were you honest with them?
No.
I guess it's fair to say that some of the things you said were truthful.
Yeah, some of the things were.
Okay, but the vast majority of that, was it not true?
Yes.
Okay, why were you lying to these detectives about what happened to Crystal? I mean, why didn't you just tell them, look, we were in the car and she had the gun and it went off?
I was scared.
You're scared of that you were going to get blamed for her death?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Roche.
We take our morning break. I just would like to get a few things, exhibits together, please.
Good. All right, we'll take 15 minutes.
Do you want this, Andrew?
Okay. And so directing your attention to the springtime of 2024, did you install a trail camera at your apartment complex at about that time frame, sir?
Yes.
And why did you install a trail camera?
So my mother could watch our garden. I also have one up by her so I can watch her garden. So.
And so you were building a garden then on the property?
Correct.
And did you talk to the property management? And did you similarly have a conversation with the property manager about installing the trail camera so you could keep tabs on that garden?
Yes.
And did the property manager give you permission to install that trail camera?
Yes.
Can you just tell the jury a little bit generally about what this trail camera looked like?
It's a white 2x3-ish square box. Just stuck it on the tree.
And when you say you stuck it on a tree, can you just give the jury a little bit of a sense? There's a hill and a wooded area to the back of the apartment complex. Is this the area where you put the camera, sir?
Correct.
And did you put one camera or did you put multiple cameras?
I have multiple cameras.
And does this particular trail camera run on what is known as an SD memory card?
Yes.
And an SD memory card, does that capture the footage that your trail camera is recording on a particular date and time?
Correct.
And if a person has a copy of that SD memory card, would they be able to go back in time and review footage from a prior time date?
Yes.
And does the trail camera that you installed, does that work on motion detection?
Yes.
Does it continue to record footage even if it's late at night, say after midnight?
Oh, yeah, 24/7.
And was there a point in time, sir, in which a law enforcement official came to you and asked you for the particular footage that was on your trail camera?
Yes.
And let me take a step back and ask you this as well. In terms of the footage on your trail camera, to your knowledge, when you initially installed the camera, did you ever change out the SD memory card?
No.
So the original SD memory card that you installed the camera would have been recording throughout the time of April of 2024?
Absolutely.
It would have also been recording around the same time of May of 2024?
Yep.
And I asked you just a few moments ago about an official from law enforcement asking you contact you in reference to your trail camera. Was that Detective Ben Stern of the Waukesha Police Department?
Yes.
And he's the gentleman that's seated a couple of seats to my right?
Yes.
And did you cooperatively turn over those two SD cards to him?
Right away.
And did Detective Stern threaten you or coerce you in any manner to hand over those SD cards?
Nope.
You did that voluntarily?
Absolutely.
And you made no modifications or any changes to the SD card until that time that you turned it over to the police department?
Correct.
Was there a point in time, sir, in late November of 2024 when you were contacted by a specialist with the Waukesha Police Department?
Yes.
And this particular individual wanted you to review some particular footage from your trail camera, is that right?
Yes.
And specifically, this individual wanted to show you some footage and see if you recognized anybody from your trail camera. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you agree to review that footage with that individual?
Yes.
And prior to your testimony in court here today, sir, have you had an opportunity to review some snippets from your trail camera?
Yes.
And if I showed you those particular snippets of footage, would you recognize if they came from your trail camera or not?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask that we place on the witness's screen what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 66. Sir, are you able to see this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this exhibit, I should say, runs about 8 seconds in length. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And I should ask you, sir, is there a timestamp on these particular clips?
There is.
Okay. And to your knowledge, just give me just a second, sir. Is the timestamp accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Now, sir, I'm going to play this particular clip from the beginning. I'm going to back it up here, and just let us know after you finish reviewing this clip if you recognize it.
I do.
Okay. This is your trail camera, sir?
Yes.
This is from the trail camera that you installed at the back of the complex?
Yes.
May I now move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received?
Any objection to the receipt of the evidence, Mr. Lychwick? I'll take silence as no objection. The evidence will be received.
Thank you. And Your Honor, at this point, I would ask permission to publish to the jury.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to publication to the jury?
If I could address the jury for a minute, Your Honor.
You may not. Any objection to Exhibit 66 being used with the jury?
I am not well. I told you that already. I am not up to sitting here and participating in these procedures. I am sick, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lychwick, I've already made a ruling on that. The trial is continuing. Without objection or over the defendant's silence, the court will allow Exhibit 66 to be received into evidence and used with the jury.
Thank you. If we could just have the TVs turned down, please. Anthony, may I call you by your first name?
Yes.
Anthony, just so we're clear, these clips do not have any sound associated with them. Is that right?
I don't believe so.
That's okay. Yeah, if you don't know, you don't know. But let me just play this clip for you, and then I'm going to have a question for you at the conclusion of the clip. Okay. Were you able to review the clip, sir?
Mm-hmm.
And
That's a yes?
Yes.
Yep. And is there an individual depicted walking on this clip, sir?
Yes,
Do you recognize that individual?
I do.
Who is that individual?
Kevin Lychwick.
Kevin Lychwick, sir?
Lychwick, yes.
The individual you identify?
Kevin Lychwick. Oh, I just corrected. I mispronounced.
The same Kevin Lychwick that you identified earlier in court here today, sir?
Yes.
How do you know that that's Mr. Lychwick, sir?
He kind of has a particular walk, a gait to how he walks.
And in terms of the, I'm trying to move my cursor out of the way here so you can see, but is there a timestamp on this particular video, sir?
Yes.
Okay, and the timestamp is?
Is May 2nd, 2024 at 12:40, 100 hours, 31 seconds.
So this clip.
12.
I'm sorry.
Hang on. Okay. The question was answered. What's the next question?
Sure. That's 12:41, so that's 12:41 in the morning, sir?
Correct.
Thank you, sir. Okay. If we could just, take the TVs down, please, Madam Clerk. Just one moment, sir. Anthony, I have a few other video clips.
Attorney Tombasco, in court, it's Mr. Lefevre.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, okay. Mr. It's Lefebvre, is that right, sir? Okay. Mr. Lefebvre, I have several other clips I'd like to show you as well. If you don't mind, can we just bring those up on your screen as well, sir? And this has been previously marked. Do you see that, Mr. Lefebvre?
I do.
And this has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 67. And do you recognize this clip, sir?
I do.
Is this from your trail camera as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, I now move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection to the receipt of Exhibit 67, Mr. Lychwick? All right, no answer from the defendant. The evidence will be received.
Now turning your attention, Mr. Lefebvre, to State's Exhibit, was been previously marked, I should say, State's Exhibit 68. Are you able to see this footage, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Is this from your trail camera as well, sir?
Yes.
Your Honor, I now move State's Exhibit number 68 into evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection to Exhibit 68, Mr. Lychwick? Without objection, the exhibit will be received.
Mr. Lefebvre, turning your attention now to what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 69. Do you see this on your screen as well,
Yes,
sir?
I do.
Okay. Is this from your trail camera as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, I now move State's Exhibit 69 into evidence.
Any objection to Exhibit 69, Mr. Lychwick? The record will reflect that Mr. Lychwick is sitting still in his chair with his eyes closed and he is non-responsive to the court. The court is speaking in a loud enough voice to wake up anyone who would legitimately be sleeping. The defendant is choosing not to answer the court's inquiries. Exhibit 69 is received into evidence.
Mr. Lefebvre, showing us from marked now as State's Exhibit number 70. Do you recognize this footage as well?
Yes.
Is this from your trail camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, I now move State's Exhibit number 70 into evidence.
Any objection to Exhibit 70, Mr. Lychwick? The defendant continues to not answer nor open his eyes. Exhibit 70 is received.
And Mr. Lefebvre, I have two additional clips for you. This has been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 71. Do you recognize this footage as well?
I do.
Is this from your trail camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, I now move State's Exhibit number 71 into evidence and ask that it be received.
Exhibit number 71, Mr. Lychwick, any objection to that? The defendant does not answer. Exhibit 71 will be received into evidence.
And finally, Mr. Lefebvre, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 72. Do you recognize this footage, sir?
I do.
And is this from your trail camera?
Yes.
Finally, Your Honor, I move State's Exhibit number 72 into evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection to 72, Mr. Lychwick? The defendant does not answer. 72 will be received.
Thank you. Mr. Lefebvre, was there a time when you knew, Mr. Lychwick, that you took note of any particular change to his hair color?
About a year previous to him being vacated from the building.
Okay. Do you remember about the approximate time frame, like what month you first made reference to this?
No, I don't.
Okay. For a period of time, did Mr. Lychwick have gray hair?
Yes.
And was there a point in time in which you noticed that he no longer had gray hair?
Yes.
What color hair did he have instead of his normal gray hair?
It was just a lighter color. It was no longer silvery gray.
Okay. Was there a point in time in which you noticed he had jet black hair?
That seems like what it was.
Okay. Do you remember when you first noticed that he had jet black hair?
A few months previous to, like, in early 2024.
Nice. Anything from anyone? Sure. Mr. Lefebvre, I just want to take a step back and clarify one thing. So there were a number of video clips I showed you that have not been published yet. Sir, on those particular video clips, is there an individual depicted walking on them?
Yes.
And is that individual Mr. Lychwick?
Yes.
And once again, you recognize Mr. Lychwick based on his particular manner of walking? Was that your testimony earlier?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, do you have any cross-examination?
I told you, Your Honor, I'm sick. I'm not well. I shouldn't be here. I need to be laying down.
The court has already ruled on that today. I've ruled on that pre-trial, and the trial will continue. Without any cross-examination, then, Mr. Lefebvre, you are excused. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The state may call its next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Karen Corcoran. And just go right up behind the court reporter.
Ma'am, come all the way up to the witness stand. When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by my clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated. That black bar with the red dot in front of you is our microphone. Get yourself situated nice and close to that. And when you are ready, start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
My first name is spelled C-A-R-R-E-N. It's Karen. My middle name is Corcoran, C-O-R-C-O-R-A-N. And my last name is Gummin, G-U-M-M-I-N.
Thank you. Ms. Gummin, how are you presently employed?
I'm retired from City Madison Police Department.
How long were you a law enforcement officer with the City of Madison Police Department?
30 years.
During your 30 years as a law enforcement officer, Did you have any kind of specialized training as it related to police canine dogs or working dogs?
I began working a cadaver dog independent of the police department in about 1999, and then proceeded to work cadaver dogs throughout my career. I'm currently on my 5th, and I also was a full-time patrol dog handler for 10 years for the city.
Do you currently own your own business?
Yes, I have a small business I started in 2005 called Canine Search Solutions. It's focused on providing training to law enforcement canine handlers who run tracking dogs. And then separate from that, we do cadaver dog work when we're requested, but it's on a voluntary basis. We don't get paid anything.
As part of your continued work as a trainer and a teacher, do you have a curriculum vitae that you keep up with in order to kind of keep track of everything that you do?
Yes.
And Madam Clerk, if you could please turn on the screen in front of the witness only, please. I'm scrolling down to the bottom of page 1. Do you see an exhibit sticker there, Ms. Gumman?
Yes.
And is that states Exhibit 75?
Yes.
In scrolling through Exhibit 75, is this an 11-page document that is your CV?
Yes.
And this is something that you personally prepare and keep up with, you said, right?
Yes.
At this time, I move Exhibit 75 into evidence.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to Exhibit 75 being received into evidence?
I told you already 1,000 times, Your Honor, I'm not well today. I don't know what to tell you.
Exhibit 75 will be received.
Ready.
Maybe, is your mic on? Maybe that's what's drawing the feedback. Very well.
Good morning, Mr. Rosh.
Good morning.
So you said you were born in Dodge County here, correct?
Yes.
Lifetime resident, right?
Yes.
And where did you go to high school?
Dodgeland.
Dodgeland?
Yes.
And you were married prior to that, though, correct?
No.
You were not married prior to that. Did you have children, though, prior to meeting Crystal?
Yes.
And you have 2 adult children in addition to the 4 children that you mentioned before, correct?
Yes.
And you still have a relationship with those children. Is that accurate?
Yes.
That's Zach Jr., correct?
Yes.
And how old is he?
20.
20, and Hope, right?
Yes.
And where does Zach Jr. live?
Minnesota.
And where does Hope live?
Wisconsin Rapids.
And how old is Hope?
25.
And does Hope have children?
Yes.
Okay. And Crystal knew Hope and had a relationship with her, and Hope sent her pictures of her kids, things like that, correct?
Yes.
And you regularly kept in contact, messaging those 2 adult children, correct?
Yes.
And so then you said when you got married to Crystal in 2013, correct?
Yes.
Where did you guys get married?
Here at the courthouse.
And then did you have a reception or something afterwards?
A little get together.
Okay, did her family attend?
Just her grandparents.
Just the grandparents,
Yes.
not her parents?
No.
Did you have a good relationship with her parents?
No.
Never a good relationship?
No.
She had siblings too, right? April and Chris, I think, right?
Yes.
Did you have a good relationship with her siblings?
No.
Did you have a good relationship with any of Crystal's friends?
She never.
Working now? Did you have a good relationship with any of Crystal's friends?
Yes.
So what friends did you have a good relationship with?
It would have been Doug Goller.
Okay, Doug.
That's the only one I could remember.
So one of her friends, just Doug.
Yeah.
Okay. But none of her other friends, correct?
No.
Okay. So then in 2013, when you first got married, you lived with her parents at the Wood Road address. Is that accurate?
My parents.
I'm sorry, yes, your parents. Was the house the same, that same residence that we saw in the photos previously?
Yes.
Same sort of plot of land, correct?
Yes.
Because that was your grandparents' land originally that they had given to your parents, correct?
Yes.
And then eventually you and Crystal moved to that Main Street address, correct?
Yes.
And what year did you move to that address, if you can remember?
I think it was 2014.
2014, okay, so about a year after getting married.
Yes.
And were you working then?
Yes.
Where were you working?
Richelieu.
Richelieu?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's in, remind me, in Beaver Dam. How long did you work there?
Almost 2 years.
2 years, okay. Now, at some point, Crystal filed for divorce in 2018, correct?
Yes.
And during that time in 2018, CPS was involved in that first divorce, correct?
I'm not sure.
If I told you that the notes and the court record indicate that the CPS was involved, appeared at the court appearance, would you say that that was accurate?
Pretty much.
Okay. And that there was originally a petition in that divorce case to give Crystal sole legal custody of the children, correct?
Objection relevance, Your Honor.
I think it's directly there. So overruled means you can answer. So there was in that original divorce case in 2018, there was a petition to give Crystal sole legal custody of the children. Is that accurate?
I'm not sure.
But if I told you that the notes and the Wisconsin Circuit Court access records indicate that there was a petition filed to give Crystal sole legal custody in that case, would you say that was correct?
Objection, Your Honor. It seems facts not in evidence and counsel's testifying.
Overruled.
I'm not sure.
Okay. During that divorce, did Crystal move out of the marital home?
Yes.
She moved to Beaver Dam, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did she get an apartment?
Yes.
And then looks like sometime in January of 2019, she moved back to that Main Street address, correct?
Yes.
Now, was it around that time that Crystal went up to Michigan? The first time?
I don't remember.
You don't remember, but you said when you were talking with Deputy Kukan that she does this all the time. She leaves and she goes up to Michigan, correct? You said that to Deputy Kukan.
Yes.
And in fact, that she had gone up to Michigan during the filing of that last divorce in 2018. That's correct.
Yes.
And you went up to Michigan to get her, correct?
Yes.
And she was with her family, April, I believe either April or Chris up in Michigan, correct?
Yes.
So she didn't run away from her family. She left you to go up to Michigan, correct?
Yes.
So when you told that information to Deputy Kukan about her leaving, that was a lie, correct?
Yes.
She just left you, correct?
Yes.
And after you went up and got her from Michigan, sometime after that, the divorce was dismissed, correct?
Yes.
And she was the person who originally petitioned for divorce, correct?
Yes.
And then it was sometime after that 2018 divorce was dismissed that CPS filed the termination of parental rights, correct? Or that the Dodge County filed that. It's the Corporation Council filed, correct?
Yes.
After that filing of the termination of parental rights, how many times did you see your children after that?
Once.
One time. Supervised or unsupervised?
Supervised.
What year was that you saw them?
2019.
2019. So approximately how long after the termination of parental rights was filed did you see the children?
None.
So let me rephrase the question, because you just said once, so I want to make sure that we get this right. There was originally a filing, maybe something before the termination of parental rights. So the Corporation Council got involved in the case, and you weren't allowed to have unsupervised contact with the kids, correct?
Yes.
But you were allowed to have supervised contact with a social worker present, correct?
No.
Or someone else present, another adult present, you were allowed to have supervised contact?
No.
You weren't allowed to have any contact?
No.
None whatsoever with any of the children?
None.
So after Dodge County got involved, you never saw the kids?
No.
Okay, so when you said before once that you saw them once, did I misunderstand you?
No, I seen him once with Crystal.
With Crystal. Did the county know about that?
They were supervising.
The county was supervising?
Yes.
Okay, so can you just maybe expound upon that, explain that to me? When did that happen?
In 2019.
So 2019, was that after the county got involved and filed legal paperwork, the termination?
It was before.
Before. And that was the only time that you saw your children with Crystal?
Yes.
Did you ever see your children after that time?
No.
But Crystal continued to maintain contact with the children, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that primarily the reason why she could not have unsupervised contact with the children is because she was maintaining a relationship with you?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
So I want to move on to the filing of the second divorce. That divorce happened in September of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And you had a lawyer and Crystal had a lawyer, correct?
Yes.
And you said it didn't really affect anything at all. though, correct?
Yes.
But you had to move out of the marital home, right?
Yes.
That wasn't an option. You had to do that by court order, correct?
Yes.
And then at some point in October, Crystal told you to stop contacting her, correct?
No.
No, she never sent you any messages from her phone in October of 2023 telling you to stop contacting her.
No.
Never.
No.
So she said, stop messaging me on Messenger and saying all this stuff to me. And seriously, I don't get what you are trying to do. I don't know how you think your marriage is going to stay and stuff. Man, there's a lot of reasons why I'm done. And yeah, you can say that I'm this and I'm that to you, but I don't care because I can't believe you anymore. I can't. She never sent that message to you?
I don't remember.
You don't remember.
No.
But if I told you that I got that message off of your device, do you think that would be accurate?
Yes.
And that was from her phone number that you saved as my wife?
Yes.
Okay. So now would you like to change that answer that she messaged you and said, stop contacting me?
Yes.
So she did, in fact, tell you to stop contacting her.
Yes.
And at some point, she blocked you with her actual phone number, correct?
No, not that I'm aware of.
So you could not send her messages to her phone number, right? When you sent her messages to her actual phone number, you got no response, correct?
Yes.
That's accurate, correct? Yes. And you told law enforcement that you don't have her phone.
National Narcotic Detector Dog. My first year I went to Texas where a master trainer is, and that person sets out human remains in different environments. There's different categories. There's hidden, buried, rubble, exposed. The list goes on. And to certify, you have to complete at least 3 finds and no false alerts. The dog cannot urinate or eat the remains. Sorry. Usually my certifications, there's about 4 to 5 areas that I search and locate in. And I do that once a year for a certification.
When was Moxie first certified as a canine and human remains detection?
She first certified she was born in 2013, the fall of 2015.
Okay. And up until the time that she retired, had she been successfully recertified each year since?
Yes.
And on or about November 19th of 2024, did Moxie still have, or was she still certified?
Yes.
During these proficiency trainings that we talked about with the NNDDA, as part of those scenes, are there times where there are no human remains present?
During testing?
Yes, during testing.
During the certification, there's no blank area.
Okay.
You search nothing, 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 find something. Search nothing, 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 find something.
Okay, so the placebo that I'm talking about, is that maybe more for proficiency training?
Yeah, your regular monthly maintenance training you may have where you have an area and you don't know if there's anything in it or not.
When you are attending the certification trainings, specifically a handler, not an official, as a handler, are you given any information about the areas in which Moxie is expected to search as part of her training?
Yes, usually an area is marked off as this stretch of rubble or this 1 acre of woods.
Are you, as the handler, specifically told where in the woods or where in the rubble the human remains are?
No.
Why is that?
The testing needs to see what you as a team can proficiently locate and identify that the dog knows its odor and that you read your dog to say, yes, they're on it.
So during these certification trainings and searches then, not only is Moxie being evaluated, but also you as the handler, are you being graded as well?
You and that dog become a certified team. So Moxie and I were certified together each year. Someone couldn't slip in, and they could probably work her, but they were not certified with her. So, yes.
What is your role then as the handler when Moxie is searching an area? What are you just standing there, or are you making observations of your own or something else?
Depends on the area. I like to work them off lead as much as I can, but sometimes we have to have them on lead for safety purposes. And
I'm sorry, let me interrupt you. What do you mean by on lead?
We usually have them off lead, but if they're on lead, they may be on a leash, a 6-foot or a 15-foot long line. And that's to keep them out of traffic or what other issues there are.
Okay. Now, when you are, as a handler, when you're observing Moxie, are you also responsible for interpreting any behaviors that you see her engaging in?
All dogs have what I call tells before the trained final response, and every dog has a different cadence. Some dogs may make an audible snort and then hesitate and then perform. Some may have a flag of their tail different. Their cadence can change from forward to a 90-degree, investigating, and then an indication. So you really learn that dog's body language that cannot be cued prior to the indication, and that is something the dog naturally does.
And what does Moxie's tell, if you will, before her trained final response, if she gives one?
Some of Moxie's tells would have been, I could hear an audible snort. She may be going, moving forward and then turn hard left or hard right. Nose drops down to investigate. And then for her, she would, prior to an indication, almost always make eye contact with me, probably to see if I was watching her or if I had caught up to her, and it was just part of our dance.
What is Moxie's trained final response then?
Moxie's is a sit.
Okay. And the eye contact happens first and then she sits?
Most often, yes.
Okay. Now, when you are acting as a handler with when Moxie is searching, are there times where a dog may show, or where you have seen Moxie show those tells in an area or over an item or object, but not alert to it?
Yes.
What would be some of the reasons why a dog might, come to an object or an area and show those tells, but not actually alert?
It could be that they're investigating something that is not human remains, so they have to check it and they move on. It could be it's not strong enough for that dog's threshold to indication. It could be that the dog is checking the area to try to, in dog world we say they drive to odor. They're trying to get to the closest, strongest odor they can get to. Those would be the most common.
Sorry, I'm just writing a note here. Thank you. What is the command that you give Moxie when you want her to start searching?
Go find.
Okay. And do you have a command for her to give a final trained response?
No. When she's young and learning the program, We give them the sit or the down, and they get paid for it. But you work to a proficiency where you don't ask that of them anymore. Or if you're going to do that, it's what I call alert work, where I want to polish them. So once a month, we'll go out, and it's all about, you smell this odor, I need you to sit, just to tighten it up. But I don't actually have a command for that, because either she's going to commit to it or not.
And that's not something that when you're out in the field doing an actual search with law enforcement, let's say, you are not the one telling her, or you don't have the ability to tell her, give a trained final response right here.
No, because she has the nose, not me.
We've talked about human remains detection, but as part of that proficiency training, are dogs trained to recognize or separate out the smells of animal remains versus human remains?
Yes.
Okay. And in all of your years with Moxie, has she ever given a trained final response on animal remains?
Not that I can recall.
You mentioned it a little bit earlier. You mentioned the phrase false alert. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the American Academy of Forensic Science?
Yes.
Are you a member? Are you certified through them? Or how are you familiar with that organization?
During my journey in this work, American Academy of Forensic Science is several categories of different uses in investigating. So there might be tire mark impression people and blood spatter people, and detection dogs is one of them. The people that advise on it are scientists and dog trainers. And so there is this entity that kind of like talks about best practices, industry standard, terminology.
Is there a definition of the term false alert that is provided by this American Academy of Forensic Science?
A false alert is identified as when you're absolutely certain the odor the dog is trained in is not present, the dog gives its trained final response, and the certified handler says, yep, this is a hit.
Okay, so it would be possible for a dog to hit on an object or a location where there are no human remains, or the odor would not be there, but it only gets counted as a false alert if the handler confirms and says, yes, that is a trained final response.
Yes.
Okay. Has Moxie ever had a false alert in your experience with her during trainings?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Is that more difficult to tell maybe when you're out in the field because you let Moxie go and this is not like a training where you know exactly where the odor would be placed?
Correct. In the field, we're just there to collect information, so I can never say if she's right or wrong. I just have to articulate where she indicates if she does, and if she doesn't, that's okay too.
At that point then, it would be up to the law enforcement agencies who are investigating whatever they're investigating to be able to either corroborate that, or they look at the evidence they have to see if there are any consistencies with the location where Moxie gave her trained final response and what they know about their investigation.
Yes.
Okay. I have one final kind of general question before moving on to a specific search with Moxie. Over the years, as a human remains detector handler, have you received training about how long the odor of human remains can remain in a space?
I have anecdotal experiences, and then some science in the back of my head, but it's not coming to me. In an indoor environment, the odor of human remains can last a very long time because there's no wind, no rain, no ventilation to get that odor out. In an outdoor environment, the odor of human remains will last, but probably not as long as indoors. And a lot would depend on how long it was there and in what condition.
Hypothetically, let's say you have a scene where there was either a gunshot wound or a stabbing. In that case, would you expect the odor to be stronger based on the amount of fluids in those particular kinds of traumatic injuries?
Comparing that to a strangulation, there would be a lot more biological that spills out and gets into the ground or into the air, into in an indoor environment, the floor, the carpet, that sort of thing.
Okay. I'd like to direct your attention then to November 19th of 2024. And Madam Clerk, if you could just turn on the screen in front of the witness, please. Were you contacted by a detective with the City of Waukesha Police Department to assist in a death investigation?
Yes.
And was that location 1512 East North Street in the City of Waukesha?
Yes.
Once you were contacted by this detective, were you, or did you agree to assist by bringing Moxie to this scene?
Yes.
Okay. So now on November 19th of 2024, when you arrive at 1512 East North, what do you do once you arrive on scene?
Arrangements were made to meet at the address, and when I first got there, I didn't want to take her into the area until I gave her a break because we had driven quite a while. So I parked on the sidewalk in front of the facility, or I'm sorry, the building, and had her go potty just there on the terrace, and then relocated once I talked to the detectives to where to put my vehicle.
Okay. Where did you end up leaving your vehicle?
I pulled into the parking lot, and I would have been facing southwest.
Okay, and I have up on the screen in front of you State's Exhibit 1, which has previously been admitted. Is this an aerial view of 1512 East North where you went with Moxie on the 19th?
Yes.
Okay, so can you, that screen in front of you is actually a touch screen. If you could circle where the general area is that you first parked,
okay,
and then where you ended up moving your vehicle before Moxie got out.
And I use this?
Yes, please.
Approximate.
Okay. And then, I'm sorry, there's an arrow and there's a circle.
Yeah, I don't know why that happened.
Okay, let's try again. Madam Clerk, can you erase the screen? And actually for this one, since it's already been admitted, can you please turn the screens on for the jury again? I apologize.
All right, exhibit number 1 will be published again.
Okay, now in looking at Exhibit 1, can you please first circle where you first parked when you arrived on scene?
I believe it was like right in there on the sidewalk and terrace, not in the road.
Okay, then where did you move your car prior to Moxie getting out to perform a search?
I think I did it right in there.
Okay.
So the first green marking was along East North Street. The second green marking was in the small grouping of trees just to the northeast of the apartment building.
Thank you, Judge. I would ask that this be captured as 1C, I believe we are on for this exhibit.
We will use this as 1C then. Wait for my clerk to verify the capture.
Now, when Moxie gets out of the car, does she immediately just start running around a property or field or wherever you guys end up?
No.
Okay, what is the process of how you get Moxie ready for a search or let her know it's time to go to work when she gets out of the car?
Try to have a routine put a vest on her for visibility, and either hold on to her, get a reward toy, kind of point to the area. If we were in a field, I would just simply tuck the toy away and say, go find, and she would start ranging out. If there's a safety issue, then I have her usually on a long line, 15 feet the longest, or a leash.
Okay. And in this case, were there any safety concerns that made you decide to keep Moxie on a lead?
Oh, yes. The road, that East-North Street, is very busy. So I had to start the initial sniff effort with her on a leash.
Okay. Is there anything about having her on a leash that allows you to somehow send her a message that give a trained formal response in this location?
No.
Okay. Now, once Moxie gets out of the car and you put the vest on for visibility, did you do that in this case?
I don't recall. Most likely.
Okay. Then, once she is on the lead, do you tell her, go find?
I then say to her, go find, and she begins to move about and either begins to follow odor or just starts casting, almost like a hunting dog.
What do you mean by casting?
Casting would be, you'll see a dog out in a field catching the smell of something. They may go far left and then cut across far right, their head's up, and it's a natural cadence they use to scent.
Is it almost the way you were moving your hand in front of the jury, almost like a snake or a serpentine style?
Yeah, it's like a triangle that the dog is bouncing from one edge of across it to the other edge.
Okay. Now, when you arrived on scene in this particular case on North Street, how much information from the City of Waukesha detectives that were there did you know about the investigation?
The initial information I received was that body had been located on this property. They only believed that, they said they believed it had been there a while. How long, I don't know. And so I explained, if you want me to help with any information, you need to understand the dog is going to indicate where this body most likely was last at, because that odor's still going to be there, given how short a time frame between when it was located and when I was there.
Did law enforcement tell you where that body was specifically discovered?
I knew it was outside, up in the woods. I don't recall if I knew exactly where it was. I can't remember.
Okay. Is that generally something you may not want to know prior to starting the search?
I prefer to go into searches with enough information to know how to get the dog into an area. But I prefer not to know a lot. It just feels more authentic for me.
Okay. So now Moxie is out of the car. And before I do that, Madam Clerk, can you turn on the screen just for the witness, please? Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 76. As I'm scrolling through it, it's a 3-page document. Do you recognize Exhibit 76?
Yes.
After a search in which you're assisting law enforcement, do you prepare a report of any findings or final responses that Moxie or any other dog you're handling made?
I record in a police-style report what I did. Whether the dog gives indications or not, I just document the areas that were the dog had its nose in and any information like that.
Do you also include times of any changes in or any of those tells or any trained final responses?
Always try to record the time starting, and then if there are any trained final responses, to try to capture as close to the time it occurs as possible.
Why is that necessary?
I find that through years of working the dogs, more specifically in an indoor environment, they're either going to get it right away or not. And I don't want to stay in a space too long for the dog to inadvertently think, oh, Mama wants me to do X, Y, or Z. So I have a routine, and if we don't get anything, we're done, and we move on to the next thing. And the articulation is the dog is not indicating that it's getting the odor of human remains. It's not eliminated, it's just the dog's not identifying anything.
Okay. Now, I'm showing you on your screen a 14-page packet of photographs marked Exhibits 77 through 87, and then 165 through 167. I'm going to scroll through these, and then I'll have a couple questions for you.
Okay.
Have you seen the location in these photos prior to today's date?
I've physically been there. I guess I don't understand the question.
I'm sorry, I'll reword it. Thank you for clarifying. The photos in Exhibits 77 through 87 and 165 through 167, are those various locations of the property of 1512 East North?
Based off of my recollection, they are, yes.
Okay. Now, do those photos then also document the areas of the property in which you observed Moxie give a trained final response during her search on the 19th of November?
Many of the photos do, yes.
Okay. Now, 165 through 167, those were photos of the underground garage of 1512 East North. Is that correct?
Yes.
And these photos were taken not at the time of Moxie's search. Is that correct?
I don't recall pictures being taken while we were sniffing the area.
Okay.
I believe they called someone, and while I was still on scene, someone came and took some.
Is this, even though you weren't the one taking photos, do you recognize this garage as an area in which Moxie gave a trained final response?
Yes.
Okay. I would move Exhibits 77 through 87 and 165 through 167 and 76 into evidence.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to 76 through 87 and 165 through 167? The defendant is not giving any response. Those exhibits will be admitted into evidence.
Okay. Now, once Moxie is out of the car and you give the go find command, where does she go first on the property?
From the parking lot, she moved across it to like a concrete steps that went up a hillside. And then she pulled to what I would describe as the east along the top of the landscape wall of the parking lot, got to an area along the wooded area, and dropped her nose down, sniffed, turned around, and gave me her trained final response that she detected the odor of human remains.
On the screen in front of you, and Madam Clerk, this can be turned on for everyone, please. I'm showing you what has previously been admitted as State's Exhibit number 7. Now, Ms. Gumman, when you were on scene on November 19th, is it fair to say that this pile of sticks smack in the middle of Exhibit 7 was not there?
I don't recall those sticks being there.
Okay, so if I were to tell you this was a photo taken from October 30th of 2024 that someone else has already testified to, that would not be the same date as your search, is that correct?
Correct.
But does Exhibit 7 show the correct area of the property in which Moxie gave her first trained final response?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see in here that kind of retaining wall or the driveway area that you referenced?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at this point, you still have Moxie on a lead, is that right?
Yes.
Because of the road being so close to where she is?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Did you notice any of her tells before she gave a trained final response?
I'd have to review the report.
And that would be Exhibit 76 that you've testified to. So I'll direct your attention then to this middle paragraph here, starting with, I believe, the perimeter.
Should I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Okay. She was pulling me towards that wooded area, lowering her nose, and then she stopped very quickly, and I observed her put her nose to the soil, and then turn around, look directly at me, and conduct her trained final response.
Is her nose being down towards the soil of significance to you versus her nose in the air?
Yes.
Why?
If she is at a distance from a source of human remains odor and just by the wind currents, she will keep her head high, and she may give a trained final response, but I know she's not on it because she's facing somewhere, turns around, and indicates. Whereas if she's dropped her nose to a specific spot, then conducts her trained final, I have to assume there's either source there or the strongest amount of odor for her.
And that's what Moxie is always looking for, the closest, strongest odor of human remains?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what was the time that you gave the command to go find?
I started at 1:10 p.m. and she gave her trained final response approximately 1:11 p.m.
Is that, in your world, a very quick trained final response, or is there any significance to that approximate minute in which it took her to give a trained final response?
At that point in Moxie's career, that she really knows her odors and knows her job. So that was very quick for the average cadaver dog, and for her it was normal.
Okay.
Attorney Thompson, would now be a good time to take a short break?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, we're going to take a short break here. The court has a hard stop at about 11:50 this morning, so you're going to get lunch around 11:50. So if we take a break now, we'll go for another 50 minutes or so this morning.
Okay.
So I will excuse the jury at this time.
All right, Jerry?
Thank you. You may be seated. Ma'am, you can step down too. We are now outside the presence of the jury. I want to just make a record. We're breaking, as I said, about 10:52 this morning. The court will make a following record. Every other time that this court has had Mr. Lychwick in court, Mr. Lychwick has been attentive, alert. He's participated. He's interjected. He's raised objections. He's made motions to adjourn the trial. He's motioned for his attorneys to withdraw. He's protested the proceedings. He has always been alert. He has always complained about his medical situation. He's complained about his housing in the jail, but he's always participated in court. Yesterday, the defendant was alert. He was asking questions. He was writing notes. He was participating. He was dressed in civilian clothes. His hair was in a bun. He was looking appropriate. He was alert the entire day, which was a long day. We had jury selection. We had openings. He chose not to ask questions in voir dire. However, he did exercise his strikes and exercise them in an appropriate manner. He participated in his opening. He asked some questions of some witnesses, and he declined asking questions of witnesses that, frankly, the court found was appropriate because in the court's mind, from what I've seen so far, the defendant wouldn't have been challenging the testimony of those witnesses anyway. Today, the defendant looks more disheveled. He is refusing to get dressed. He has been sitting all morning with his eyes closed. He is perfectly still. Whoever has the electronic device that keeps going off needs to step out of the courtroom and turn that off, please. I watched him for quite a bit of the testimony this morning. Despite sitting in his wheelchair for most of the morning with his head pitched slightly forward, I never observed the defendant's head nodding forward. I never heard it or observed his head falling backwards. His upper body remained perfectly still. There was no outward indication that the defendant was sleeping. At one point, the defendant crossed his arms in front of him. There were a few times when I spoke loudly enough and caught his attention, is how I would characterize it. The defendant popped his eyes open, seemingly surprised. The defendant did that a few times. Eventually, the defendant has decided to just not pop his eyes open, not respond to the court in any outward physical manner. And then eventually the defendant started responding to the court with his eyes completely closed. So he didn't go through the what I would characterize as a ruse of being startled awake and opening his eyes. He just kept his eyes closed and addressed the court. The defendant did not open his eyes at all to view any of the exhibits up on the screen. There is water on the counsel table available for him to drink to refresh himself. He has not taken a drink from that water. He has not moved in his chair. And the court has continued speaking loudly enough when addressing Mr. Lychwick that anybody who would legitimately be sleeping would be awakened by the court. So the court finds that Mr. Lychwick is continuing to intentionally not participate in his defense. The court does not believe that Mr. Lychwick is sleeping, even though he is sitting in his chair, not responding to the court, not making any movements, not opening his eyes. We will continue with Mr. Lychwick seated in his wheelchair because he is not disruptive to the court. He is not interrupting the ordinary proceedings of the court. So the court sees no reason to remove him at this time. We will continue with Mr. Lychwick seated in court. At this time, the court will be on a break until 11:05. Lychwick matter. The appearances are the same. I'll inquire of my deputies. Did Mr. Lychwick request a break back to the facilities?
I asked him several times. He did acknowledge me that he's comfortable where he's at, and he's just happy that he's not throwing up or having to use the bathroom this time.
Okay, so my deputy inquired if Mr. Lychwick wanted to use the facilities. He indicated he did not. He was happy where he was at and was just happy that he was not throwing up or otherwise sick. Mr. Lychwick is seated once again in his chair with his arms crossed, his head down, his eyes closed, like he was prior to the break. So we will continue. We'll bring the jury in. Okay.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you. You may be seated. Ms. Gilman, you remain under oath. Attorney Thompson, you may proceed.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please turn on the screen in front of, or for everyone? And also, while we were on break, Ms. Gilman, I provided a paper copy of your report that's been admitted as Exhibit 76. That way you can refer to that if you need to as we go through the other final responses in this case while keeping the photographs up for the jury. Now, we were just finishing talking about the first trained final response on that footpath in that wooded area by the retaining wall across from the parking lot. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And in that search, or in that response, had Moxie had her nose to the ground?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this initial sniff, is that conducted to allow Moxie to find the area that had the strongest odor of human remains?
Yes.
Okay.
Attorney Thompson, just to interrupt, sorry, I don't believe the state moved for publication of the exhibits that were introduced through Ms. Gilman. Are you so moving for those?
I would ask to publish those previously received exhibits now that we are at that point.
So that would be the photographs 77 through 87 and 165 through 167?
That is correct.
Mr. Lychwick, do you have any objection to the publication of those exhibits that have already been marked as evidence?
As I told you, Your Honor, I'm not up to being here today. I protest.
That is noted. Those exhibits may be used with the jury.
Okay, thank you. Now, moving to exhibit number 77, once that trained final response is observed on the foot trail, do you and Moxie then enter that ground level parking garage?
Yes.
Do you take her off the lead while she's in the garage?
Yes.
Okay. Now, exhibit 77, is this when you first walk into the garage and you're looking to your left?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 78, is that the same angle, just brighter, and now we're moving into that room that was first on the left?
Yes.
Is that, or was it described to you as like a boiler room or a maintenance room?
Yes.
When you walked inside, did that appear to be consistent with what you saw in that room?
Yes.
Okay. So now Moxie is off lead. Do you give her the go find command into this boiler room?
No.
What do you do?
We start at the entrance to the garage doors of this parking ramp or underground parking, and I gave her a command to go find. And she was off lead. She ranged out. She circled around in the garage one time, and I just always try to move along so I can observe her. And then she tucked in on her own into that room. And as I began to move in that direction to catch sight of her, she stepped out, made direct eye contact with me, and gave her trained final response, basically in the door frame.
Okay. Now, if we move to Exhibit 79, is that a view of inside of the boiler room or the maintenance room?
From that doorway looking directly in, that's the picture of that.
Okay. And you said that Moxie gave her trained final response in the doorway of this room?
Yes.
Did she give any trained final responses inside of this room?
So based off of missing whatever it was in that room by her moving so quickly in there, I walked into the room and started moving around with her. I don't recall if I said go find again. By this point, we're kind of automatic. And she went and started sniffing and dropped her nose under that workbench and backed back out, made eye contact, and gave me her trained final response.
In going to Exhibit 81, is this a brighter version of Exhibit number 79 that we just looked at?
Yes.
Okay, and can you circle for me on the screen the area in which Moxie's trained final response was?
Yes.
It relates to the workbench.
I would say that's approximate.
Okay. Can we please capture this and label it as 81A?
We will do that. We'll capture it with the green circle. It'll take a moment for my clerk to double check it.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, was there another location in this boiler room where you observed Moxie give a trained final response?
Yes, after that indication, I began to move through the space more methodically with her. She was self-sniffing, but moved past the workbench, and then in that far corner, there's remnants of carpet. She dropped her nose underneath. I don't recall if she snorted or not, but she backed right out, looked at me, and gave her trained final response.
Okay. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, thank you. Going back to Exhibit 80, is this now the corner of the boiler room in which you were just talking about with the carpet remnants?
Yes.
Okay. And, oops, I'm sorry, I don't have a brighter version of this one. But if I make the screen larger, in that back corner there, you see all those rolled up carpets?
Yes.
Can you circle on Exhibit 80 where you saw Moxie give her trained final response?
Approximately that green circle.
Okay. Can we please screen capture this and mark it as Exhibit 80A, please?
We will make this 80A.
Once Moxie gives this trained final response, does she end up leaving this boiler room?
We continued a methodical movement through that room. She did not indicate anywhere else in the room, and we exited out to move through the rest of the garage.
And is it fair to say that Moxie is guiding herself? You're not telling her where to go. Is that fair?
I prefer to always let them first commit to odor by giving their trained final response. And if I think I can, I'll try to methodically move with her in a detailing format to see if we can get closer to whatever it is that's the human remains odor for her. So everything she does is independent. Unless she gives a trained final, then I do work a little harder with her on trying to get to where it might be coming from.
Okay. Now moving then to Does Moxie go through the garage at all?
Yes.
Okay, and if I move to exhibit number 167, we're kind of coming back to exhibit 77 where we're at the threshold of the underground garage door, and that door there is for the boiler room that we just saw photos of. Is that the correct orientation of this photo?
Yes.
Okay, so then as Moxie is independently coming out of that boiler room, do you observe her go through the garage?
Yes.
Okay, now in exhibit 167, we see the door of the boiler room, and then 166 is the okay. In exhibit 166, is this the part of the garage that's facing North Street, from what you can remember?
No, I think, I got disoriented, like where our cardinal directions are. I thought the back of the garage, as we're looking at it, was more parallel with, is it Westmoreland? Or
Moreland Boulevard.
Moreland Boulevard. That's where I thought it was.
Okay.
I might be wrong.
No, that's okay. But this is the underground garage. As it continues, it's on the same side of the boiler room. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Then, if we go to 165, is this, if you're standing in the threshold of the garage, you're looking to the right?
Correct.
Okay. Does Moxie walk throughout the entirety of this garage?
Yes.
Does she give any trained final responses in this garage?
She did.
Where?
In this picture, where would you like me to start?
I'll start here.
Okay.
Since she came out this doorway.
So she moved along, passing dumpsters that were there. I don't know if those were the exact dumpsters. I don't know what cars were there. And then she moved between the gray car, and the wall. She moved along the wall. She ended up giving a trained final response in that vacant portion in the back area of the parking stalls.
Can you circle for me?
To the best of my ability, it was not that car, and it was somewhere approximately around that pillar, but not that car.
Okay. Can we please screen capture 166 and mark it as that, as letter A?
That will be included into the record as Exhibit 166A.
Now, you indicated that to the best of your recollection, this area in 166A, that parking stall or that area was empty on that date of your search. Is that correct?
From what I recall, there wasn't a vehicle right there.
Okay. Now, does Moxie then continue along that wall and go to the opposite side of the garage?
I would have gotten her going again, knowing that we're just looking for information. And so we moved along that back far wall with no indication from Moxie that she detected the odor of human remains. And then we came along this wall and whatever was in the area, and she conducted another trained final response in this area.
This is now Exhibit 165 that's on the screen.
Thank you. And can you, to the best of your recollection, can you circle, please, where Moxie gave a trained final response in Exhibit 165?
I thought there was some stuff there, and it was in that area, is what I recollect.
Okay. Can we please screen capture 165 and mark it as letter A, please?
That will be part of the record as 165A.
From the garage, did you then go inside of the apartment building at 1512 East North?
Yes.
Did you specifically go to apartment number 13?
Yes.
How did you get from the garage threshold here to apartment 13?
We exited the garage door, and we again went along that side of the building, up a staircase, and made entry on what I would describe as the west side of the building.
Okay, so if we're looking at Exhibit 1, which I have in front of you, if I'm following my cursor, are you walking around North Street here, up the side then of Moreland?
No,
Okay, can you draw for me your path once you left the garage?
we would have gone in right about there.
Okay, so the door right up at the top of those concrete steps?
Yes.
Okay, now as you are walking up those steps, once you're in the building, is there a long hallway?
From what I recollect, yes.
Okay, and so do you give Moxie the go find command prior to going into apartment 13?
I did not.
Okay. Now, once you're inside apartment 13,
Clear the screen.
oh, I'm sorry. I'm going back to exhibit. We'll start with exhibit 83. Now, when you open the door to apartment 13, is this the view that you have when you're still in the threshold of the doorway?
Yes.
Okay, and it appears that if you go down the hallway, it leads to a bedroom. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you go straight to the left, where we see that orange iron on the counter, would that be the kitchen of this apartment?
Yes.
Did Moxie give a trained final response in the kitchen of apartment 13?
Yes.
Okay. How did you observe that happen?
Entered the apartment, would have had the door closed behind me, released her from leash, gave her a command to go find, and she is allowed to move about freely. And she ended up moving through the apartment and stopping near the kitchen sink. And then with her head more up, she gave a trained final response that she detected the odor of human remains.
We've been talking about her trained final responses with her nose to the ground. So did it make any difference to you that her head was slightly upwards in this trained final response?
To me, it's she's doing the best she can. This is what she can give me, but she's not specific to anything around that area. So it lends itself, it's either fainter, older, or there's nothing she can put her nose on.
If we go to, going backwards a little bit, but exhibit 82, do you recognize this area of the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay, and was her trained final alert underneath, inside this cabinet, or because her nose was in the air, was it more of the area?
It initially was the area.
Okay.
Yes.
Did she give a trained final response then in a more specific area of the kitchen?
I don't recall how we got those cupboard doors open. I most likely would have asked somebody if we can open them. And once the doors were open, she did again indicate, but nothing very pronounced, giving her trained final response to the odor of human remains.
Okay. Then as we go back to that front hallway at the threshold of the door, and we continue down the hallway, exhibit 84 is a closer up version of exhibit of the one we just saw going towards the bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And once Moxie is inside that bedroom, does she give any trained final responses?
She self-initiated going in there. She did extend her nose up to an empty dresser area up higher and conducted her trained final response that she detected the odor of human remains.
Okay. Once you are finished in apartment 13, is there any other location on the property where Moxie is taken?
We did an exterior around the actual building, and she did not indicate around the building to the fact that she detected the odor of human remains. And then we went up the concrete stairs to the northwest, and I took her off traffic lead, and she pushed forward again, and then she cut more into the woods. And as I was following her, she dropped her nose down along a log, nose straight down, and then turned around and gave me direct eye contact and conducted a trained final response that she detected the odor of human remains.
Okay. if I'm showing you on the screen now what has previously been admitted as State's Exhibit number 19. And do you recall seeing, strike that. We see concrete stairs more towards the left of Exhibit 19, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, are these the stairs that you came out of the building on?
We used those stairs to go in the building, came back out, and then used one more time to get up the hill.
Okay, and then this is the hill that you're referencing?
Yes.
Okay, now if we look further to the right of Exhibit 19, that's the direction where we're going higher up this hill. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then at the top of that hill, is there a clearing area?
There was some area that had been maybe cleaned up from brush.
Okay. Now, in going then to Exhibit 85, are we now looking up the hill that we just looked at in State's Exhibit 19?
We are looking to the almost north.
Okay. And if you can see my cursor here, circling the top left corner, is that the top of the hill that we are going to be talking about with Moxie's last train final response?
Yes.
Okay. Now, moving on to Exhibit 86, now we're more centered and we will go up this hill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. 87, is this now the top of the hill?
Yes.
Is Moxie off lead at this point?
Yes.
At what point was she given the go find command? Was it at the bottom of the hill or when she got to the top or something else?
We got to the top of the stairs, got her a little bit away from traffic, released her and said, go find.
And so she went up this hill herself?
Yes.
And she's detecting or trying to detect the strongest odor of human remains?
In that area, yes.
Okay. Now, once Moxie, can we please screen capture this and mark it as Exhibit 87A?
It will be captured. Please wait just a minute to confirm the capture. Okay.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Gumman, we've talked about a lot of different areas of the 1512 East North property where you observed Moxie give a trained final response. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did you find, and let me make sure I'm very specific with this question, after Moxie gives a trained final response, do you go to the area of that response to see if there are in fact any human remains?
Whenever she gives a trained final response, I'm up by her to look around and observe if I see anything. That is correct.
In any of these responses, when you were by Moxie, did you see any human remains in any of these areas?
I saw no human remains.
Now, if I were to tell you that that first photograph that we observed, or that photograph of the footpath area where Moxie gave her first trained final response, if I were to tell you that there had been human remains located in that location that had been there for approximately 6 to 7 months, what, based on your training and experience, would that tell you about the intensity or quickness of Moxie hitting in that particular area?
Based off of my life experience, I would guess that there was still bits of odor from the body decomposing into the soil, and for Moxie's nose, she could detect the odor of human remains, and maybe at a much finer tune level than anything laboratories can use to prove it.
So if human remains were found, let's say October 30th of 2024, and now Moxie is hitting in that area on November 19th of 2024, that odor could still be in the soil? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
What if somebody were to after the remains were removed, walk through that area, would the odor attach to something maybe that person is wearing?
Yes.
If someone were potentially gardening in that area, and let's say they take those gardening tools and put them back in the boiler room where you saw gardening tools, could the odor of those human remains follow that gardening item into that boiler room?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that Moxie is not detecting the odor of human remains of a specific person? Is that fair?
That is correct. They're trained to detect the odor of human remains. Upon death, we become generic human cadaver odor.
Okay. So, without finding any human remains as you were next to Moxie during her responses, and if I were to tell you that a body was not recovered in apartment 13, based on your training experience, how could you account for the fact that Moxie gives a trained final response in apartment 13 knowing there's no body there?
Based off the information that a body was decomposing for 6 to 7 months, for a human remains detection dog, everything is probably contaminated within that driveway, anybody that's been walking around in that area. And that was the only apartment we sniffed. So I couldn't say if everybody was contaminated by it, but it gets into everything.
Would the analogy of the smell of a skunk help explain this concept of the odor transferring between objects and being in a location where there were no human remains in the investigation?
The odor of human remains could be described for us humans, because our noses aren't like it, like a skunk. When you're driving along, you smell it as you get closer. You probably go past its carcass. You keep on going, and it takes a while to miss it. If you were to drive over a skunk or where it's just been killed, chances are your car's going to smell like it. So I think it is very safe to say that due to the time of that body staying outside near the driveway and all of the gardening and yard work that's being done, couldn't help but be carried into the building by whomever was around it.
So the fact that Moxie's responses in the garage, the boiler room, apartment 13, the fact that there were no human remains there, but in taking into account this concept that the odors can move with the objects, that doesn't mean her alerts were inaccurate in these locations where we know there were no human remains. Is that correct?
Detection dogs are trained to detect the odor of something. We would love for it to be source, but often it's just odor. So where that dog's threshold begins and ends, more mature, seasoned dog is going to be catching odor finer tuned, faster, more specific than maybe a brand new dog whose database hasn't grown as much. So she is trained to detect the odor of human remains. Would love to have source, but I can't control that part of it.
I do not have any other questions for this witness. Thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, this is your opportunity to ask cross-examination questions. Do you have any questions for this witness? All right, Mr. Lychwick is not acknowledging the court. Therefore, Ms. Gumman, you can step down. Thank you. Yes, I'll take that. Attorney Thompson, do you have another witness ready?
Yes,
we do, Your Honor. All right, Attorney Tom Bosco, you can call your next witness.
We call Detective Tyler Bauer.
Detective, you can come up to the witness stand. When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by my clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am. You can have a seat. When you situate yourself nice and close to the microphone and are ready, please start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
It's Detective Tyler Bauer, Tyler Tyler, Bauer Bauer.
Attorney Tom Bosco.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective. Are you a specialist at the Waukesha Police Department, sir?
I'm a detective.
Okay, so your rank is detective, sir. How long have you been in law enforcement, sir?
A little over 11 years.
And as it relates to your role in this case, were you assigned to help investigate the death of an individual in this case?
Yes, I was.
And that individual was Carlos Maldonado, is that right?
Correct.
And in the course of your work in this particular case, did you ever have any contact with Kevin Lychwick in this case?
I did.
And directing your attention to November 26th of 2024, did you assist with the execution of a search warrant at Mr. Lychwick's residence?
I did.
And for the record, Mr. Lychwick's residence is at 1512 East North Street, apartment number 11?
Correct.
And this was a unit that was rented by Mr. Lychwick, correct?
That's my understanding, correct.
And when you assisted with the execution of the search warrant for Mr. Lychwick's apartment, were you assigned to search a specific area?
I was.
Which area of his residence were you assigned to search specifically?
Specifically, I was tasked with his bedroom and then the living room area.
Turning your attention to the defendant's bedroom, was there a particular item on a chair next to the defendant's bed that stood out to you during your search?
Correct. There was a rope.
I'm sorry?
There was a rope.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was that rope ever photographed?
It was.
And if I showed you copies of several photographs of that rope, do you think you would recognize them here today in court?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, at this point, can we please just project this for the witness? Okay. Detective, are you able to see what's on the screen at this point?
I am.
Okay. And this has been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 88. Is that right, sir?
Correct.
Do you recognize what is depicted in this photograph, sir?
Yes, I do.
Can you please describe it?
It appears to be a knotted up or tied white piece of rope around what appears to be a folding chair.
And this is the rope that you located in Mr. Lychwick's bedroom?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I now move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received.
Mr. Lychwick, do you have any objection to the receipt of exhibit number 88? The defendant is refusing to acknowledge the court. Exhibit 88 is admitted.
Thank you. Now, Detective, turning your attention to what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 89, do you see that on your screen as well?
I do.
And can you please identify what is depicted on this photograph, sir?
Again, it appears to be a white rope knotted or tied on what appears to be the leg of a folding chair.
And this is the same rope that was recovered in Mr. Lychwick's bedroom, sir?
Correct.
Yeah, and I move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received.
Mr. Lychwick, do you have any objection to the admission of exhibit 89? Mr. Lychwick is not acknowledging the court. Exhibit 89 will be admitted.
And Detective, I have one additional photo for you at this point. This has been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 90. Do you see that on your screen as well, sir?
I do.
Okay, can you please tell us what is depicted in this photograph as well?
Yeah, it appears to be a white rope, either knotted or tied. This looks like the back of the folding chair.
And you are asked that this exhibit be received into evidence as well.
Mr. Lychwick, do you have an objection to exhibit 90 being received? The defendant is not acknowledging the court. Exhibit 90 is admitted.
Thank you. And at this point, I would ask permission to publish all three exhibits to the jury.
Mr. Lychwick, do you have an objection to publication of the exhibits? The defendant is not acknowledging the court. Those exhibits may be used with the jury.
Detective, this is exhibit number 88?
Correct.
Okay. And this is exhibit number 89?
Correct.
And finally, this is exhibit that you justified to number 90. Is that right, sir?
Correct.
Thank you. Detective, do you know whether this actual white rope was collected specifically from the residence?
It was my understanding that it was collected.
And when a piece of evidence is collected pursuant to a search, what typically happens to that piece of evidence?
It would be brought back to the police department typically and property inventoried.
And is it sealed or in some way made sure that it is not contaminated in any manner?
Depending on the item, it would determine how it was sealed. Most likely with this, it would have been in a plastic sealed bag. However, it also could have been in paper as well.
And if I showed you that particular item, would you be able to recognize it, sir?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I do have two physical exhibits. I would ask permission to approach the witness to show the witness the exhibits.
You may approach. Make sure that Mr. Lychwick has an opportunity to view those first. Mr. Lychwick, would you like to see exhibits? Are they 91 and 92?
They are actually 145 and 145A. They're a little bit out of order.
Mr. Lychwick, would you like to view exhibits 145 and 145A? All right, Attorney Tombasco, you may approach the witness.
Thank you very much.
For the record, the witness has been given black latex gloves and a scissors as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, can you just look at exhibit number 145 and state's exhibit number 145A and just let me know if you recognize those two exhibits, sir?
Based on the description, it appears to be what we just talked about. However, I don't believe I was the one to package them.
I see. If and those exhibits are sealed, is that correct, sir?
Correct.
And you have been provided with a copy of latex, or with a pair of latex gloves and a pair of scissors. Is that right, sir?
Correct.
And if you were to break the seal on those two particular pieces of evidence, do you think that would assist you in recognizing them, sir?
Yes, it could.
Yeah, I would ask at this point that the witness be allowed to cut open the exhibit and review it.
All right, the witness may proceed.
Okay. So have you been able to break the seal in one or both of the exhibits, sir?
Exhibit 145.
Okay. Do you recognize that exhibit, sir?
Yes, it appears to be the white rope from the chair.
And that's the same rope that you observed in Mr. Lychwick's apartment?
Yes, it appears to be consistent, yes.
Yeah, I remove the exhibit into evidence, ask that it be received.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the receipt of exhibit 145? Hearing none, that will be received.
And Detective, I'd ask that you do the same thing with exhibit number 145A. And that has been done, sir?
Correct.
Do you recognize the what is depicted in exhibit 145A?
Yes, it appears again to be the white rope from the chair.
And this is from Mr. Lychwick's apartment as well, sir?
It appears to be consistent, yes.
Yeah, I'd ask that this exhibit be received into evidence as well.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the receipt of exhibit 145A? Hearing none, it will be received.
Thank you. Judge, at this point, I would ask that the witness be allowed to show both exhibits directly in front of the jury. If it could just do a walk, two passes back and forth so the jury can see it.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the use of the exhibits with the jury? All right, the detective will be permitted to use the exhibits both together with the jury.
And for clarity of the record, is that 145 that you have in your hand right now, sir?
Correct. This is 145.
Okay, thank you.
The record will reflect the witnesses walked back and forth in front of the jury with 145. And he has now done the same with 145A.
Thank you very much. Detective, based on your role in this particular investigation, what, if anything, is the significance of those two pieces of rope that you just displayed for the jury?
It's my understanding that the rope on the chair was consistent with the rope located on the decedent.
Detective, you just testified regarding your role in the search of the defendant's bedroom. Did you also participate in a search of the defendant's living room?
Yes, I did.
And did you locate any items of significance to you during your search of the defendant's living room?
Yes, I did.
And can you please tell the jury what were those items that you located?
There were numerous files, photographs, articles in the living room area, either outside or inside file cabinets, or something of that similar nature, some of it including case reviews on prior criminals and notes on them or operations.
Was there one particular operation that caught your attention, sir?
Yes.
And was that an operation that was detailed as, quote, Operation Slop Shop?
That's correct.
And did you locate any notes that contained the phrase Operation Slop Shop?
Yes, I did.
And if I showed you that here today in court, do you believe that you would recognize it, sir?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask again the court's permission to approach the witness to show a physical exhibit.
Which exhibit is this?
This is exhibit number 146.
Mr. Lychwick, would you like an opportunity to review 146 before it is used with the witness? Mr. Lychwick remains unresponsive. Therefore, Attorney Tombasco, you may approach.
Thank you very much. And the detective, can you please describe what you are looking at for the jury?
Yes, it appears to be approximately a half sheet of a computer paper with handwriting on it.
Is the deceased's name, Carlos Maldonado, indicated in any way on that exhibit, sir?
Carlos Maldonado's name is on here, correct.
And is that the exhibit that you located in the defendant's living room?
Correct.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the note as you found it when you participated in the search of the defendant's residence?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would now move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to exhibit 146? Hearing none, it is received.
And Your Honor, I have a digital copy of that exhibit. It's been referenced as exhibit number 146A. I would just ask permission to publish that to the jury.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to exhibit 146A being used for publication purposes with the jury? There is no objection, therefore it may be used.
Good to go. Detective, is there any point on this exhibit where Mr. Maldonado is indicated as a threat?
There's a Operation Slop Shower. It references him connected to subjects and threats. I believe it says something along the lines of operation. It's hard to read the last word.
I see. And Did you locate any other operation folders when you participated in the search of the defendant's living room?
I did.
And to your knowledge, did any of those operation photos, or excuse me, those operation folders contain any information about any additional operations in reference to Operation Slop Shop?
I believe they did, yes.
Did one of the folders have an indication regarding whether the threats from Operation Slop Shop had been neutralized?
I was made aware that there was reference to that, yes.
That's all the questions I have, sir. Thank you.
Hang on. Mr. Lychwick, do you have any cross-examination questions? All right, Mr. Lychwick is not acknowledging the court. Therefore, Detective, you may step down. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our lunch break now at this time. I will have you report back to begin again at, let's say, 1:10. That gives us some time to go find lunch and have a break. We will see you then. You may be seated. We are outside the presence of the jury. The court will make a further note that Mr. Lychwick continues to not participate in his defense. He is still in his wheelchair. For the last portion of the trial, he's been a little more slumped over, a little more slumped to the side. His head remains slightly forward. He is not nodding or outwardly appearing to fall asleep. The court noted several times during the testimony that he changed positions, that he's wiping his brow, that he's moving his arms, and including one of the times when the court asked if he had any objection to the introduction of some of the exhibits. The court was met with no response just moments after seeing the defendant moving, so it's clear the defendant is not sleeping. He is simply not participating in his defense. Any further record from the state before we break for lunch?
No, thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, anything else from you, sir? All right, we will break for lunch, 1:10.
Your Honor, would the court like me to bring the exhibits to the clerk as well then?
Please.
Yeah.
Yeah, got it. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
September 1st and September 2nd?
Correct.
Okay. You log them into evidence, right?
I do.
Okay. And when are they transported to the crime lab?
The date that they were transported, I don't know.
September 1st and September 2nd?
Correct.
Okay. You log them into evidence, right?
I do.
Okay. And when are they transported to the crime lab?
The date that they were transported, I don't know.
Do you do anything with, I understand you package the evidence, right?
Correct.
Do you do anything with the DNA evidence, meaning do you refrigerate it? What do you do with it?
Once the buccal swab is collected, it's placed in an evidence box and then also a bag. The label is placed on that and it's placed in evidence. There's no refrigeration that happened with that when I placed it into evidence.
I'm sorry, you said there was no refrigeration? Is that what you said?
When I place it into evidence, it's in a locker.
Okay. And in this particular case, not being critical, you don't know how long it's there before it's transferred?
Correct. I'm not the evidence technician.
Okay. Do you transfer it? Do you drive the evidence to the crime lab?
We can at times. We may go with the evidence technician.
Okay, you don't have a recollection of that in this case?
I don't.
Okay. Do you have that exhibit in front of you, man? Can I just take a peek at it? Sure. Appreciate it. And to be fair, the information on here doesn't say who transferred it or when, right?
Not on that form, no.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, man.
Mr. Smestad, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, investigator. You can step down. Who is the next witness?
One moment, Judge. It'll be Ashley Hoffman. She may appear on the witness list as Ashley Price, Your Honor. She's had a name change.
Okay. Ms. Hoffman, please come forward. Keep coming. Right down the middle. That's good. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She'll administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smestad.
Will you please state your name for the record?
Ashley Hoffman.
Were you formerly known as with a different last name?
Yes, Ashley Price is my maiden name.
And what's your occupation?
I'm a nurse,
What kind of nurse are you?
forensic nurse examiner for SART, and then my full-time job is I'm an OB nurse manager.
What is SART?
SART Sexual Assault Response Team.
Is that something affiliated with St. Clair County?
Yes, we cover St. Croix County, Polk County, Barron County, Rusk County. It's a community resource.
All right. Can you briefly describe your education that led you to your job as a nurse?
Yes. Specifically for forensic nurse examiner, I take a 40-hour didactic training, which is where they kind of teach you how to perform medical forensic examinations. And then I also did a 2-day hands-on skills education with Hennepin County for their HART, which is Hennepin Assault Response Team.
Do you have a bachelor's degree in nursing?
Yes.
From where?
University of North Carolina at Wilmington.
Your Honor, if I can approach the witness.
Yes, you may.
Ma'am, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 57, and I'll ask if you recognize that document.
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what it is?
It is my CV for nursing with my experience.
And what's a CV?
CV is just a document that lays out different experiences for how long I was with different organizations.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Exhibits 57.
Any objection?
Okay.
57 is received.
Now, you've testified that you are involved in a number of different roles in your job.
Yes.
I want to specifically talk to you about your position as what you call the SART nurse. What are you asked to do as a SART nurse?
Yes, so typically we do forensic examinations on sexual assault victims. It also spans across to suspects of assault cases, including sexual assault, homicides, anything where evidence collection would need to be done.
Does part of your duties include responding to the St. Croix County Jail when requested to examine folks in the jail?
Yes.
Do you recall July 30th of 2022?
Yes, I do.
Were you on duty that day?
Yes, I was.
Is a SART nurse on call, or do you have specific hours, or how does that work?
We do on-call hours.
All right. Did you get called to the St. Croix County Jail that day?
Yes, I did.
You remember what time?
It was around dinner time. I was sitting down to eat dinner.
Right. Did you go to the jail?
Yes, I did.
What were you asked to do?
I was asked to collect evidence on a homicide suspect.
As part of your duties do you typically get asked to perform an examination of someone who may have been involved in a homicide case?
It can happen. Certainly, we typically do sexual assault cases, but yes, it can happen.
And on this day, were you specifically asked to do an examination of a homicide suspect?
Yes, and I should change my verbiage a little bit. I was asked to do an examination on a suspect that had stabbed 5 people.
You had that information when you went to the jail?
Yes, correct.
One of the things that you do as part of your examination is you prepare a written report.
Yes.
Do you prepare a report?
Yes.
Right, if I can approach.
Yes, you may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you it's been marked as Exhibit 55. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Tell us what it is.
This is our suspect evidence collection examination form.
Is that the report you filled out on your examination with Nikolai Mew?
Correct.
Can you briefly describe what type of examination you do in this context?
Yes. So generally, whenever I first arrive, I speak with law enforcement and kind of get a brief description of why I'm there, why I've been asked to be called and collect evidence. They briefly tell me a little bit about what happened. I meet with the suspects, and then it's kind of a templated form where I go through a bunch of questions, just asking general medical history, if they have a twin, just different questions that might point me into what type of evidence there might be, how I would collect it, if there's any scars, if there's any injuries. I do a full head-to-toe assessment of the suspect and document any findings. I do take photographs. Typically, I get consent at the beginning of these examinations. If I do not get consent, generally we'll go with a warrant if there is one that is issued that lays out exactly what I would be looking for.
Do you remember if Mr. Mew consented to the examination?
Yes, there is a signed consent form in here on, I believe.
One of the things that you do as part of your examination is to inquire as to whether the suspect has specific injuries to direct you to?
Yes. Yep, so I go through and I ask different questions. I take what law enforcement has given me, and then I take what the suspect tells me a little bit about. If I notice anything that I have not been told about, I will ask a question, oh, how did you get this injury? Just to kind of point me to what I'm seeing and where that might have come from.
All right. With regard to medical history, did Mr. Mew tell you anything that you noted as significant in his medical or surgical history?
Yes, he had had a coronary artery bypass graft in 2021.
He told you it was in 2021?
Yes.
Did you have any medical data to support that date?
No.
You took his height and weight?
Correct.
How tall was he when you examined him?
69 inches tall.
And what did he weigh?
248 pounds.
Mr. Mew reported some injuries to you that he took that you made note of on page 4. Pardon me, page 5. Here at the top.
Yes.
What did he report as being the injuries?
He reported getting hit in the back of the head and in the back. Did not have any pain when I was talking with him. The only pain was on his butt from hitting the stones on the river.
Did he report any kind of injury to his ears?
He had reported that someone told him there was blood on his ear. Part of my examination, I do look in the ears with an otoscope, and I did not note anything worth mentioning. No injuries or anything like
Did you
that.
see any blood in his ear?
No, not at that time.
Did he report which ear he supposedly had blood from? If you know, or did you check both ears?
I checked both ears, but I do not remember which ear specifically.
Down towards the bottom of page 5, there's a category that indicates statements made by suspect during the exam.
Yes.
Did you fill that part out?
Yes, I did.
What kind of statements did Mr. Mew make to you during the exam?
One statement was, there were about 7 people on top of me, hitting me in the back of the head and on the back. I don't know with what. A second statement made was, they just attacked me, they called me a child rapist. A third statement made was, a guy pulled a knife on me, I took his wrist and turned it into his belly.
When he was reporting his injuries to you, did he make any mention of being struck in the face? If you recall?
I do not recall directly.
Did he make any mention of being strangled?
Not to my recollection.
Right, and if he had, would you have noted that?
Yes.
Did you examine his neck and throat area?
Yes.
Did you find anything that would indicate that he had been strangled?
No, not that I have noted.
You examined his face?
Yes.
Do you see any bruising or cuts? That you,
I noted a 2 centimeter by 1 centimeter abrasion to his posterior head, so the back of the head.
right. How about his face? Did you notice anything to his face?
Nothing to the outside of his face. On the inside of his left cheek, there was an abrasion.
All right. On the outside of his face, did you see any puffiness or swelling?
No, not that I recall.
Any red marks of any kind?
No, not that I recall.
You did talk about an abrasion to the inside of his cheek. Did he tell you how that happened?
Yes.
What did
Said,
he tell you?
I bit it when I was attacked.
With regard to the abrasion on the back of his head, is that at the top of his head or at the lower part of his head?
It's at the base
All right.
of his skull.
Was his hair covering it, if you know?
I do not recall. Where I have it drawn is kind of right where that hairline would be.
All right. And did he tell you how he received the abrasion to the back of his head?
Yes, he said I was hit back there.
All right. Did you note any swellings or bleeding on the back of his head?
No.
At some point, did you examine the side of his head?
Yes, I did examine the right side of his head.
Did you note any injuries?
No.
Did he make a statement with regard to what injury he thought he had to the side of his head?
Yes. To the right side, he stated, I was hit on the side of the head.
Did you make or examine his hands?
Yes.
Did you note anything of concern with his hands?
There were scattered abrasions on his knuckles of his right hand.
Was there anything on his left hand?
Not that I have noted.
Did you also examine his back?
Yes.
What did you find when you examined his back?
He had about 6 different injuries that I noted. Starting from the upper back, he had a couple of linear abrasions that were red in color, as well as a 7 centimeter by 8 centimeter abrasion on his lower back on the right side.
Did you notice any bruising on his back?
No, not that I have noted.
And maybe, just to make sure, what time of day did you complete your exam? Is it included on your report?
Yes, it is included on page 3. Time was 21:03, so 9:03 p.m.
Understood. Did you take some photos during your examination of the injuries that you just noted?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, well, if I can approach.
Yes.
First off, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 56. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us what it is?
Yes, this first image is a photo identification card stating my name as the photographer, who the law enforcement was involved, date of the photos, and patient name and patient birth date.
And is the rest of the exhibit the photos that you took?
Yes.
And then the last page, what is that? Or is that just a duplicate of the page? Of the first page?
The last page, I take a picture of the photo identification card at the beginning as well as at the end.
All right. On your photo identification card, are you using your former maiden name?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for admission for Exhibit 56 and ask permission to publish to the jury.
Any objection to 56, the photos?
No, did we publish 55 as well yet, or?
No.
55 has not been offered.
Okay.
So 56 is received, go ahead and publish.
Well, Your Honor, I will offer 55, which is a report, but I wasn't intending to publish it.
Any objection to it being received as evidence?
No, Judge.
All right, 55 is received.
We're going to publish digitally here, so if you give us a second. We're ready. All right, Nurse Hoffman, is this the photo identification card you referred to?
Yes.
Page 2, can you show us what that is? Tell us what that is.
Yes, I do a profile image of the suspect so that we know whose photos these belong to.
All right, and this is a photo of his face and upper torso?
Correct.
And as you noted earlier, does the photo show any injuries to his face?
Objection. I think that's for the jury to decide.
Agreed. Sustained.
Moving on to page 3, what's that a photo of?
That is a distant photo of the back.
All right. Did Mr. Mew make any comments as to how he got the abrasions on his back, if you remember?
No, none that I have noted.
All right, all right, we'll move on. Page 4. Tell us what that is.
That is an up-close abrasion injury to the upper back on the right side.
All right. Photo 5, page 5. What's that?
That is a measurement of that abrasion that I have noted on the upper right back.
And what was the, go back, what was the?
2 centimeter linear abrasion.
All right, next page. What's that?
That is a photo of more abrasions to the left side, or to the right side of the first noted abrasion, with measurements as well. So that was a 1 centimeter linear abrasion.
And that's what the next photo shows? This
Yes,
photo here?
correct.
All right, move on, one more. And what is this? I guess it's listed as image 251.
That is an up-close photo of an injury further to the right side.
All right, what type of injury is that?
It is an abrasion.
And then next slide, is this you again measuring it?
Correct.
And how big was?
1 centimeter.
The next photo, can you tell us what that is?
Yes, that is an abrasion further down on the upper right side of the back.
Next photo. Can you tell us what that is?
That is a more up-close photo of the same injury.
And is that one also measured?
Correct. That is a measurement, 3.5 centimeter linear abrasion.
All right, and the next photo, what does this show?
So that would be a picture, a distant picture of the abrasions, a little bit further, kind of mid-back on the right side.
All right. Next photo,
It's a more up-close image of the same injury.
understood? You measured that as well?
Correct.
And this photo that you're looking at now, does that show the measurements?
Yes, they were two 0.5 centimeter abrasions.
This next photo, is that tell us what that is.
That is a red and linear abrasion on the lower right part of the hip.
And then this next photo, is that a close-up of that same abrasion?
Correct.
You measured that as well?
Yes,
That's
measured
shown-
that as well.
That's shown in the following photo.
Correct.
What were the measurements for that abrasion?
7 centimeter by 8 centimeter.
And did you take a couple measurements of that particular abrasion?
Correct.
And that's what does this photo show the second measurement of that abrasion?
Yes.
And then last page, that's what you had described earlier as being the after photo of the identification card.
Correct.
Is that all of the photos that you took?
Yes.
As you're examining Mr. Mew, was he interacting with you, talking with you?
Yes, he was answering any questions that I had.
Do you remember what his demeanor was?
He was very cooperative.
All right. Did he show any signs of being under distress?
Not at that time that I can remember.
Did you take his pulse?
Yes.
And do you remember what it was?
Pulse was 91.
As you were interacting with him, did you observe any indications that he was under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
Not that I can recall.
Right. Did you draw any blood?
I did not.
While you were doing your examination, did Mr. Mew complain of any pain in his ear?
Not that I can recall.
Did you take any samples from Mr. Mew? Did you take samples from Mr. Mew during your examination?
Yes.
What kind of samples did you take?
I took a couple of different collection swabs on fingernails. We do a buccal swab, so that is in the inside of the cheek, and that collects suspect DNA, so we have something to reference, as well as skin-to-skin contact swab, so that would be on the hands. That is all the swabs that I collected on him.
All right. Did you do any swabs of his back at all, if you remember?
Not that I can remember.
All right. What did you do with all this material that you gathered? I mean your report, the photos, the swabs, the samples?
Yep, the evidence samples, we package up, we seal them in an evidence box, and then that gets handed over to law enforcement as part of chain of custody.
Did you do that?
Yes.
You remember which officer you gave the materials to?
Brandy Hart.
Your Honor, I'll move for the admission of 56 if it hasn't already been admitted, and I don't have any other questions for her.
I believe 56 was received as well as 55. Mr. Nelson.
Morning. You're a nurse examiner,
Yes,
and you come and examine people when you're asked, correct?
correct.
Sometimes those people are alleged victims, correct?
Yes,
Sometimes those people are alleged suspects, correct?
yes,
Sometimes those people might be both, correct?
Yes.
When you examine, you do that by asking questions, correct?
Yes.
And then you gather information by listening to the answers, correct?
Yes.
And then you do an examination with your eyes as well, correct?
Yes.
And then you note what you observed, correct?
Yes.
So essentially, exhibit number 55 notes what you heard, correct?
Yes.
And what you saw, correct?
Yes.
When you, oftentimes, most of the time, I'm guessing you're dealing with people who, as it says on here, are sexual assault victims, correct?
Yes.
I would imagine that you've dealt with, you consider that to be a person who's a victim of assault, correct?
Yes.
And I would imagine there's times when you've dealt with people who are victims of an attempted assault, correct?
Yes.
There's certainly times when somebody comes in and they said, somebody was trying to assault me and attack me and I fended them off, correct?
Yes.
I defended myself in some way, correct?
Yes.
You would still do an examination, correct?
Yes.
You would agree that person's still a victim of assault, correct?
Yes.
Whether that assault is completed or not completed, they're still a victim, correct?
Yes.
And in that sense, you deal with these victims of violence, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that victims of violence often suffer physical injury, correct?
Yes.
But also psychological trauma.
Yes.
They're victims of trauma, correct?
Correct.
And I would imagine you have a lot of training and experience in dealing with people who are in the acute phase of dealing with some trauma that they've suffered, correct?
Yes.
And it maybe changes over time how that shows, correct?
Yes.
I would imagine you've seen some people within minutes, if not within an hour, of the trauma that they've suffered, right?
Yes.
And then you've seen some people maybe 24 hours or later, correct?
Yes.
And how people, the signs that they might show of that trauma might depend upon when you see them on that time continuum, correct?
Yes.
As somebody is closer in time to the event, their trauma might be more acute, correct?
Yes.
And as somebody, time goes on, that might be harder for you to observe, correct?
Yes.
Because obviously a lot of the psychological trauma is internal, correct?
Yes.
You're noting physical injuries, right?
Correct.
But it's hard for you to know what's going on inside that person's brain or body, right?
Yes, unless they tell me.
Unless they tell you, correct? And I would imagine sometimes in those positions, people who are victims of violence, victims suffering from trauma, they may not be in the best time to fully disclose the trauma that they've just suffered, correct?
Correct.
One of the things that I'm sure you're trained on is how to get that information from somebody, correct?
Correct.
Because sometimes that's difficult to do when the person has just suffered some life-altering trauma, correct?
Yes.
And it's not unusual for you, in your experience, to know that these victims of violence may not be in the best position to tell you things right away, right?
Correct.
Because the trauma, it impacts that person, correct?
Yes.
It impacts how their body functions, right?
Correct.
And in fact, in here, you took a pulse of Mr. Mew, correct?
Yes.
And his resting heart rate was 91, correct?
Correct.
You would agree that that's elevated, correct?
It depends on the person. Some people do have more elevated resting heart rates. So I would not, at this first meeting, be able to determine if that was elevated or not, as I had not received any other medical history about Mr. Mew.
Sure. You're a nurse, though, right?
Yep.
You've taken people's heart rates quite a bit, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that a resting heart rate of 91 for a 52-year-old male is outside the normal range of what you would expect for a resting heart rate?
Yes.
It's elevated, correct?
Yes, slightly.
So there's other things that might happen to a victim of trauma to their body, correct?
Yes.
The one thing, again, that you were able to measure is heart rate. That's all, correct?
Correct.
You could, and again, I'm just trying to figure out what you did, you could take blood pressure, correct?
Yes,
Is that something you did?
yes.
Was that elevated as well?
Blood pressure was 144/97.
Okay.
Which, yes, is elevated. Then again, some people can have more elevated blood pressures normally, but yes, that would be more elevated than I would normally see.
Other than those two measurements, did you do any other measurements of his body? Not height and weight, but just like internal measurements, so to speak?
Yes, so I collected a full set of vital signs, so that includes that pulse, that blood pressure, respiratory rate, which was 18 at that time, and temperature, 98.2 Fahrenheit.
And you would agree that respiratory rate is, again, same thing, a bit elevated. Agreed?
18 is within normal limits for an adult.
So other things that might be happening inside a person's body that they're a victim of trauma, you can't always measure, correct?
Correct.
You know through your training and experience that sometimes somebody who suffers violence upon them, they might have an adrenaline rush, correct?
Correct.
And after that adrenaline rush, their body might dump all kinds of chemicals into them, correct?
Correct.
And that might have an impact on them, correct?
Yes.
What you see sometimes for victims of trauma is sometimes that those victims may have a foggy mind, correct?
Yes.
May not have the best memory, correct?
Correct.
Or even if they have the memory, they may not be in the best position to retrieve that memory.
Correct.
Or even if they can retrieve the memory, they may not be in the best position to disclose that memory, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes the violence done upon somebody might be so impactful that they're just not in a position to talk about it, correct?
Yes.
And you certainly know sometimes that people who are victims of violence, they also might just get inaccurately report the violence that was done to them, correct?
Sometimes, yes, correct.
Yep, because if violence is being done to a person, that's obviously a high-stress situation, correct?
Yes.
And that might impact their memory of the event, correct?
Yes.
And this is all things that you've dealt with when you've dealt with people who are victims of violence, correct?
Yes.
And the same holds true even if that person thankfully was able to fight off the assault being done to them, correct?
Objection, Your Honors, to the speculation foundation, stating facts not in evidence.
I'm asking her in general.
Overruled.
Would you agree?
Yes.
And what you're doing in your examining is you're, again, trying to gather facts, correct?
Yes.
Because sometimes those facts might tell a story, correct?
Correct.
Because ultimately, part of what you're here to do is to say, figure out what happened, correct?
Yes.
I would imagine it's unusual in your world for you to be able to have a video of actually what happened, correct?
Correct.
So you don't know when you're doing these examinations whether there's going to be some other evidence that might tell the story, correct?
Correct.
And so you're, again, just collecting the facts, because we might not have that video, right?
Yes.
I want to go through some of the things that you did in this case. Just going to jump ahead for a second before we get into this. One of the things you said is you take medical history, right?
Yes.
And the medical history that you received is that Mr. Mew had I think of it as quadruple bypass. Is there another term that you used?
Yes. Coronary artery bypass graft.
Okay. And you made observations of Mr. Mew, correct?
Yes.
You saw his chest, correct?
Yes.
He certainly had a scar consistent with the surgery that he said to you that he had done to him, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that you said you ask about is whether somebody or not has a twin brother, correct?
Correct.
Because that's important for some of the DNA analysis, correct?
Yes.
And you learned that Mr. Mew, in fact, has a twin brother, correct?
Yes, a fraternal twin.
Correct. Okay. I want to go through a little bit then Exhibit 55, and I'm just going to go through some different pages here, okay?
Okay.
And on page 4, I want to go through, start there. That make sense?
Yes.
The handwriting there, that's your handwriting, agreed?
Yes.
And you wrote those things down because that's what somebody told you, correct?
Correct.
So like when you report here, suspect, you're talking about Mr. Mew, correct?
Yes.
Depending upon the view, it could be an alleged victim too. Agreed?
Agreed.
So can we just replace that with his actual name? Would that make sense?
Yes.
Mr. Mew reports he was being attacked. Bystander noted blood coming out of suspect's left ear. Do you agree?
Yes.
Are you aware of the video evidence showing him getting hit upon his left ear?
No, not at that time.
And then it notes, Mr. Mew notes he washed the ear off in the river, correct?
Correct.
And of course, on your form, there's a note that says, post-incident actions, did somebody take a bath or a shower, correct?
Correct.
And here you put no, but you noted incident happened in the river, correct?
Yes.
It's noteworthy to know that water was a part of this, correct?
Correct.
Because water could impact the ability for the evidence to stick around for your collection. Lack of a better phrase? You agree?
Correct.
Including blood, correct?
Yes.
On page 5, you note, again, replacing with his name, Mr. Mew reports getting hit in the back of the head and in the back. You agree with that?
Yes.
He said at that point there was no pain, only pain on his butt from hitting the stones on the river, correct?
Correct.
Did you ask him some follow-up questions about how it is that he came to be falling into the river?
I did not.
Did you ask him some follow-up questions to see the amount of force that was used against him to fall into the river?
No, I did not.
And then on the bottom of page 5, you note some other statements by Mr. Mew, is that right?
Yes.
And he said there were about 7 people on top of me, hitting me in the back of the head and on the back. He said that, correct?
Correct.
He said that he did not know with what they were hitting him, correct?
Correct.
And again, that's not unusual in your experience for a victim of violence to not know what it is that they're getting hit with, correct?
Correct.
Certainly if they're getting hit from the backside, they would just feel the impact, correct?
Correct.
Whether the impact is with open hand or a closed hand, it's just an amount of force that comes there, correct?
Correct.
And at the end of the day, an open hand can cause force just like a closed hand can cause force, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Mew also stated they attacked me and called me a child rapist, right?
Yes.
And then lastly, you noted, just so we're inclusive here, he also said a guy pulled a knife on me, I took his wrist and turned it into his belly, correct?
Correct.
He was, in those statements, fair to say in summary, he said he was attacked, right?
Yes.
And then on page 6, you have, there's pictures of heads, correct?
Yes.
And that's again, looking at the front, the back, the left, and the right side of a person's head, correct?
Correct.
So we'll just note, we're just going to go through that, if I could.
Yes.
And actually, publish that. Do you have that page there in front of you?
Yes.
Can I trade with you so I can use the actual exhibit? Permission to publish the exhibit, Judge?
Yes.
We're on page 6.
Okay.
Looks like it's on. So on the top there, on the upper left-hand corner, it asks the questions, injury noted, and you say yes.
Correct.
And then it asks to give a description, and you say an abrasion to the inside of the left cheek, correct?
Correct.
Obviously, you don't know how that happened, correct?
Correct.
It's not unusual in your world for victims of violence to note that they have an injury, correct?
Correct.
And then they might give they might have a specific memory, and sometimes they might just use deduction to try to determine how it is that they got that injury, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes they're accurate, agreed?
Yes.
Sometimes they're inaccurate, correct?
Sure, yes.
And what he noted is I bit it when I was attacked, correct?
Correct.
You didn't ask follow-up questions to say, did you bite it when someone was punching you in the left side of your face?
No.
You didn't ask that follow-up question.
No, I did not.
Again, and it sounds critical, I didn't mean it to be that way, it's just you're asking a question, you get an answer, and then you kind of move on, correct?
Correct.
At that point, I would imagine there's a fine line between being too invasive, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
You want to be respectful of somebody who may be a victim of assault, correct?
Correct.
You're not going to cross-examine them in that setting, correct?
Correct.
You're not going to follow up with multiple questions to make them relive the trauma, correct?
Correct.
You're going to ask one simple question, correct?
Correct.
And then you're going to note whatever they say.
Yes.
And then moving to the right as we go along, we're looking at the back of the head, and you noted injuries, correct?
Yes.
And that was an abrasion to the posterior head, and you had a measurement of 2 centimeters plus 1 centimeter, agreed?
Correct.
You noted that with your eyes, correct?
Yes.
And then you asked the one simple question, and Mr. Mew said, I was hit back there, agreed?
Yes.
Maybe that he was hit by a person, correct?
Correct.
Maybe that he actually hit his head on the ground or something else, some other object that could have caused that injury, agreed?
Yes.
Moving to the bottom of the page. Can I fold this?
Yes, I thought there was
How about I just do this?
enough room. Yeah, that'll work.
There we go. The bottom of the page, we're looking at the left side of Mr. Mew's face, is that right?
Correct.
And what he told you is that a witness, somebody else had observed blood in his ear, correct?
Yes.
And this is, again, I think you said before, he had said he heard that and he washed it off in the river and looked and he didn't observe it, correct?
Correct.
And that's what you note essentially there, correct?
Yes.
And then on the next one to the right, you ask if you observed any injuries, and you didn't, correct?
Correct.
But you note that he says, I was hit on the side of the head, correct?
Yes.
So he's mentioning he's hit to the head multiple times, fair to say? Both to the back of the head, to the right of the
Correct.
head, and maybe on something causing him to bite his cheek on the left side of his head.
Correct.
And then as we move on to page number 7, you do a kind of a full body scan to some degree, correct?
Yes.
And on the back of the body, you made some observations, is that right?
Correct.
And you note those observations then by making a mark on the back where you saw that with your eyes, correct?
Yes.
And then you went through and took photographs of those areas, correct?
Correct.
And that's the photos that we saw here, correct?
Yes.
All right. The photos that you took of Mr. Mew were photos of where you made observations of injuries, correct?
Correct.
Also, if a person in that situation told you, I have an injury in a particular place and you didn't observe it with your eyes, you'd still take a photo, correct?
Correct.
Because at the end of the day, it's not necessarily what you observe, it's like maybe somebody else sees it and I don't, correct?
Yes. Typically, I only take photos of things that I'm measuring, seeing, so I can describe them appropriately.
Sure. But if somebody told you, I got hit in a particular place and I feel pain in a particular place, you might try to document that one way or the other, correct?
Yes.
Even if you don't see it, you'd want to document it. What you see on that day, correct?
Correct.
And what
Yes.
the best way to document that is to take a photograph, correct?
Yes. Typically, if I do not see it, I will document it on the form. I will not necessarily take a photo of it.
Sure. In this case, you took a photo of Mr. Mew's face, correct?
Correct.
And again, that photo in the background, we see the time is at about 9:20, correct?
Yes.
And so if the 911 call was at 3:45 or so in the afternoon, this is more than 5 hours after this alleged event, correct?
Correct.
So 5 hours after whatever trauma it was that Mr. Mew said that he'd been the victim of, correct?
Correct.
And that might impact what state in that trauma he is going through. Agreed?
Agreed.
That's all.
Mr. Smestad?
Nurse Hoffman, you were asked some questions about elevated blood pressure and elevated pulse. Does having a heart bypass cause folks who survive that procedure to have a higher pulse and blood pressure in general, if you know?
That's not my specialty. It certainly can. Generally, a normal pulse is 60 to 90, and Mr. Mew, it was noted to be 91, so just slightly elevated. A general blood pressure, typically heart patients have higher blood pressures, especially when they're on medications. However, it's hard to know if that's typical for heart patients or not because they're so different.
He was on some medications, right?
Yes, it looks like he was on atorvastatin, aspirin, and potassium.
Torvastatin is what type of med?
It's a med for cholesterol.
Just, is that prescribed to folks who have high cholesterol?
Yes, typically.
Does high cholesterol affect your blood pressure, or can it?
It certainly can. Again, that's not my specialty.
Mr. Nelson had asked you about whether Mr. Mew has a twin. You indicated fraternal twin.
Correct.
Do fraternal twins have the same DNA? If you
Not
know.
typically. That's not my specialty either, but
Understood. Mr. Nelson had asked you about Mr. Mew's statement to you that, quote, "The guy pulled a knife on me, I took his wrist and turned it into his belly." Was that something that he volunteered, or was that in response to a question from you, if you remember?
I don't recall exactly where that statement came from. I do know when I was observing the injuries on his knuckles, I did note a couple of statements when I asked him how he got those injuries. I was trying to stop my tube. These happened maybe when they kicked me. I don't know if it was around then. I know I was examining his hands. I don't know if it was when I was swabbing them or noting the injuries when that statement was made.
All right. Oh. Did you end up taking any photos of his hands?
I did not.
Do you know why?
I do not. I wish I would have, but I didn't.
You indicated that, as you're examining Mr. Mew, he indicated that he had been kicked.
Correct.
When you were examining Mr. Mew, other than the bite on the inside of his cheek, did he complain of any pain in his face?
No.
All right, nothing further.
Mr. Nelson?
Just want to make sure we've got, I think, 3 brief areas here. One of them is medications. He talked to you about medications, correct?
Yes.
Did he tell you at that time, do you have any knowledge that at that time he was being prescribed Prozoin?
No.
Are you familiar with Prozoin?
No, not particularly.
Okay. Medication to deal with PTSD nightmares?
Okay.
Did he tell you at that point he was using that medication?
No.
Medications are something that a doctor has to give, correct?
Correct.
So you can't just go out and ask for some prescription and you get it, correct?
Correct.
No, check, John, this is irrelevant.
You asked about
If it's a medication,
Hold on.
it wasn't taken.
Please come up.
and you get it, correct?
Correct.
No, check, John, this is irrelevant.
You asked about
If it's a medication,
Hold on.
it wasn't taken.
Please come up. Please stand, raise your right hand and be sworn.
You swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson?
Please state your first and last name and spell your last name.
It's John Schultz, last name spelling Shilts.
And how are you employed?
I'm an investigator with the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office.
Can you briefly describe your training and experience for your position?
I can. Specifically to investigations, I have attended numerous courses geared towards investigators and detectives.
And are you trained in doing processing digital evidence?
I am.
What other roles have you held at St. Croix County Sheriff's Office?
I started in the jail as a corrections deputy. Then I went to field services where I was a patrol deputy. Some of the extra activities or specialized activities that I've been in include K9, honor guard, dive team, an operator for our ERU team, crisis negotiator, to name a few.
ERU, is that what some places refer to as like a SWAT team?
It is.
And are you the lead investigator on this case?
I am.
How did you end up as the lead investigator?
We have on-call weekends, and I was on call that weekend.
Did you respond to the scene at the Sunrise Bridge?
I did.
When you were there, did you make contact with some of the witnesses who testified?
I did.
And do you recall who you spoke with at the scene?
As far as witnesses that have testified, I spoke with Owen Peliquin, Ryan Nelson, Alex Vang, Madison Cohen, Janelle Duxbury, Quentin Carlson, and I believe that was it.
And was that a in-depth interview or quickly gathering information? How was that?
I was looking just for quick synopsis, name, date of birth, telephone number, and a synopsis.
Were you trying to sort out who actually saw things and who were just bystanders?
I was.
When you made contact with Owen Pelican, Alex Vang, and Ryan Nelson, those were all, they were with Isaac's group?
They were.
Did you notice any signs of intoxication when you spoke with them?
I did not.
Did you notice any slurred speech?
I did not.
Any swaying while they were standing?
No, sir.
And that was on body cam when you were interacting with them?
It was, yes.
Did you get blood or breath samples for BAC for the witnesses you spoke with?
I did not.
Why not?
I had no clues of impairment for any of them.
Did you, you heard you were here for Sally Standard's testimony. Did you collect any buccal swabs?
I did, from Anthony Carlson.
And was that placed in evidence and secured in the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Have you ever been trained that you're supposed to put DNA samples in refrigeration?
No.
There's been some questions of witnesses about, have you seen the video? Did law enforcement ever show witnesses the video of the incident prior to interviews?
No.
And did you go anywhere else from the Sunrise Bridge? Let me rephrase. Did you do any more interviews that day?
I did.
And where were those done?
At Regions Hospital.
And who'd you speak with there?
At Regions, I spoke with Quentin Carlson again, Anthony Carlson, Tony Carlson, he goes by, Dante Carlson. I believe that was it that day. I attempted to talk to Riley and AJ, but I couldn't because of their conditions.
As part of the investigation, did law enforcement search the river for evidence?
We did.
Including actually in the water?
Correct.
How was that done?
We utilized our dive team who came over and searched that area.
Did that include metal detectors?
It did.
Did they find any knives?
They did, yes.
And can you describe those?
I can. One was a corroded box cutter and another was a corroded pocket knife.
And when you say corroded, do you mean looked like they've been in the water for a while?
Yes, sir.
Watching the video, part of what you got is the video from Joanne, and then you got individual frames of that video, right?
I did, yes.
And so, were you able to, by looking at the total frames compared to the total length of the video, figure out the frames per second for that video?
Yes, it is 24 frames per second, on average.
I want to ask you about Larion Davis. So, did you make contact with him on scene of the river?
I did, yes.
And did he mention something about having a video?
He did.
And did you get that video from him?
I did, yes.
And how did that happen?
I asked him to email it to me and he thought it was going to be too big, so he texted it to me.
And did you see it come through in your text?
I did.
Did you, and you were here when it was played in court, that video?
Yes.
And is that the video, is that how you received it?
I believe so.
And did you notice right away that it was all blurry?
I did. After I started to review it, yes, I did.
But right away when he sent it to you, did you notice?
I did not, no.
Did you follow up, did law enforcement follow up with Larion to try to get the original?
We did, yes.
And what was done to try to get the original unblurred or version?
It was sent, well, first we recovered his phone. Is that what you're asking? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
First we recovered his phone. We learned that Larion's phone had water damage and that it was sent to an Apple facility in Indiana. We acquired a search warrant to obtain that. We did get that. I got the phone back. Part of my duties, I do extractions on electronics to include cell phones. And I was not able to get an extraction from his device. Because I couldn't do that, we also utilized other methods, including search warrants to his cell phone provider, Snapchat, as well as iCloud, in an attempt to get that video.
Were you ever able to get the original video?
We were not.
And did you do anything to see if you could try to get the video enhanced or cleaned up so it would go from distorted to more like how a normal video would look from a cell phone?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
I was sent to MOCIC, which is, I believe it's Mid-States Organized Crime Information Center. They offer a lot of resources to a number of law enforcement agencies. They have a lot more resources than most agencies can afford. One of those things that they can do is assist law enforcement with videos, photographs, things of that nature. So I sent it to them.
And did you get back another version of the video?
I did.
Did it look like a normal cell phone video?
No.
Is MOIC
No.
still blurry?
Correct.
Was and what was the acronym you used?
MOCIC.
MOCIC. Is that also who did the frames for you?
It is.
I'm just going to pull up Exhibit 2 so the jury can see the difference between the two videos. It's the wrong exhibit. It's going to be 21, Judge.
I had planned to take another break before lunch. I was going to suggest maybe we break now while you're looking at your video.
Sure.
So let's take a short 10-minute break. We'll come back shortly before 11 o'clock. All rise for the jury.
No. This is just...
It's not uncommon.
Because we thought the adults would handle it. Was Nikolai in custody at that time?
Yes.
And were the officers around him wearing radios?
They were.
Was there a radio in the squad car when he got placed in the squad car?
Yes.
So I want to talk a little bit about Madison Cohen. I think you said Madison Cohen is one of the ones you made brief contact with at the scene?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing any injury on Madison Cohen?
I did not.
Were you present for her testimony that when she said the sheriff's office told her that the sheriff's office didn't want a photo of her injuries?
I was.
Is that true?
No.
And had you actually previously made efforts to retrieve the photo that she said she took?
Yes.
What was that?
I did an extraction. I did not do the extraction. I reviewed an extraction from Madison Cohen's cellular device. I also did an extraction and reviewed it on Madison Cohen's mother's device.
Why'd you do her mother's phone also?
I spoke with, or I learned that Madison was not sure if she took the photo or if her mother took the photo. So both provided their cell phones so law enforcement could search them for the photos.
And did you locate any photos during the time frame she said she thought she took it that could have been, or that was consistent with her description?
Not during the time frame, no.
And were there any deleted photos recovered from either phone?
There were not.
And when you do a download, why don't you just explain to the jury how you do a forensic download on a phone?
Sure. So a phone in particular, I'll get the device. There's a lot of different variables, but I'll summarize. We pay for software, and I can plug the phone into a box which goes into our computer, which more or less copies the data on the device and then puts it into a readable format that's user-friendly so we can review the data. It's not uncommon that we don't always get everything, and really there's no rhyme or reason. Even the trainers, when I'm going through all these courses, say sometimes they don't know why we get X and sometimes why we do. Just electronics or electronics, sometimes we do, sometimes we don't.
And when you do a forensic download, and including with Madison's phone and her mother's phone, that includes everything the download's able to pull off the phone?
Correct.
So photos, texts, calls, all those things?
Yes.
And so you testified sheriff's office didn't tell her you didn't want the photos. Were you present for a meeting at the DA's office with Maddie when the photos were discussed?
I was.
And what was Madison? Well, did she express some anxiety about deleting the photos?
She did, yes.
And was there an effort to console her?
Yes.
And what was said to her?
Not to worry about the photos.
So she wasn't told you didn't want them, she was told not to worry about it?
Correct.
And that was after you'd already made all these efforts to get the phone that she consented to?
Yes, well after.
So you're the court officer, so you've been present for the trial?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall the testimony with Lieutenant Coleman about how, or he got those points for incident locations from you, right?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury how you estimated those circles for the incident location and the group locations?
I can. As stated earlier, I got frame by frames from that MOCIC, which was taken from the original, or one of the videos from Mr. Cockfield. From those frame by frames, I walked out to the river. I would get in generalized locations and review the photos from the video, the frame by frames, to landmarks on shore, which assisted me in getting in the general location of where the person taking the video, in this case Mr. Cockfield, was at specific times.
And do you remember how long you were out there? Was it a half hour or several hours?
It was several hours.
And that you said you're comparing frames to the terrain?
Correct.
Did you walk all along the scene, like from the area of the bridge to that area of the sandbar?
Yes, I wasn't right next to the bridge, but where that grassy area was, where victims were being pulled out, from that area down to the sandbar, yes.
And this wasn't on July 30th, right?
No.
Do you recall when it was?
I went out there on multiple occasions. I believe twice in August and once in September.
And were there any deep spots in the river in that area?
Not really. There was one kind of back by the sandbar, if you would continue going upriver. And then there was one kind of in the area of the bridge towards the center of the river.
Okay. Can I approach?
Yes, you may.
This is marked as Exhibit 89. Can you draw on here? Well, actually, is the bridge on this map?
No.
Okay. So the area by the bridge, would that be above where this map cuts off?
Yes.
And where was you said there's another spot kind of closer to the sandbar?
Where it was deeper?
Yeah.
Yes. Actually, almost right where it says that 155.31 in that general location.
Around here?
Yes, sir.
And the other one would have been,
Up closer to the bridge, yes.
okay. And how deep?
I could touch the whole time. To my recollection, like my stomach, maybe up to my chest.
And the rest of the areas of that section of the river, what was the depth like from what you recall?
Varied, but not much. Definitely, I shouldn't say definitely. For the most part, it was below my knee. Sometimes it would go up to my thighs.
Lower thigh or upper thigh?
Lower thigh. And depending on where it was, again, like.
Sure. And you said when you're out there, you're taking photos?
I did. I also took photos myself, yes.
Judge, this is Exhibit 84. I'd ask to publish.
Has 84 been received into evidence?
No, I'd move to admit it and then.
Any objection to 84? All right, 84 is received. Go ahead and publish.
I'll let the clerk know when I'm ready. All right, I'm ready. So it looks like there's 132 photos. I'm not going to go through all of them with you. So what are we looking at here in the image one?
My back would be to the bridge, kind of near that grassy point where victims were being pulled out, and we're looking upstream.
And I'm just going to go through, this is 2 until we get closer to some 3, 4, 5. I'm just going to keep scrolling. So what are these flags? This is image 13. What are these flags we're seeing?
I used those flags when I had the frame-by-frames. I would mark them, so then we would know where that spot was, and I could continue to the next spot.
And from this is how you came up with those locations on that map, Exhibit 89?
Yes.
Okay. You can take the screen down. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Trofisi?
Investigator Schultz, have you had, being the lead investigator in this case, does every report, every interview, everything ultimately work its way across your desk?
No, sir.
Okay. So you don't, if this is fair, you don't see some of the work that other people are doing in the case, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. You, in terms of your background, you are, or have been, involved in the crisis negotiation team?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the SWAT team, right?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair if I said to you, those are situations in your experience, your training and experience, that sometimes involve highly stressful events?
Correct.
Okay. You were asked a couple of questions regarding the knives that were located in the river.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I do.
And then you had mentioned that a civilian, I think you mentioned, a civilian had located a knife that had belonged to a Robert Beldozo. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know, as the lead investigator, Robert Beldozo's kind of involvement in this case?
I do, yes.
Okay. Do you know when that knife, because Mr. Beldozo lost the knife, to be fair, on that day, right, on the 30th?
Yes.
He lost it in the river going to that scene. Is that right?
I don't believe so, sir.
You don't believe that he had pulled his knife out and was running over to the scene and then fell and dropped it?
I've watched a lot of the body cam, and I'm not trying to be argumentative.
You're not.
I think he said at one point he thought he pulled it out, but in the body camera footage, you can actually see it clipped like in the back of his swim trunks. So I'm not sure when it was lost. I apologize.
No, but he's saying it was lost on that day, right?
Yes, sir.
Going to, or as he's moving toward that incident, right?
I believe he said he wasn't sure when he lost it. If there's a report, I could review it, but.
No, that's okay. I'll talk to him about it.
Okay.
You also mentioned that in your, I guess, training and experience, these clips and videos that we're watching, just so I understand it, when we go through these stills, 24 of those consecutive stills equals 1 second in time. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. And I want to ask you some questions about your duties or your responsibilities on the 30th of July.
Yes, sir.
And on the 30th of July, you're wearing, as this is going on and you arrive on the scene, you're wearing a body camera. True?
Yes.
You make contact with, I think you said, I'm not saying in which order, but you make contact with Owen Peliquin, Ryan Nelson, and Alex Vang, right?
Correct.
Okay. Do they ever mention to you that they have information that he was looking for little girls, Mr. Mew?
I do not believe they did.
Okay. You then have contact with Ms. Cohen. Is that right?
Correct.
And you had contact with her, I think, 2 times, maybe briefly, but 2 times, right?
I believe that's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And she's providing you some information as to what had happened, right?
Correct.
And how long, I don't know if I heard this, how long have you been an officer?
Lychwick, 24 CF 1881.
I don't recall the exact dates. I've been employed by St. Clair County for
And Dan
16 years this
also
month.
at council table
3
is
that was in
Detective Ben
dispatch.
Stern.
Good afternoon. Mr. Lychwick is present again in person, in custody. Good afternoon, Mr. Lychwick. Also present is Attorney Pablo Galaviz as standby counsel. The court will make a record that Mr. Lychwick, again, consistent with this morning, is produced in his wheelchair in jail orange. The court notes that Mr. Lychwick's hair appears to have been combed or slicked back a little bit better, so he is not as disheveled as he was earlier today.
I am not well.
Mr. Lychwick, did you have an opportunity to retrieve all of your trial notes and exhibits and things like that from this morning, Mr.
I want
Lychwick?
to be able to address the jury and tell them what I'm going through and what you put me through and what I think of you.
That will not be allowed, Mr. Lychwick. Mr. Lychwick, I've been advised by my deputy that you have something in your ears, like makeshift earplugs or something like that. Is that true?
That's my business. That's true, and they're going to stay there, as far as I'm concerned.
I just want to make sure that you are still going to be able to hear the proceedings, that you hear me, you hear the witness testimony and things like that. So that's why I bring it up. As long as you can hear, I'll let you proceed with the makeshift earplugs in, if that's your choice. If at any point you can't hear, though, I want to know that so that we can either make accommodations for it or have them removed. Understand?
I don't understand you at all, because I can hear fine. I just am not up to processing what I hear or dealing with it. And you know that. You must know that.
Anything else you want to state for the record before we continue, Mr. Lychwick?
Again, I protest these proceedings. I am here under duress. This trial is a sham. I am being railroaded. I don't think you are morally fit to be a judge. As soon as I can sit down and write a letter, I am going to complain to your boss, Judge Bugenhagen, and I am going to write my state representative and my congressman and complain about the way I've been treated these 18 months. And now, you drag me from my sick bed this morning? I wonder what your veracity and sanity is, Judge. Moss.
Mr. Lychwick, do you want an opportunity to get dressed in civilian clothes?
I am saying nothing more. This is an outrage. This is not rational.
All right, then we will bring the jury in. Anything else from the state before we proceed?
I provided another stack of the paper exhibits that contain both photos, the PowerPoint presentation I'll be going through with Aaron Christensen, and any other documents or reports. They were all provided previously in discovery, but since he doesn't have that with him, he now has them to follow along if he so chooses.
All right, the court will also note that Mr. Lychwick still has a notepad and pen. He has a stack of exhibits and a stack of exhibits and pictures in front of him. He does have water. And Mr. Lychwick, if at any time you want to take a break and go down and retrieve your other trial materials, we can make that accommodation. But at this point, we will proceed. We'll bring in the jury.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you. You may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to continue with the evidence in this case. The state may call its next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Aaron Christensen.
Please come up to the witness stand, and when you get up here, remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
I do.
Thank you. You may have a seat. Get yourself situated nice and close to the microphone and start by stating your name, spelling both your first and last for the record.
My name is Erin Christensen. My first name spelling is Erin, E-R-I-N, Christensen, C-H-R-I-S-T-E-N-S-E-N.
Specialist Christensen, how are you employed?
I am employed at the City of Waukesha Police Department.
And as a specialist, you're also a sworn law enforcement officer in the state of Wisconsin, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been with the City of Waukesha Police Department?
In my 23rd year.
And prior to becoming a specialist, were you a patrol officer?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to becoming a specialist, did you have any other roles within the City of Waukesha Police Department besides being the patrol officer?
Yes, I'm also a crime prevention specialist.
Okay. Now, as in your current role as a specialist, is there a particular unit or type of work that you engage in?
Yes, one of the things I do is I work with detectives who provide me records that have usually a location information on them from different providers like cell phone companies, and I can then look through them and map them for the detectives for their cases.
Okay. Now, you talked about receiving location records from a detective who's investigating a case. When detectives bring you that data, what kind of format are those records in or that data in?
It depends on the phone company, but usually it is in a PDF or an Excel format, text format, just depends on the provider.
Okay. And in analyzing these location records, how long have you been doing that?
Since about 2015.
And do you have to go through any kind of specialized training in order to know how to read these records and use the software that assists in reading these records?
Yes, my first training was in 2015, and this was an introductory course, and it went over, at that time, telephone providers and for cell phone companies, and went through how kind of the basic, the fundamentals of how it works for cell phone companies and usage, and how they then have different reports that they're logging in the background after people use them. And then we're able to get those reports potentially and then use that information that are on those along with something called a cell site list and map those records.
Are you familiar with the program CellHawk?
Yes.
And for the court reporter, is that CELLHAWK?
Yes.
Okay, what is CellHawk?
CellHawk is the program that we use at our police department to map these records. Many of these records have hundreds, if not thousands, of points or lines that can be mapped with location information. So whereas I used to start by hand being able to do this, now with having so many records, we have this platform called CellHawk that I can upload these reports to that were given to me by the cellular company, and then that will put them into this platform and map them for me.
When we're talking about cell phone providers, what are the major providers whose records you are having or seeing most consistently in your work?
AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon.
Okay. Do each of those providers keep generally the same kinds of information, just maybe in a different format, or have different retention periods?
Yes, each of those do have different formats on those. Some have kind of names that are slightly different for different columns within a document, but overall they have a lot of the same type of information.
And can CellHawk understand or account for the differences in the records depending on which provider gave us the records?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is CellHawk changing any of the data in the records that the detectives receive from the provider?
No.
Are you the one who, actually no, sorry, strike that. Do you have to have any kind of specialized training, or do you have certification in using the CellHawk software?
Yes, I did go to a class in 2018 that was 3 days, also one in 2024 for 3 days, and I've received many other hours of instruction from them by like webinars or other training that I could sign up for. Those go over the same thing. Kind of, they always go, many of these classes go through the basics of this is what a cell company is, this is how you would map it if you were to do it by hand, these are the different documents that providers may give to you, and this is how you could map them, and then this is our program, and this is how you upload them, how you map them, and different ways to display them.
Since 2015, can you give an estimate of how many cases that you've worked on where you've had to analyze these kinds of records?
I would guess probably over 75.
Okay. Now, when you are inputting this data into CellHawk and it provides you with the output, whether that is you can view it in a static view, meaning it doesn't move, or you can create an animation based on the data, do you need to know any details about the underlying investigation in which the detective, sorry, I got distracted. When you are performing this analysis, when the detectives bring you these records, do you need to know anything about that underlying investigation?
I don't need to know.
What is the what, if any, information do the detectives provide to you when they give you these records?
Sometimes they'll provide me with dates of interest, times of interest, or time spans of interest, maybe other phone numbers that they're interested in.
Okay, now if, let's say, because we are going to eventually talk about records in this investigation, if you received records from AT&T for an individual identified as Carlos Maldonado, do you know Carlos Maldonado?
No.
Do you need to know him or know anything about how he's involved in a case in order to do your job?
No.
Moving on then, were you asked to assist in a death investigation that started after remains were found at 1512 East North Street on October 30th of 2024?
Yes.
And was that Detective Ben Stern sitting next to me who came to you to ask for your assistance in mapping records he received from cell phone providers?
Yes.
Were you able to take those records and upload them into CellHawk and create the animation or the static views of those records?
Yes.
Did you also prepare a PowerPoint for your testimony today that encompassed all of those results?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you please turn on the screen in front of the jury? In front of the witness? Okay, Specialist Christensen, do you see this on your screen in front of you?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, can you wipe the screen? Thank you. Okay, do you see the exhibit sticker in the bottom right-hand corner, Exhibit 91?
Yes.
And I will briefly go through all 14 slides. Okay. Having briefly reviewed all 14 of those slides, is this an accurate representation or accurate copy of the PowerPoint you prepared for your testimony today?
Yes.
I would move Exhibit 91 into evidence and ask to publish to the jury as we go through it.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the admission of Exhibit 91?
In light of what we discussed when I returned from break, your question is ridiculous, Your Honor. I have nothing to say anymore throughout these proceedings today.
Mr. Lychwick, that's your
here under
first warning.
duress.
Mr. Lychwick, that's your first warning that the court's going to give you about talking back to the court and talking out of order. The question was whether or not you had an objection to Exhibit 91. Do you? All right. Without a response from the defendant, that exhibit will be admitted into evidence.
Thank you, and I would ask that it be published as I go through it with the specialist.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to the publication of exhibit number 91? Without response, that will be allowed to be used with the jury.
Specialist Christensen, when you are mapping out these records and you end up either having to testify in court or just continuing to assist in the investigation, have you prepared PowerPoints like this before?
Yes.
And in the beginning part of this PowerPoint, are there some general definitions or terms or explaining the methodology of historical location cell site analysis?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to the second slide then, what method do you use to evaluate these records?
I put 3 bullet points here. It's just letting you know that cell phone companies maintain databases that capture and store information related to the usage of each customer's cellular phone. The databases generate call detail records, which are also sometimes referred to as CDRs.
What information is contained in the grouping of call detail records?
The information can vary slightly, but for the most part, it's the date, the time, the duration, the called number, the calling number. They also capture the cell tower, the cell sector, or the cell site. Sometimes the antenna used.
Is it fair to say then, when we're evaluating call detail records, those records are user activity on the phone, meaning someone is actually using the phone, which generates the call detail records?
Not always. It could be that it's voice, text, sometimes data, depending upon the provider and what records they're providing to me that is in the CDR. AT&T, their CDR contains voice document, a data document, and also an SMS document. Not all other providers do it the same way.
Are you familiar with the phrase timing advance?
Yes.
What is timing advance?
Timing advanced is specialized location information that the provider keeps for themselves to analyze their own network and how it's running.
So what's the difference then between the timing advanced data and CDRs?
Timing advanced data is something that the cell provider uses internally to analyze how the network and the towers kind of react with each person's phone to know if they need to do anything else for maybe upgrading their equipment.
And I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No, that I've been told.
Now, that kind of data, the timing advance, is that the phone kind of working in the background even though someone might not actually be using their phone?
Correct.
Okay, so the phone is always connecting or looking for the strongest source or the best signal from that particular cell site. Do I have that right?
Yeah, as anybody sitting and has their phone on, your phone might not be getting calls or texts, but it's just sitting there always analyzing the network and saying, if I'm going to work, the best, which tower am I, or cell site, which one am I going to use right now if a call comes in, so that call isn't dropped. And so you're able to make calls efficiently.
Moving on then to the next slide, when we are talking about cell site analysis, what is the technology that these providers are using to gather this information, or how the phone is connecting to the cell site?
So just on a real basic level, cell phones are pretty much radios, and these use radio frequencies to communicate. As it says that when they are on, they're always looking, constantly scanning the network and looking for the best signal. Typically, the strongest and cleanest signal generally comes from the tower that is closest to the phone, or the tower with the best line of sight, but not always. So typically, it is using the best signal that it's evaluating constantly.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Nope, go ahead.
Okay. Now, we've talked about cell sites, and is there a difference between a cell site and a cell tower?
They're typically the same thing. They can be referred to by different carriers and people. A cell tower can also be called a cell site. The reason being is cell towers typically are things that maybe if you're driving around, you see a tower that has antennas on it. These days, it's not necessarily on a tower. It could be in a church steeple. It could be on a water tower. They could be on the side of a building or on top of a building. So they're not necessarily a traditional tower always, but you might hear people talk about them in the same way. They might say cell tower or cell site, and they're probably talking about the same thing.
Okay. Now, when we talk about a typical cell tower or cell site, is that, or does that involve the provider kind of splitting that up into different sectors?
Yes.
When you're analyzing cell site records, what do I mean by sector?
When a provider will give us in their records a cell site that is used, and then that cell site, they give us what is called an azimuth, which is the center point of a sector. Cell sites are typically divided into, think of a pizza, into 3 equal parts, and each of those parts have different antennas within them those are the ones that are getting the signal and deciding the device and where it's connecting to it.
And moving on to the next slide, there's a couple illustrations that will probably help us as we talk through what a sector is. So on the far right-hand side, that image, is that kind of the pizza shape or the pie shape that you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that center point then, is that the azimuth that you were just talking about?
No, not really. That's just showing you that, yes, that is the center point, but they will specifically give us the azimuth in degrees. So we know right away when we're looking at these documents that as you're dividing it up equally, each is the center point of a sector. These days, it's not necessarily on a tower. It could be in a church steeple. It could be on a water tower. They could be on the side of a building or on top of a building. So they're not necessarily a traditional tower always, but you might hear people talk about them in the same way. They might say cell tower or cell site, and they're probably talking about the same thing.
Okay. Now, when we talk about a typical cell tower or cell site, is that, or does that involve the provider kind of splitting that up into different sectors?
Yes.
When you're analyzing cell site records, what do I mean by sector?
When a provider will give us in their records a cell site that is used, and then that cell site, they give us what is called an azimuth, which is the center point of a sector. Cell sites are typically divided into, think of a pizza, into 3 equal parts, And each of those parts have different antennas within them those are the ones that are getting the signal and deciding the device and where it's connecting to it.
And moving on to the next slide, there's a couple illustrations that will probably help us as we talk through what a sector is. So on the far right-hand side, that image, is that kind of the pizza shape or the pie shape that you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that center point then, is that the azimuth that you were just talking about?
No, not really. That's just showing you that, yes, that is the center point, but they will specifically give us the azimuth in degrees. So we know right away when we're looking at these documents that as you're dividing it up equally, each sector is tower. And that is saying that the phone is somewhere in that sector, but it does not mean that it's within that shaded area.
If, when you are reviewing records that you've been given by the detective who got it from the provider, if you are only seeing CDR records in this return without any of that timing advance or another type of advanced location data, could you have larger breaks in or larger gaps in the records that you're looking at?
Yes.
And that doesn't necessarily mean that there's nothing there. It's just that type of information that would be in that gap was not received by the provider. Is that fair to say? Or from the provider?
Yeah, the CDRs show usage, whether they're making kind of calls, texting, or receiving them.
In looking at the next slide, which is slide 7, it looks like this is an example of the cell site and sector that we just kind of talked about in the last slide.
This is just to get you an idea of it, how it would look on like an actual map.
And then this shaded, actually no, you can't see it, but if we have the 3 sectors, that light shaded area within the circle around that center point, that's your shadowing. So you can see the direction in which that sector is facing. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you referenced an azimuth earlier. Does this slide help explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, so to kind of break down how we think about the degrees, you can think of it as a clock. So if you were looking at 12 o'clock, that could be 0 degrees, which is pointed north. Cell phone companies will let us know that azimuth. So if it is at 0 degrees, that means that the sector will go to 60 degrees and then to 300 degrees the opposite way, and then so on around it.
Now with this slide here, slide 9, this is an example of timing advance measurements. Is that correct?
Yes.
In the case that Detective Stern asked you to assist with, in terms of analyzing phone records, did you receive timing advance records for phone numbers for either an individual named Carlos Maldonado or Kevin Lychwick?
For Maldonado.
Okay. Now, can you explain then these arcs on the timing advance?
Yes. So the point that comes together, the middle of the pie for that sector, that is where the cell site is. And then the sector goes out from it. And then the timing advance has a measurement on there or a number that gives us a distance from the a measurement from the cell site to the device at the time of connection.
Are you able to tell from those arcs where exactly a device is located on that arc?
No.
Why not?
It is not giving me a specific point on the arc. It's just saying it's likely this distance from the center in this sector on that arc somewhere.
Okay. How would you be able to obtain an exact location if the timing advance just tells you an area on the arc in that sector that a device would be? Is there a way to do that?
There's different ways with communicating to detectives, so they could potentially get video from somewhere, or other types of records, potentially other types of location records as well.
Okay, so if we're talking about the detective has to go to an area in that sector that we've talked about, that requires them to physically go. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, and they would have to drive around the area and either look for cameras or look for anything that could corroborate or try to narrow down the location of that device within that sector. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this case, you talked about, or I referenced to you, an individual named Carlos Maldonado. So now that we are moving into the specific records you reviewed, what is this slide detailing for us?
This is just letting you know that Detective Stern provided them the records for me. He asked me to look at activity on April 14th, 2024. It gave me the device phone number. It was from AT&T. The records he provided included subscriber information, the declaration about the records key, which tells me little intricacies about how to read the records, and various usage reports. And then he also provided me with a Google location data from his Google account, and then other specific usage documents and authenticity.
When we're talking about that declaration or authenticity, what kind of document is that?
That's that whoever was at that phone provider pulled those and are saying that they're true and accurate.
Okay, and that's something that comes with each set of records. Is that fair to say that you've analyzed?
Yeah, typically.
Okay. As you are reviewing, and I guess first I should ask, the phone number for Carlos Maldonado, was that serviced by AT&T?
Yes.
Okay, and now once you get those records from AT&T, do they give you a cell site list or tell you specifically how to read these or interpret these records?
AT&T does not provide a cell site list on some of their documents. They do have some location information on them. However, the location information is specific to the time the report is run. So given that this case wasn't from about November of 2024, and we believed that the incident occurred in April, we were about 6 months that those tower locations would have been could have been different. So the stuff that was on the report. So we are directed to get and best practice is to get a cell site listing from the time of the incident. So usually it can be, the same month or a month right around it. And I was able to get one through the National Domestic Communications Assistance Center, which is under the Department of Justice, and I got that cell site list from April of 2024.
Does each provider, when they return records, use Central Time, or are there different time zones that CellHawk can actually convert?
They provide them in many times different time zones. So they could be in UTC, they could be in Eastern Time. Some providers provide them all in UTC. Some have different ones depending upon the document they give you. The nice thing about CellHawk is that when it ingests this, I let it know I want it to convert the times to Central Time, which is the location of where our crime was. And then that way, all the records for all the different providers potentially are in a universal time. I'm not altering any documents, the original documents by any means. It is just a way to show consistently then the times now and where we are.
And moving to the next slide then, what are we looking at here on slide 12?
Here, this is just an overview of our area. Those orange circles are just cell sites for AT&T specifically. So those are all the different cell sites at that time in April of 2024 that are in the area. Those are not ones that are used by Maldonado. Those are just all that could have been used depending upon where somebody decided to go.
Now, slide 13, is this a static view of timing advanced data and Google location history for Mr. Maldonado on April 14th of 2024?
Yes, it also has the CDR information.
And the CDR. Okay, thank you for correcting me. So are all of these, I guess, images that we see, all of these blue lines, and these are all sectors?
Yes.
Okay. And now, on the next slide, when we see this animation, how is the jury supposed to be interpreting this? Because it looks like just a bunch of blue circles everywhere.
Yeah, so this is just saying that this is his usage on those CDRs, so that could be his voice, his data, his SMS for that day, but it also is that report timing advance, so also information that is just running in the background of his phone when it connects to check for those the best signal. It should be noted that the static here, it'll show the sector for the timing advance, but it is not showing the arcs for it on this static one. You will see those in the next slide. It only worked with the animated at the time of this.
Okay, and when we watch the animated, will it start with the same overview map that we're seeing now on this static slide?
It will not. You will see it starting off in an area at one sector near 1512 East North Street, Waukesha. You can also see that on this map, kind of in the center of it, with that red marker. And then you can also see an orange marker in the Delafield area with that orange marker.
And on this animation that we're about to see, are you able to see a path of travel that the device associated with Mr. Maldonado took to that Home Depot in Delafield and then come back to 1512 East North?
Yes.
Okay.
So
I'm sorry.
Roughly 8 a.m. to about 9:30. You'll see it using the cell sites in the area of 1512 East North Street. And then you'll start to see the sectors or cell sites start being used right in that area and then traveling kind of westbound towards the Delafield area around 9:40, 45 to about 10:30. It stays right in that area of Delafield by Home Depot. And shortly after, around 10:35, you'll start seeing the cell sites and sectors start being used traveling eastbound, going back towards the Waukesha area.
Moving on then to slide 14. On the right-hand side, kind of in between the map and the key.
Both of these, the images from the previous slide and this one, are screenshots from that. I then can set the selector at the bottom. So 1 second of time on this animated map equals 5 minutes. So stuff will be pretty quick when you start to see it, but you will definitely see the movement.
Okay, and right now, before I press play, can you see that red? I know it's kind of small on the big screen. It's smaller than I thought it would be. The red dot at 1512 East North. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then a little bit below it, we see a sector. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what, if I'm understanding correctly, that sector, because that shaded area is what you filled in, so you can't say exactly where in that sector the device is, but this is the general direction, or it'd be within that sector. Is that correct?
It's saying that there was some sort of usage in that sector.
Okay, and is that something then you see throughout the day once Mr. Maldonado's device comes back to the building at 1512 East North?
Yes.
Okay, so I will press play then.
Did you want to do the Google locations too? Or
Yes.
talk about that next?
No, we can also talk about that before I press play. So the Google locations, how does that relate to the timing advance in this path that we're about to see?
So the Google locations, you will see those as kind of a teal color. Something to note about those is that when I get those records, those are also converted into Central Time by Cellhawk. I select in Cellhawk to only display bubbles that you will see or markers that are 300 meters or less. If I have a larger one on there, it's going to take over the entire thing and you won't be able to see anything else. So I really narrow it down. You're going to see tiny little teal marks potentially that are like the size of a pen tip. So you have to really watch for them. You will also see the time that they're being displayed. So know that if you don't see the actual mark, it is like probably right behind that time that we're seeing it. And you'll also be able to see that traffic kind of going, I want to say around 8:50. They'll start near that 1512, kind of travel south towards the downtown area of Waukesha, go up Delafield Street to Northview, heading westbound all the way on Northview, eventually get to Silvernail, continue to head westbound onto Hillside Drive in Delafield to Home Depot, and then travel back on 94 eastbound to Pewaukee Road, and then go towards the residence at 1512 East North Street.
And when you're looking at the rest of the day on April 14th of 2024, once the device comes back to that sector, do you see any movement at all like you do when we see the device going to Delafield or the Brookfield area?
No, it will predominantly uses the towers that are around the residence at 1512, and then the Google locations stay right in that area as well.
So from what you can tell, that device isn't moving then the rest of the day once it comes back from Delafield and Home Depot?
Correct.
Okay. Now on slide 14, I will play the animated map. Okay, I'm pausing There is no timestamp on the bar that pops up here, but if I look at the timestamp on the Cellhawk software, it looks like 12:50 and 51 seconds on April 14th of 2024. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when we watched that animated map, did you start seeing those larger arcs that we were talking about earlier related to timing advance?
Yes.
And then this path of travel to the Delafield Home Depot, all you do with that is show the detectives, this is what I found. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then it's up to the detectives to find out whether there's any kind of corroborating evidence out there to show that the owner of that device was in the area with the device. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we saw for a little bit before I paused it at that 12:50 and 51 seconds, we saw that same blue sector pop up right below that red marking or marker, and then it would go away and then it would pop up again. Is that the device running in the background and that's what's catching on that sector, or is there something else?
I'm not sure if it had the arc or not.
Okay.
I'm not sure which data. It would be either from that. It would be from one of those documents. I can't say for certain. Occasionally, the timing advance does not have an arc associated with it, so it still could be on that document, but I can't tell you which one.
Okay, so it could either be running in the background, but it could also be the CDR type of activity that we talked about earlier. Is that maybe more likely because you're not seeing the arc? Or you just can't tell for sure?
Without looking at the records specifically, I couldn't tell you which one it was exactly.
Okay, thank you. Now, we also talked in the beginning about how Detective Stern, when he came to you, he provided you records for Carlos Maldonado and Kevin Lychwick. What provider serviced Kevin Lychwick's phone number?
Verizon.
Okay. Have you had experience with Verizon before in terms of getting these cell site records?
Yes.
Does Verizon have a short retention period when it comes to that specialized location data of the timing advance?
Yes.
Do you know what that retention period is?
Less than 10 days.
So if we were looking at April 14th of 2024, and now we don't start getting or requesting cell site data from providers until 7 months later, for Verizon, that specialized information is gone. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, so that has nothing to do with the police department not asking for the right information. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you receive any records from Detective Stern that he obtained from Verizon?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically as to Mr. Lychwick's phone number?
Yes.
So even though we didn't have that specialized timing advance, are we still able to get any of those CDR types of records that we talked about?
Yes.
Did you upload Mr. Lychwick's CDR records into Cellhawk in an attempt to perform a cell site analysis?
Yes.
Were you able to get any information of value from the records that we obtained from Verizon?
No, no.
Why not?
There was no location information. There was no usage and no location information for those days.
Okay. I do not actually, one more question. For AT&T, what's their retention period?
For
the specialized location data?
Specialized, I think that's 13 months.
Okay, so if we did not start in this investigation until 7 months after the date in question, that's still well within the range, and that's how we were able to get those records for Mr. Maldonado's phone number. Okay. Now I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, do you have any cross-examination questions? The defendant is not responding to the court. Therefore, Specialist Christensen, you may step down.
Thank you. The state calls Detective Fyan. Thank you.
They don't need some power.
Detective, you can come up to the witness stand here. When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn by our clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you. You may be seated. When you are ready to begin, start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
First name is David, D-A-V-I-D. Last name, Fine, F-E-Y-E-N.
Sir, how are you employed?
I'm a detective with the City of Waukesha Police Department.
How long have you been so employed?
24 years.
Do you currently have a special assignment within the City of Waukesha Police Department?
Yes, I do.
And what is that assignment?
So I'm one of two members of our digital forensic unit, formerly known as computer forensics unit. We are responsible for anything evidentiary that comes into our department that has to do with digital evidence, i.e. cloud download, cell phone extractions, laptops, computers, thumb drives, memory cards, things of that nature.
A lot more variety than just computers nowadays, fair to say?
Fair to say.
Okay. Now, in order to have this special assignment in the forensic department, do you or did you obtain any kind of specialized training or certifications to be able to understand this data that you're extracting and also use the software tools that allow you to do that?
Yes, I have been doing this since approximately 2012. In that time, I've had continued education throughout my career as the DFU unit, and I probably have accumulated over 800 hours of formalized training. That does not include, speaking with other people and kind of doing informal training. I probably do about 200 exams per year of a device or a computer. I've gone through training with IASIS, the International Association of Computer Specialists, and they've received their certification. I've also received certifications from Celebrite, Magnet, several other companies in terms of using their software and their tools to do extractions both on cell phones and computers. Received training down through the Secret Service at NCFI in Alabama on a variety of computer and network examinations for forensics.
Your lab at your police department, do you also assist other agencies, other law enforcement agencies within Waukesha County if their departments don't have this kind of equipment but do need assistance with downloading or extracting data from devices?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Now, do you have, and you've talked about it a little bit, but do you have specific training as it relates to either Apple iPhones or Android phones, knowing that they're different operating systems?
Yes.
Okay. And can you still use the same software tools to perform an extraction on an Android versus an iPhone, or are there different tools you use?
No, we use a variety of tools, but all the ones we use can run both Android and Apple software phones.
Once you receive an item, can you explain for the jury the process of creating a forensic image of that device?
In terms of cell phones?
Yes, let's talk about cell phones, sorry.
Certainly. So the process is that I will obtain the physical device either directly from an investigator, police officer, detective, or it'll be in our evidence room. I'll check that device out, bring it up to our lab. And I also examined the search authority, making sure we have a valid search warrant or consent to search the device, then I will make sure I can isolate it from networks. So that means putting the phone into airplane mode if I can. If I can't, I'll try to remove the SIM card from the phone and to take that out to isolate it from cellular networks. Last resort is we have a specialized room within our department where you can walk into and it closes the doors and shuts out all radio frequencies. And this way I protect the phone from receiving or sending any messages out or getting wiped remotely. And then once I've secured the phone and isolated from networks, I'll then connect it to two of our primary devices, either a magnet gray key, magnet, M-A-G-N-E-T, gray key, G-R-A-Y-K-E-Y, or a Celebrite UFED, UFED device to help extract the data from the phone. Once I extract the data from the phone, I can use another software tool. In this case, we use Celebrite physical analyzer software to help decode and let me sort through and sift through and view all the pictures, text messages, call logs, all the information that's on the phone that you see as a user, as well as a lot of information you don't actually see as a user. It's hidden, such as log files and GPS locations.
You talked about making sure that you put the phone in airplane mode or otherwise prevent it from accessing the network. What concerns do you have about the data within the phone if it stays connected to the network as you're trying to make this forensic image?
Well, we want to keep the phone as, I guess, fresh as possible, as close to the event. So I don't want new data to come in the way of pop-up messages, Facebook messages, somebody calling the phone, because that can push out and delete old information that I may have needed. I also don't want, if the owner happens to be out of custody and they have access or they call a friend, I don't want them to send a remote wipe signal and have the phone sitting in my hands and all of a sudden it reboots and it says, welcome, please set up your new phone. I don't want that to happen because once that happens, I've lost all my data. So it's important to isolate it from cellular networks and Wi-Fi networks.
Okay. Now, when we talk about that process, you mentioned what I think are two different steps. The extraction itself, which in this case with the two phones you were given by investigating detectives, you use Cellbrite Premium to do the actual extraction. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you have that extraction, is that sometimes referred to as the raw data from the phone?
Yes, we call it a full file system, but yeah, it's the data that the phone is pull out. The phone gives to the software tool that includes all the messages and pictures and things that we want to look at.
Then you take that extraction or the full file system, if that's what you were able to obtain, and then you put that into the Cellbrite Physical Analyzer, and that's the software that kind of decodes everything in that full file system you obtained. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are there times where when you are extracting a phone or creating that forensic image that you do not get a full file system extraction?
Yes, it does happen. It depends on the software version of the phone. Sometimes it depends on the phone brand itself. Sometimes we're limited. The full file system is what we really want to get. That gets as much data as possible. Sometimes there's something we call a logical or advanced logical, which is a lot less data, but it's typically the information that would be on the phone that you would see if you were to hand scroll. So all your pictures that are on there, your call logs, your text messages, that sort of thing. That will come in at advanced logical, along with some other information, but the full file system is what we really go after each time because it has the most data we can possibly pull off the phone.
Does it also matter if you have the passcode to get into the phone in terms of how much data you can retrieve from the phone or whether it's that partial or full file system?
Yes, having passcode certainly helps. We have ways to get around some passcodes, not all of them. But yes, if I'm able to go around the passcode, sometimes I get slightly less data. But again, it's a wide range of information we can get depending on the phone, the operating system, the updates from Cellbrite or gray key in terms of how much data we can get from it. There's a lot of variables that are involved.
Why do you engage in this process where you are using software tools to create this forensic image of the phone versus just manually scrolling through it?
Use the analogy of an iceberg. If you imagine the iceberg has a large chunk below the water surface, then what you see above it is just a portion of it. If you manually scroll a phone, you're seeing just the top. There's a lot of information that lies below. And if you're just going to manually scroll and take pictures of the phone, if that's the only option we have because of software updates, that's what we take. But I want the full file system to get as much data as possible and get all that ice that's below the water.
If you were to manually scroll through a phone versus using one of these tools, do you run the risk of potentially changing timestamps or making changes to any of that underlying data that you talked about?
Absolutely. So if I start looking at pictures, I'm going to start changing timestamps on pictures. If I start reading text messages, I may change a message that was unread to read, and that's going to show up in any forensic download I would do later on. In the background, the phone is always creating logs. So if I start holding the phone and turning it, like my iPhones will register your orientation. So I'm creating new data on the phone that I really shouldn't. So doing the file system extraction with a forensically sound tool is the best way to get as much data without adding or modifying or creating any additional information on the phone by my own actions.
Now, once you are ready to start creating a forensic image of a phone, do you first obtain that phone from property, or is it given directly to you by the investigating detective, or something else?
It can be either way. Sometimes I collect it myself if I'm at the crime scene. Sometimes it's handed to me. Sometimes I check it out at evidence. It really depends on the case.
And going back to October and November of 2024, were you approached by Detective Stern to assist with the forensic examination of 4 digital devices?
I believe it was 5 altogether.
5 altogether. Okay, thank you for correcting me. In focusing on a cell phone that belonged to Carlos Maldonado, a phone belonging to Kevin Lychwick, and 2 SD cards. Were those 4 of the 5 devices you were provided by Detective Stern or requested to extract by him?
Yes.
Okay. Starting with the phone then that was belonging to Carlos Maldonado, was that a Samsung phone?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, did you follow that same 2-step process that we talked about earlier to create a forensic image of Mr. Maldonado's phone?
Yes.
And were you able to obtain a full file system extraction for his phone?
Yes.
Okay. When you are performing this extraction, once you have completed that 2-step process, do you review the forensic image yourself, or do you give it back to the detectives to review, or a mixture of both, or something else?
I'd say it's a mixture of both, again, case dependent. Sometimes I will turn over the Cellbrite report that's created after I generate it and give it to the investigator and say, you know the case better than I do, you look through it. In this case, I looked at it first, found some artifacts of interest, and then turned it over to Detective Stern to actually have him look at it because he had a bigger view of what was going on, and then he was able to find artifacts that were relevant for this case. So it's kind of a mixture of both.
Okay. Now, once during that second step, you input that full file system extraction into the Cellbrite physical analyzer, are either you or the detectives reviewing it able to create a bookmark report that is generated through Cellbrite?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what is that part of what you're talking about with sometimes you review it and flag artifacts that might be of interest, or the detectives can do that when they're reviewing it on their own? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you reviewed the extraction from Mr. Maldonado's phone, When you reviewed the extraction from Mr. Maldonado's phone, did you find any artifacts that told you that the user of this phone was Mr. Maldonado?
Yes.
Can you give a couple examples of what you found to show that, yes, this was Mr. Maldonado's phone?
The name of the phone, which is something that you can create, I think it was Carlos's, and it had the model number after it. It was Carlos's, and then the model number of the phone after it. There was a Facebook account associated with him. His name appeared several times in the phone itself. There was a lot of selfie pictures taken with the phone in a selfie format of him, clear. So those, a lot of user artifacts which led back to Mr. Maldonado.
Were you able to view Mr. Maldonado's browser history specifically at 7:38 p.m. on April 13th of 2024?
Yes.
And why did you review that particular search or that part of the web history?
I was trying to establish a timeline of when the phone was last used. And sometimes people aren't always calling or texting, sometimes they're web surfing instead of that. So I'm looking to find out when is the last time that phone is being used.
Do you remember what that browser history search was?
Don't.
Okay, that's okay. Now, did you also look at as you're going through the phone to assess a timeline, did you note any outgoing activity on April 14th, 2024 at 9:20 and 31 seconds in the morning?
Yes, I did.
And do you know did you see the phone number that was called?
I did.
And did you run that phone number to see who or what kind of business that phone number belonged to?
Yeah, it was the Home Depot in Delafield, Wisconsin.
Okay. Now, once you see that outgoing call and you look for the rest of the day on April 14th of 2024, and maybe even in the days following, did the phone receive text messages?
Yes.
Did the phone receive incoming calls?
Yes.
Are you able to tell if any of those text messages or phone calls were answered or if they were missed?
I could see that they were all missed.
So after that outgoing call at 9:20 and 31 seconds in the morning, nothing else gets returned in terms of text or calls.
Correct.
Now moving on to the 2 SD cards that you were provided by Detective Stern. Is there a different kind of imaging process as it relates to SD cards versus cell phones?
Yes, there is.
What is that imaging process?
The imaging process takes the physical card. In this case, it was a micro SD card, a 32 gigabyte Waze brand, WIZE branded memory card, and I place it into what's called a write blocker. And a write blocker is a piece of physical hardware attached to my computer. And what it does, when it's turned on, it prevents any computer from writing, modifying, deleting any data that's on that evidentiary, in this case, memory card. So if I were just to try to open the memory card, I can view everything that's on it. I can make a copy of it, but I cannot tamper or change anything on the actual card itself. So the process is, once I insert the card into this write blocker, I use a tool called FTK Imager. And then I create a bit-for-bit copy of everything that's on that card. And once I have the image of the card, I then can point my forensic tools at the image, and then the card itself goes back into evidence.
In this case, with the 2 SD cards, once you have that copy, or the image copy, do you then run those image copies through Axiom?
Yes, I use Magnet Axiom as the tool to look at that image.
Okay. Did you review every single item that, or I guess video or image that was on that copy?
No, I took a really brief glance at what it was, but I did not go every single video clip.
And were you able, so they were all video clips on this image copy?
They were all video clips.
Okay, and that would have been then provided to the investigating detectives for them to review it and see if there was anything of evidentiary value on there?
That's correct.
Okay. Lastly then, were you provided a Samsung phone belonging to an individual by the name of Kevin Lychwick?
I was.
And to your knowledge, was that recovered during a search warrant at his apartment and the phone was recovered from his bedroom?
Yes, it was.
Were you able to see, once you placed the phone on airplane mode, did the phone have a passcode?
This phone did not have a passcode.
Okay. Now, did you perform that same two-step process that we talked about you performing on Mr. Maldonado's phone?
Yes.
And from Mr. Lychwick's phone, were you able to obtain a full file system extraction?
Yes.
Did you end up reviewing the extraction from Mr. Lychwick's phone, or would that have been provided to Detective Stern for additional analysis?
Again, just like the first phone, I did a preliminary review of the phone results. I bookmarked several items, but then I turned everything over to Detective Stern, again, who had a better view of the whole case in chief to review and find the evidence that was really important.
I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, do you have cross-examination questions for this witness? Mr. Lychwick is not responding to the court, therefore, Detective, you may step down. Attorney Thompson, why don't we take a short break?
I think that's perfect.
So I'm going to excuse the jury for about 5-10 minutes, and we will resume testimony after that. Thank you. You may be seated. We are outside the presence of the jury. I'll just make a record of my observations of the defendant during that period of testimony. The defendant continued to remain seated in his wheelchair with his arms crossed. His eyes were closed for most of the testimony. When Detective Fine started testifying, he was appeared to be looking at Detective Fine through heavily squinted eyes, as though he were keeping them mostly closed but still taking peeks at the detective when he testified. Otherwise, the defendant was similarly non-responsive as he has been so far for most of today. Anything the state wants to place on the record before we break?
No, thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, anything else from you? All right, we will break for 10 minutes.
Three was in the jail, the rest field services.
Okay, so for a substantial period of your career, you're out trying to investigate alleged criminal behavior, right?
Yes.
Okay. And with what you know at that point about what's going on, you're looking at Madison Cohen as you're talking to her, right?
Yes.
Okay. Having been a law enforcement officer for the length of time that you have, if you had noticed something on her face which was consistent with what she was telling you, would you note that?
Yes.
Okay, so if I said to you, Investigator Schultz, somebody punched me in the face. If I had physical injuries that were consistent with that, you'd write that down, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you, in some situations, photograph that?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't see on either one of your contacts with her on that day anything on her face that supports the claim that she was punched, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember her testimony saying that her eye was puffy? Do you remember that?
Vaguely, I believe, yes.
Okay. You didn't see that, did you?
No.
Do you remember she also mentioned that the next day she had like some yellow, almost like bruising? Do you remember that?
I'm sorry, I don't remember saying that. If you're telling me she did, I believe you.
No, she says, any bruise? The question was, any bruise? She said a little yellow.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you say to people in this particular case, do you say to Ms. Cohen, look, if something shows up later, if a physical injury shows up later, capture that for us, we'd like that?
I don't recall what all I said, sir.
Okay, but was that something that you might do in these type of cases where a physical injury may appear later?
Yes.
Okay. And you know, if this is fair, at some point, there is an attempt to get a photograph or an alleged photograph off of her phone, right?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell me this? You are a forensic examiner of cell phones.
Correct.
All right. And you didn't do the extraction on her phone, but you reviewed it, right?
Correct.
Okay. And
the verdict in the other trial of Carmelo is guilty of murder. He has been found guilty of murder, and we will see what happens if riots or protests occur, and that is the verdict in that case.
And can you tell me, is there a difference in when you do these extractions between allocated and unallocated space?
Yes, unallocated is just like deleted space.
Okay, so if I'm on my phone looking at some website or some video or something, and I click off that, does that go into unallocated space?
It could be cached. I guess I'm not certain if it goes into unallocated or not. I apologize.
Is it, in your experience, your training and experience, is it more difficult to locate things in allocated or unallocated space?
It's easier to locate if it's not deleted, yes.
Okay. And you agree, well, let me ask you this. The reason you do these downloads sometimes in law enforcement is you're looking specifically in some situations for things people delete off of their phones, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you can get a bunch of stuff sometimes off of deleted images or videos or text messages, things like that, right?
Generally speaking, yes.
Yeah, okay. And in your review of what you saw on the document review of Madison Cohen, there's no photograph recovered, correct? We know that.
Correct, during that time frame when she said it was taken, correct.
And there's nothing in that document review or that report that indicates that there was a photo that had been deleted either, right?
Correct, there showed no deleted photos on either examination of Madison Cohen or her mother's phone.
And I think Madison, I don't disagree with what you're saying, I think Madison also had said that she might have actually texted that picture to her mother. Do you remember that?
Yes, or vice versa.
Okay. And that's the reason that you want to look at mom's phone, is to see, well, there could be this text that went through. So even if Madison deleted it, we can get it from mom, right?
And there was, I don't have the right word, neither was certain which one took it either. So we weren't sure if mom took it or Madison took it. But yes, that was part of it as well.
Okay. And you do the forensic examination for Madison Cohen's mother's phone?
Correct.
Okay. And if I word this incorrectly, let me know.
Yes, sir.
No photograph that was in her, well, I'm going to say like saved images, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I have photos on my phone of my children and things like that.
Yes, sir.
Nothing in that area that you could just access by kind of swiping through, right?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Nothing relates to Madison's picture of her face.
Correct, yes.
And nothing in her deleted images which would support the claim that either she took the photo or Madison sent her the photo, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I know that you said in some situations, sometimes we just don't get images, right?
Yes.
But that would have to happen in both of these cases then, right?
Yes.
You agree that you would never say, or you didn't say to Madison Cohen, I don't need that photo, it doesn't matter, right?
Correct.
Okay, you would, in a case like this, you guys, when I say you guys, law enforcement, you wanted every piece of evidence you could get, right?
I can, and can I correct myself in my last one or just clarify? If she told me she had a photo, yes, I would want that. Maybe being empathetic and saying it's okay, don't worry about it, yes, but no, if there's a photo, yes, we would want it.
Sure. So when she said, I told them I have a photo, and they said, don't worry about it, that's not something you would say, right? Like,
We did say don't worry about it, but we didn't say that we did not want it, if that's what you're asking, I'm sorry.
no, you would, in a homicide case, you would want all the information that you could possibly get your hands on, right?
Correct, yes, sir. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you.
No, you're good. Did you ever, and I don't know if this is possible, this MOCIC,
Yes.
do they have the ability to get information off of phones that you don't?
I asked them, and they, actually, this is where I learned, it got compressed. I didn't know that could happen, and they said there's nothing else that they can do besides the resize of the video. So no, they couldn't do anything more than I did.
Okay, so as it relates to looking for the information on Madison and Madison's mother's phone,
Yes.
you giving that to this, this organization that has more resources, that wouldn't have been useful? I'm just asking.
I don't know if they take phones, they might. I assume that they use the same Celebrite and or Axiom, magnet Axiom that we use, but I don't know, sir.
Okay. You were asked questions about when you saw Owen, Ryan, and Alex, if you ever tested their alcohol level or asked for a test. You remember that?
I do.
Okay. And you've heard, for example, Owen testify that he was drinking beer and doing shots of alcohol and using marijuana, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm not being critical, it's more of a background question. You would agree drinking and using drugs may impact a person's ability to accurately perceive what's going on, right?
Yes,
Okay. And it can also impact their ability to just recall it too, right?
it can.
Okay. And you know, or you've heard by sitting at trial, all of these people admit that they had been drinking. Some admit they've been drinking and using marijuana, right?
I believe with the exception of Sheena, I think she said she was not drinking.
I meant the boys.
Oh, sorry, yes.
That's okay. And do you think it would be, knowing, I'll ask it this way, bad question. Do you know what Isaac Schumann's alcohol concentration was?
I don't recall. I can estimate, but I don't recall exactly what it was.
The appearances are the same. During the break, I was advised that Mr. Lychwick was cold and was requesting a blanket or some covering. So I authorized our bailiffs to look for something, and he's been provided with what looks like a pretty heavy-duty coat that was placed on him, and he is now wearing that coat, which, by the way, covers up the orange jail outfit, at least from the waist up. Otherwise, Mr. Lychwick remains in the wheelchair.
No, thank you.
Anything else before we bring the jury in? Attorney Thompson?
No, thank you.
Let's bring the jury in. Mr. Lychwick?
Actually, Judge, there is one thing about scheduling. Sorry, I just thought
Go ahead.
about it. We do have several witnesses in line. We're calling one slightly out of order because we were competing with a Milwaukee County trial. The 3 witnesses at the end of our case in chief are fairly long, each of them. So my thought is that the state will probably rest sometime tomorrow, maybe later in the afternoon. But because we are competing with the Milwaukee County trial, we might finish a little bit early today because I don't want to call one of those really long witnesses, start them, and then break for the day. So while I think we'll be okay to get us through the rest of the day, I might run out of witnesses towards the end.
Is that other witness available? I ask that because I don't want to finish at 4 and then lose potentially an hour of testimony. I had intended to go a little bit longer today because we got off to a late start with the jury.
Okay.
If you are telling me, though, that you are in a position to potentially rest tomorrow afternoon, I'm okay ending the testimony a little bit early today because we have a lot of extra time then. But I don't want to end too early. So we'll deal with it as we go along. I understand what you're saying. We'll just kind of see where we're at, if that's okay.
Okay. I certainly don't think, we would be done by 3:30 today.
Okay. Well, let's do what you have with those remaining witnesses that you know to get on the stand today.
Okay.
And then we'll reassess them.
Thank you.
Okay, now we can bring the jury in. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. I do want to just update you. I had a conversation with the parties about scheduling, and we are still very much on track in this trial. And maybe our initial estimation of 4 to 5 days for it may be too long, and we may be in position to finish well ahead of that. I don't want to make any promises, but I don't want you to worry that we're falling behind or anything like that. We are still very much on track. So, Attorney Thompson, the state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, we call Detective Bryce Scholten, please.
All right. Detective, come up to the witness stand, please. And when you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by my clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. When you get yourself situated, please start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
My name is Bryce Skolten, spelled B-R-Y-C-E. Skolten is S-C-H-O-L-T-E-N.
Attorney Tom Bosco.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, where are you employed?
I'm employed with the City of Waukesha Police Department.
Are you a specialist or are you just a detective, sir?
I'm a detective.
Okay. And how many years have you been with the Waukesha Police Department, sir?
11 years.
Directing your attention to November 26th of 2024, did you respond to an apartment located at 1512 East North Street?
Yes, I did.
And did you specifically respond to apartment number 11?
Yes, I did.
And that's in the city and county of Waukesha, state of Wisconsin?
Yes, it is.
Why did you respond to that particular apartment, sir?
I responded there with many other detectives to assist Detective Ben Stern, who was executing a search warrant at this residence.
And do you know who had rented this particular residence?
Yes, I do.
Who was that individual?
Kevin Lychwick.
And when you arrived on scene, were you assigned to assist with the search of that particular residence?
Yes, I was.
Were you assigned to search a specific area of the residence?
Yes, I was.
And what area were you assigned to search?
I was assigned to search the living room.
And did you in fact, then, kind of a silly question, but just to make sure, did you in fact make entry into Mr. Lychwick's living room?
Yes, I did.
And when you entered his living room, did you locate a large quantity of paper and boxes?
Yes, I did.
And did you, in terms of the area of the living room, did you search a specific area within that living room?
Yes, I primarily searched the area nearest the windows, and there was a makeshift desk made out of cardboard boxes. There was a telephone there, and there was also filing cabinets in that area. So it was the area of the living room that probably was surrounded by the most paperwork and boxes.
And in addition to yourself, was there a Detective Bauer who assisted you with the search as well?
Yes.
Were you and Detective Bauer in close proximity to each other when this search took place?
Yes, standing right next to each other.
And was there a point in time when you were engaged in this search that you located many pieces of paperwork?
Yes.
And was it your opinion at that time that this paperwork that you had located had evidentiary value in this case?
That is correct.
And what did you do with this paper after you located it?
Because there was such a large quantity of paper, to put it in perspective, it was just boxes and boxes all lined like the side of the living room. And going through that, we quickly realized that we would be there all day if we went through all the paperwork right then and there. So anything that we looked like could be evidentiary value, we took to the side and we put it in 2 large cardboard boxes, and then we brought that back to the Waukesha Police Department. We went through it like much slower and read through everything then at the police department.
And when the paperwork was brought back to the Waukesha Police Department, do you know whether Detective Ben Stern was one of the officers who looked through it?
Yes, Detective Stern was there with me and several others.
Was Detective Stern on scene when the search of Mr. Lychwick's apartment took place?
I believe he was.
And in terms of some of the paperwork that you located, are you familiar with a particular operation known as Operation Starling?
Yes, I am.
And in reference to this particular Operation Starling, can you just tell the jury a little bit more? What exactly is the connection between Operation Starling and this particular case?
So as we were going through the paperwork, we came across several different operations. Detective Bauer had located a piece of paper in the apartment that was Operation Slop Shop. This is different than that. It was located in a different folder that I found back at the police department, but this operation referenced Operation Slop Shop, and in Operation, it stated that Operation Slop Shop needed to be executed first. And then on the bottom of the paperwork, I believe it also stated, it was written in different ink, where it then stated that
the operation could commence because Operation Slop Shop had been executed and all threats from that operation were neutralized. And I knew that from Bauer's piece of paper, that's where Maldonado's name was written on that. So that's how I know they were linked.
Do you know whether the piece of paper that described this Operation Starling was ever seized, sir?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And if I showed you a copy of that physical paper here today in court, do you believe that you would recognize it?
Yes, I would.
Your Honor, this has been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 147. I would ask permission to approach the witness.
Sure, let's have Mr. Lychwick view the exhibit first. Mr. Lychwick, would you like to see Exhibit 147 before it is used with this witness? Mr. Lychwick has looked at the court and not acknowledged the court, so Attorney Tombasco, you can approach the witness.
Thank you very much. Detective, just to identify, that exhibit I just handed you is marked State's Exhibit number 147. Is that right?
That is correct.
And is that the piece of paper that, from the search of Mr. Lychwick's apartment, that you or Detective Bauer seized?
This is the one that I seized at the police department.
And does that particular exhibit detail an Operation Starling on it?
Yes, it does.
And towards the bottom of that particular exhibit, what you just testified to regarding Operation Slop Shop, is that written in different colored ink at that bottom of that exhibit, sir?
Yes, it is. It's written in a different color ink.
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask that the exhibit be received into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Lychwick? The defendant is not acknowledging the court. The court will receive Exhibit 147.
Detective, directing your attention now to December 1st of 2024, did you receive a specific notification on that particular day in reference to Mr. Lychwick's vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And just to give the jury a little bit of context, at that point in time, had your department applied for and received a GPS warrant to track Mr. Lychwick's vehicle's movements?
Yes, we had.
And that was signed by a judge?
Yes.
So you didn't just willy-nilly slap a GPS signal on his car. You actually followed the correct legal process in order to obtain that.
That is correct.
And on December 1st of 2024, did you receive any sort of notification in reference to that GPS device?
Yes, I did.
And what did that notification provide to you?
That was a notification that Mr. Lychwick's vehicle was leaving his residence.
And at this point, Detective, had Mr. Lychwick's phone been seized as part of the search of his residence?
Yes, it was.
And was there anything in particular found on his device that provided you with some insights of where you think Mr. Lychwick may have been going on that particular day?
Yes, I was informed by Detective Stern that there were some Google searches on the phone looking for different storage units up north, I think around the Oshkosh area.
So as a result of what you had learned in reference to this notification, what, if anything, did you and Detective Stern do next?
We were watching the location of Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, and then when we realized that he was not exhibiting normal driving behaviors, because we had been watching him for some time since this GPS had been on, he normally always stayed very local. Once we realized that he was going farther north, and that was outside of an abnormal pattern, we believed that he was potentially going to whatever storage unit he may have located from that Google search.
Did you and Detective Stern at that point then attempt to follow Mr. Lychwick's vehicle?
Yes, we did.
And when you were following Mr. Lychwick's vehicle out of Waukesha County, were you driving a fully marked police squad car at that point?
No, we were not. We were in an undercover vehicle.
So this undercover vehicle would look like any sort of normal vehicle that we might see on the roadway?
That is correct.
And is that to ensure that Mr. Lychwick did not, I guess for lack of a better term, figure out that the police were following him?
That is correct.
And at that point, was it you and Detective Stern who were driving this undercover vehicle together?
Yes, I was riding and Detective Stern was driving.
You ultimately follow Mr. Lychwick's vehicle to a U-Haul storage facility?
Yes, we did.
And where was this U-Haul storage facility located?
Kimberly, Wisconsin. I believe it was 551 Marcella Drive.
If I told you your report said it was Marcella Street, would you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
And for the record, is Marcella spelled Marcella?
Yes.
And well, actually, let me back up and ask it this way. Did you and Detective Stern then follow him to the U-Haul storage facility or undercover vehicle?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Sure. Did you and Detective Stern both follow the defendant's vehicle to that particular U-Haul facility in Kimberly?
Yes, we did. We caught up with Mr. Lychwick while he was at the U-Haul location.
And what did he do specifically when he arrived at this U-Haul facility?
When we arrived, his vehicle was parked on the north side of the building, and then he left several minutes later. We later found out that he had closed his account and closed his storage unit at this U-Haul facility and emptied all of his belongings out of the storage unit.
Is it fair to say that he did not spend a great deal of time at this U-Haul facility?
No, I believe he was only on premise for approximately 20 minutes.
And so after Mr. Lychwick finished his business at the U-Haul facility, did he then turn around and drive back to Waukesha County?
Yes, he did.
And did you and Detective Stern at that point follow the defendant's vehicle back to Waukesha County?
Yes, we did.
And did you maintain a constant visual on Mr. Lychwick's vehicle?
Yes, we did.
And did Mr. Lychwick's vehicle make any stops on its path of travel back to Waukesha County?
No, it did not.
And who was driving your undercover vehicle at this point while you were following Mr. Lychwick?
Detective Stern.
And while Detective Stern was piloting the undercover vehicle that you were both in, did you utilize your phone to contact somebody?
Yes, I called the U-Haul storage facility that we were discussing, and I spoke with an employee there.
Detective, just to take a step back, based on your training and experience as a police officer, did you find the location of this particular storage unit in Kimberly suspicious?
Yes, I did.
Why did you find that sort of storage unit to be suspicious?
For several reasons. First off, the location and its proximity to Waukesha, where Mr. Lychwick resides. There's numerous storage units in our city and Waukesha County as well as Milwaukee County. I also found out that through the search warrant at the residence, he kept detailed notes regarding his budget, and every month he would budget approximately $40 to $50 for gasoline for the month. And I thought it was suspicious that being on a fixed income, he would, have a storage unit nearly 2 hours away and burning through that budget in one trip. So to us, it was clear that if he was trying to get a storage unit that far away, he was clearly trying to distance himself from whatever he was trying to put in that storage unit.
And when you followed Mr. Lychwick's vehicle back to Waukesha County, did you observe him toss anything out the window when he was driving back?
No.
And to your knowledge, was Mr. Lychwick the only individual in the vehicle at that time?
That is correct.
Detective, was there a point in time in which you responded back to the U-Haul facility in Kimberly after you followed Mr. Lychwick back to Waukesha County on December 1st?
Yes, I responded back there with Detective Bauer on December 2nd.
And was there any particular reason why you had gone back to that facility, sir?
Yes, I went back to speak with the U-Haul employee, Brianna Maloney. I believe that's how you pronounce her name. Brianna Maloney. I believe it's Maloney. She was the employee that I spoke to on the phone while riding back to Waukesha with Detective Stern, and she was the one that provided me all the information on the unit being closed and everything that day as well. So I responded up there to speak with her regarding pretty much our statement that she had given to me over the phone. So I took a written statement from her, locking in that conversation, as well as I walked through the storage unit confirming that there was no items left behind. And then I also met with her boss, Kenneth, who ran the U-Haul store, and I reviewed video surveillance from the day prior, and then I was able to gain all those videos of Mr. Lychwick while he was on property at the U-Haul store.
And sir, prior to your testimony in court here today, have you had an opportunity to review those surveillance videos from U-Haul?
Yes, I have.
And so if I was to show you those videos here today in court, would you be able to tell us whether or not those are the same videos that you reviewed at the U-Haul on December 2nd of 2024?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay. Just one moment, please, sir. Madam Clerk, at this point, I would just ask that we project the exhibit to the witness's screen. Detective, are you able to see what I just projected on the screen, or what the clerk just did, rather?
Yes, I can.
Okay. And do you recognize, I can scroll through each of these videos if you would like. It starts with what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 93 and goes all the way to State's Exhibit Proposed 101. Do you recognize these particular exhibits, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Would you like me to scroll through all of them?
No, I should be okay.
Okay. And these are the same exhibits that you reviewed prior to your testimony in court here today, is that right?
That is correct.
And do these exhibits fairly and accurately depict the U-Haul surveillance footage that you reviewed when you were on scene on December 2nd of 2024?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I would move all these exhibits, starting with State's Exhibit 93 and then concluding with State's Exhibit number 101 into evidence. These are each separate video clips. They are appropriately time-stamped as well with a date.
Mr. Lychwick, do you object to the admission of Exhibits 93 through 101? The defendant remains silent. Those exhibits will be admitted.
Thank you. And at this point, Your Honor, I would ask the court's permission to publish all of these videos to the jury.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to publication of those videos at this time? The defendant remains silent. The videos may be used with the jury.
Thank you very much. So first and foremost, just to make a record, Detective, can you see the timestamp that's listed on the bottom of this video?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so when I start this video, this is December 1st of 2024, and it says 15:16 on the video clip. Is that right?
That is correct.
And do you have any information from U-Haul about whether the timestamp on this particular video was accurate as reflected on this exhibit?
It was accurate.
Okay, and so this is 3:16 in the afternoon on December 1st of 2024. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And I'm stopping the video at, this is 3:16:13. Do you see an individual here depicted in this video that's to the right, is towards the right side of the picture, wearing black hair and has a black coat on, sir?
Yes, I do.
Who is that individual?
That is Kevin Lychwick.
You've resumed playing the video at this point?
Yes, sir. And the state is stopping the video at 3:18 on December 1st of 2024.
That's 3:18 and 29 seconds on the timestamp?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Detective, that video that we just showed the jury, is that Mr. Lychwick closing out his storage unit?
Yes, it is.
This has been now received as State's Exhibit number 94. This is time-stamped as December 1st, 2024, and it looks like 3:18. Is that all correct, Detective?
That's correct.
I'm stopping the video at 3:19:30 on December 1st of 2024. Detective, do you recognize the vehicle that is depicted at the top of this exhibit?
Yes.
Whose vehicle is that, sir?
That is Mr. Lychwick's vehicle.
And continuing to play at 3:19:30. Now, Detective, this has been received as State's Exhibit number 95. Again, this is December 1st of 2024 at 3:23 in the afternoon. Is that right, sir?
That's correct.
There is a vehicle that is depicted at the top of this exhibit. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is this Mr. Lychwick's vehicle as well?
Yes, it is.
Stopping the video at 3:24:03 on December 1st of 2024. Is there a gentleman that we see in the upper left-hand corner who exits the vehicle, sir?
Yes.
Is that Mr. Lychwick?
Yes, it is.
Do you know, based on your review of this footage, what Mr. Lychwick is doing at this point in time?
Yes, he's pulled up to this gate that he came in, but this is only a one-way gate. This is only the entrance, so he's trying to motion to employees to open the gate. And then when no one does that, he will get back in his vehicle and then drive around the building and go out the exit.
Do you know whether or not this is before or after Mr. Lychwick had cleared out his storage unit?
This is after.
Resuming playing at 3:24 on December 1st, 2024, 3:24:03. And the state is stopping playing at 3:25:00 on December 1st, 2024. Detective, did Mr. Lychwick's vehicle remain at that gate for several minutes?
Yes.
And he attempted to get the attention of another U-Haul employee for the gate to be opened?
That is correct.
And he was unsuccessful in those efforts?
That's correct.
Detective, this has been received as State's Exhibit 96. It's time-stamped 3:14:54 on December 1st of 2024. And the state is stopping at 3:15:35 on December 1st of 2024. Detective, is this Mr. Lychwick's vehicle entering the property or exiting?
I do not believe that is Mr. Lychwick's vehicle.
Okay. The state will resume again 3:15:37. Detective, Mr. Lychwick drove a Kia, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. This is State's Exhibit 97 that's been received. This is December 1st of 2024, 3:29 in the afternoon, is that right?
That is correct.
And this particular exhibit depicts the inside of the U-Haul facility, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. The state will start playing at 3:29:59. So the individual who was just depicted on this footage, that is not Mr. Lychwick, correct?
The male is Mr. Lychwick.
It is. Okay. Let's back it up then and look at it one more time. Again, starting at 3:29. And we're stopping it at 3:30 on December 1st of 2024. Do you see Mr. Lychwick now at this point, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is he the gentleman who's wearing the black coat and blue jeans?
Yes, he is.
Okay. And this particular area of the U-Haul facility, sir, which is this, from your review of walking to the unit that was rented by Mr. Lychwick, is this the area in which his storage unit would have been in the facility?
No, so it's a little confusing. I believe right here they're walking back to like the front desk area where as they were appearing there, I think they are coming in from the north side of the building. So after Mr. Lychwick clears out his building, or out of his storage unit, and then he moves his vehicle over there, he eventually will move his car over the north side of the building and then enter into the building, and then this is him entering the building, I believe. So this will be before that.
Okay.
This next one. This is when he will be clearing out his storage unit.
And this is State's Exhibit 98, is that right, sir?
Yes.
And this is 3:19 in the afternoon on December 1st, 2024.
Correct.
And this is the outside area of the U-Haul facility, is that right?
That is correct.
And I believe you just testified that Mr. Lychwick's vehicle will be coming into camera view shortly on this particular exhibit?
That is correct.
Okay, we'll let it run. And stopping it at 3:15:19. Is that Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, sir?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Resuming again, 3:15:19.
Hang on, the timestamp, you're reading it wrong, I believe. It's 3:19:41 is
Oh,
where
excuse
you stopped
me.
it.
Yes, that is correct. It is 3:19:41 on December 1st of 2024.
Excuse me.
and stopping it at 3:20:16 on December 1st of 2024. Do you see an individual depicted here who's exiting his vehicle now?
Yes, Mr. Lychwick will exit the driver's seat.
And does he pop the trunk area of his vehicle as well upon exiting the vehicle or before he exits the vehicle?
Yes, he does.
Okay. And at this point, Mr. Lychwick is the only individual who's in this particular vehicle from your review of the surveillance?
That's correct.
Great. Letting this run again from 3:20:16. Stopping it at 3:20:32. Where is Mr. Lychwick entering at this particular point, Detective?
He's entering Building C, which that is a hallway that door leads to a hallway, and there are storage units on both your left and right side in this building. His unit is, it will be down this hallway and on the right, the way he's walking.
I'm sorry. Resuming playing at 3:20:32.
Attorney Tombasco, it looks like the video's locking up just for a couple of seconds at various points. I think it's resumed again here.
Okay. Would the court like me to go back, or?
Why don't you go back just a couple of seconds?
Sure. Okay. And for the record, I'm restarting it at 3:22 exactly. And I'm stopping it now at, looks like 3:21:59, so just a few seconds before. Detective, do you see Mr. Lychwick in this vehicle?
He's at the rear of his vehicle, yes.
And do you know what Mr. Lychwick is doing at this point?
He is loading duffel bags into the trunk of his vehicle.
Do you know whether these duffel bags that you're testifying to, were those the same duffel bags that were from his unit?
I believe so.
Okay. And resuming playing again, 3:29:59. Okay. I'm stopping the exhibit at 3:22:40. Detective, this has been received as State's Exhibit 99. This is time-stamped as 3/14/28 on December 1st, 2024. stopping the exhibit at 31448. Is this Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, sir?
Yes, it is.
Is this the entrance area to the U-Haul facility?
Yes, it is.
Resuming playing 31448. I'm stopping the video at 3:15:55. Sir, is that Mr. Lychwick that you see exit the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
And there's nobody else in that vehicle at that time upon his arrival, is that right?
That is correct.
And I have looks like just two more surveillance clips I'd like to share with you. The first is State's Exhibit 100. This is time-stamped as 3/18/28. And again, just to orient the jury, this is again the front of the U-Haul facility, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And this is stopped at 3/18/49 on December 1st, 2024. This is Mr. Lychwick again, sir?
That is correct.
And this is him getting back into his vehicle after entering the facility?
Yes, and then he'll follow the van and then that white SUV into the entrance.
Okay. We'll resume playing here at 3/18/49. Stopping the vehicle at the video at 3/19/28. And then finally, Detective, timestamp 3/23/24 on December 1st, 2024. This has been received as State's Exhibit 101. Stopping at 3/23/34. Is this Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, sir?
Yes, it is.
And is that after he was unable to access the gate that we showed on a prior exhibit?
He's actually driving up to it right now. So this is him. He has just left his storage unit because building C is the second one here. And his unit, he was parked on the far side. So he is fully loaded up and now he's going over to the initial fence that he came in, and then he won't be able to get through there. And then he will come back because the exit is right here to the right of your screen.
I see. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Now, Detective, when you were on scene at the U-Haul facility, did you request any paperwork related to the rental of the storage unit by Mr. Lychwick?
Yes, I asked for what information they had on Mr. Lychwick.
Okay. And do you know, ultimately, sir, whether You had testified earlier in this case that Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, you followed Mr. Lychwick's vehicle back to Waukesha County after he closed out his storage unit. Do you remember that, sir?
Yes.
And do you know whether there was a period of time in which Mr. Lychwick's vehicle was actually stopped?
I don't believe it ever did stop. There was, from the moment he left the U-Haul, there was, the vehicle was always moving.
Okay. Was there a point in time in which ultimately a traffic stop was effectuated on Mr. Lychwick's vehicle?
Yes.
And was that the same day that he was coming back from the U-Haul facility?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you know whether, as a result of that traffic stop, his vehicle was searched?
It would eventually be after a search warrant was obtained.
So the vehicle was seized initially, and then a search warrant was applied for and received?
That is correct.
And do you know what, if anything, what was found as a result of that search?
Yes, I believe I called Detective Stern when I was at the U-Haul, informing him what I had observed on the cameras, where all of the items that Mr. Lychwick had loaded out of his storage unit were all in the trunk. And then Detective Stern told me later that a firearm was recovered in the trunk of the vehicle.
Do you know whether any paperwork related to Mr. Lychwick's storage unit was found in that particular vehicle?
Yes, so when I responded back to Waukesha after being at the storage facility, I assisted with going through some of the paperwork that was in the vehicle, and I also located some paperwork, specifically the U-Haul contract that Mr. Lychwick had with U-Haul for the dates of that storage unit from November 1st until December 1st.
And
as well as MapQuest directions from his address to that location.
If I was to show you a copy of that paperwork here today in court, would you recognize it?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Your Honor, this is another physical exhibit. It has been marked as State's Exhibit 149. I'm happy to show Mr. Lychwick a copy as well. I would ask permission to approach the witness to show him this exhibit.
Mr. Lychwick, would you like to see Exhibit 149? All right. The defendant just adjusted the collar on his jacket, but is refusing to acknowledge the court. So therefore, Attorney Tombasco, you may approach.
Thank you so much. Detective, that exhibit has been marked as State's number 149. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And is that the paperwork that you recovered?
Just one moment. Detective, just make sure it doesn't rub up against the microphone there, please. Thank you.
Detective, may I go ahead, Your Honor?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yep. Detective, if you know, is that particular U-Haul paperwork what was recovered from the search of the defendant's vehicle?
Yes, it is.
And that fairly and accurately depicts the copy of the U-Haul contract as well?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'm out of the exhibit and evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection to the admission of 149, Mr. Lychwick? Mr. Lychwick is not acknowledging the court. Exhibit 149 is received into evidence.
Thank you. Detective, is there a name on that particular contract?
Yes, there is.
What is the name listed on that contract?
Conrad Lychwick.
And do you know anything in reference to the name Conrad of any significance in this case?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain that?
I know Mr. Lychwick goes by the first name of Conrad.
And when the individual who rented that particular storage unit did so, is there an address that particular person provided?
Yes, they did.
And what address was provided?
1512 East North Street, apartment number 11.
And do you know whether or not that is in fact Mr. Lychwick's address?
It is.
And does the paperwork contain any information concerning any promotions that U-Haul was running at the time this rental took place?
I don't know if there's any promotions on here, but I do know that the staff members there told me that they were running a 1 month free promotion during that time. And it is indicated on this document 1 month free.
Is that 149?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
That's all the questions I have, Detective. Thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, do you have any cross-examination questions? Okay, Detective, you may step down. I'll take those exhibits, please. Thank you. The state may call its next witness.
The state calls Brianna Maloney.
Ms. Maloney, you can come all the way up here to the witness stand to my left. When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by my clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do.
All right, you may have a seat. That black bar with the red dot in front of you is our microphone. Just get yourself positioned nice and close to that, where you are. And when you are ready, start by stating your name, spelling your first and last name for the record.
Sure. My name is Brianna Maloney, Brianna, Maloney, Maloney.
Ms. Maloney, how are you currently employed?
I work for the Montana Conservation Corps.
And how long have you been employed with the Montana Conservation Corps?
Since February of this year.
Prior to your employment with the Minnesota Conservation Corps, did you work at a U-Haul facility located at 551 Marcellus Street in Kimberly, Wisconsin?
Yes.
How long were you employed at that U-Haul location?
Roughly 2 years.
Were you working at the U-Haul facility in Kimberly on December 1st of 2024?
Yes.
What was your position at U-Haul at that time?
I was an assistant manager.
As an assistant manager, what were your roles or responsibilities?
I managed and helped take care of 4 storage facilities and also worked one-on-one with customers over the customer service desk.
At the time, on or about December 1st of 2024, was this particular U-Haul facility running any kind of special promotion as it related to the first month's rent?
Yeah, we gave the first month free to new storage customers.
Had that been something that was ongoing and it's done for every new customer, or was that promotion only for a specific time frame?
That was ongoing for a longer period of time, yeah.
As part of your role as an assistant manager, are you familiar with any receipts or agreements or paperwork that is generated between U-Haul and either a new customer or ongoing customers?
Yes, when they sign up to have a storage unit with us, they sign a rental agreement, and then we also have a digital contract online in our own system.
When someone closes out a storage unit or closes out their account, are they then provided with any kind of receipt once that closeout is completed?
No.
Okay.
Can I change the last answer, actually? It is provided if they want it.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Permission to approach?
You may.
Now, Ms. Maloney, I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 149. There are several documents in individualized heat-sealed portions of this plastic, and I would just ask that you review each one and then let me know when you're finished.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. Now, in looking at Exhibit 149 and each of those documents, are you familiar with those or have you seen those before?
Yes, I've seen all of these, and the map of the facility actually has my handwriting on it.
It does. Okay. Now, with this particular set of paperwork in front of you, can you see a customer's name anywhere on any of those documents?
Yeah, on actually the move-out receipt, Conrad Lychwick.
Okay. Now, When you were working on December 1st of 2024, did you make face-to-face contact with this customer named Conrad Lychwick?
Not face-to-face, no.
Are you aware of whether Mr. Lychwick came into this U-Haul facility to move out his items and close out his account?
That I am aware of, yes.
How are you aware of that?
I was in the general vicinity when it happened. I wasn't in the same room. And my colleague that I was working with at that day let me know of the situation because he had come in to ask for our assistance with the move out.
And then, did Mr. Lychwick have any balance, or did he have to pay anything once he closed out his storage unit?
No, he did not.
Does it say on that receipt what the storage unit number was?
Yes, room 679.
Okay. Now, do you recall maybe morning or afternoon when Mr. Lychwick had come to the U-Haul facility, or at least do you remember when you first knew that he was there?
Yes, it was in the afternoon, maybe between 3 and 3:30.
Okay. Now, what is standard practice for U-Haul employees once somebody moves their items out of a storage facility if they've closed their account?
Standard practice is we close their account and then we'll go outside or to wherever the unit is. We verify that there's no longer a lock on the unit and verify that there's no items left in there. And then if that is the case, that it's empty, we make it ready to rent for the next customer.
The afternoon of December 1st of 2024, did you receive a call from law enforcement regarding Mr. Lychwick's storage unit?
Yes.
Was that out of the ordinary for you to get a phone call from law enforcement about a customer's storage unit?
Yes, very much so.
What, without telling me exactly, sorry, strike that, I'll rephrase that. Did the officer who was on the phone with you ask about a customer named Conrad Lychwick?
Yes, he said Kevin or Conrad, but yes.
Okay, thank you for correcting me. Were you able to answer him in terms of whether you knew of a customer by the name of Kevin or Conrad Lychwick had been on the premises?
Yes, I told him that we did have him as a customer about 15 minutes before because he had just finished moving out and left already.
At that point, did you go and check to make sure all of the items were removed from that storage unit?
After the phone call, yes.
Okay, about how long was the phone call, do you know?
Maybe 5-10 minutes long, not very long.
Had Mr. Lychwick already left the premises when you got the call from law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you end up speaking in person with any law enforcement officers on December 1st of 2024?
I don't believe we spoke in person on that day. It was the following day that they came in and I spoke to them that day.
Okay. Okay. And when you checked that storage unit, it was completely empty. Is that fair to say?
Yes, correct.
Okay, I do not have any other questions for this witness.
Very well. Mr. Lychwick, do you have any questions for this witness on cross-examination? All right, Ms. Maloney, you may sit down.
Thank you.
Could you hand that exhibit to me, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Attorney Tom Bosco?
David Plata, Your Honor, will be our next witness.
All right, so you can come up to the witness stand. When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to get sworn in by the clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. You may have a seat. Get yourself situated nice and close to the microphone, and when you are ready, please start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
My name is David Plata, D-A-V-I-D. Last name is Plata, P-L-A-T-T-A.
You may go ahead.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon, Mr. Plata. Can you please tell the jury what your rank within the Waukesha Police Department is, sir?
I'm a specialist at the Waukesha Police Department.
And how long have you been with the Waukesha Police Department, sir?
I'm in my 23rd year.
And directing your attention to October 30th of 2024, did you respond to 1512 East North Street?
Yes.
And did you respond to assist with the death investigation at that time, sir?
Yes.
And when you arrived at that particular location, were you tasked with specifically assisting with the search of apartment 13?
Yes.
And apartment 13, who resided in apartment 13 at that particular residence?
At the time, it was victim Carlos.
Okay. Is his last name Maldonado?
Yes.
And at the, did you in fact make entry into that particular apartment, sir?
Yes.
And when you made entry into the apartment, can you describe the condition of that particular apartment?
The apartment looked like a normal apartment, normal life. There didn't appear to be any sort of signs of a struggle. Didn't appear to be anything in disarray. It was a lived-in look in the apartment with nobody in it.
Did it appear to you to be fairly clean?
Yes.
And 2 days later, then, directing your attention to November 1st of 2024, did you respond back to apartment 13 at that particular residence?
Yes.
And were you tasked or were you specifically doing something specifically at apartment 13 on that day, sir?
Yeah, we were doing a more thorough investigation for suspicious circumstances, and it involved photography, a more detailed search of the apartment, and looking for any sort of signs of other evidence.
Did you process that particular apartment using a concept known as blue star latent blood stain reagent?
Yes.
And is reagent spelled R-E-A-G-E-N-T?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what that is?
Blue star reagent is basically a different version of luminol. It will cause fluorescence if there's presence of blood. We used that to see if there's any of the stains in the apartment were possibly blood. Throughout the apartment, I tested numerous different locations of stains. The only spot that had a slight reaction was the bathroom sink. However, which was a very minimal reaction, upon examining that, we did not observe any sort of blood or tissue or anything that was in the sink or around it, and the reaction was so minimal, it was determined that it could have been just through natural use of the sink for shaving or other situations.
If Carlos had been killed in that, or excuse me, Mr. Maldonado had been killed in that particular apartment that he lived in, would you expect to have seen more of a reaction when you did the blue star latent blood stain reagent?
It would depend on how or where he was killed. If he was killed on something that in there that could have been removed and that would have absorbed any blood, then we would not have had any reaction. But if it was not, we would probably expected to find at least some sort of reaction or something. If he was injured, that there would be something like where he tried to clean up from an injury that, there would be the reaction in a tub or a sink or somewhere.
And do you have any specialized training and experience that allows you to appropriately operate this blue star latent blood stain region analysis?
Yes, I've had training from the Milwaukee Crime Lab for the use of this reagent.
And just in terms of your experience, how many times have you utilized this practice in the scope of your employment?
About a total of 6 times so far.
Now, Detective, directing your attention now a little bit forward to December 2nd of 2024. On that particular day, were you called to provide service with a search warrant?
Yes.
And you were called in to provide service of a search warrant regarding Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, is that right?
Correct.
And when you arrived on the scene where Mr. Lychwick's vehicle was, were you tasked to do something specifically?
I assisted with the collection of evidence from the vehicle. My partner did most of the photography of it. Once evidence was collected and secured, I assisted in processing a couple of items that were recovered.
Do you know whether there was a particular boot that belonged to Mr. Lychwick that was recovered from the vehicle?
Yes, there was a heavier outside utility type boot.
Type of boot, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do anything specifically with reference to this boot?
Yes, I observed that there was kind of a reddish stain on the boot, so we collected a couple of swabs of it in case it was possibly blood for further analysis.
And you used the word swab. Can you elaborate on that a little bit? What do you mean by swab?
For swabs, we have, they're sterile swabs. They're basically like a large Q-tip. They come in a package of 2. It's sterile from there. We remove it. We swab the item with like a wipe or 2, kind of like we're wiping it down, and then secure it into a sterile packaging for a cardboard box in order to maintain the integrity of any possible like DNA evidence from it.
And did you swab specific areas on this boot?
Yes, the areas of the reddish substance.
And just to remind the jury again, which areas did you observe the red substance on?
It was on the bottom of it and a little bit on this side of the boot.
Based on your training and experience, is that red substance consistent with that of being human blood?
At the time, I did not know if it was suspected blood. I would not be able to say for sure at the time if it was 100% human blood or not. It just was a suspicious reddish substance at the time.
And what happened to the swabs that you actually executed with respect to this item? What happened after you finished with them?
I packaged them and sealed them, and I believe my partner would have taken them down to the crime lab at some point.
And who was your partner at this point?
Specialist Andrew Schmidt.
And did you collect a total of 4 sets of swabs as it relates to this boot?
Yes.
When you were assisting with the search of Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, were you made aware of any firearms that were inside the vehicle?
Yes, there was one firearm located.
And do you know where this firearm was located?
I believe it was located in the trunk.
And when you were on scene, were you asked to also swab this particular firearm?
I did not swab the firearm on scene. We collected the firearms and all the rest of the evidence. Once we got it back into our processing area, then that's where I swabbed the scene as we could maintain it in as sterile of an environment as possible for processing.
So basically the reason why you did not swab that firearm on scene was the environment was not appropriate.
Yes, correct. It was outdoor in our pole barn with numerous other items nearby. We wanted to keep it secured, isolated, so to prevent any sort of cross-contamination. Once we were able to finish that, we brought the items in so I could swab it in a more sterile environment to avoid any sort of contamination.
And when you completed the swabs of both the boot and this firearm, were you wearing gloves?
Yes.
And why were you wearing gloves?
To prevent any sort of contamination from either my DNA getting onto the item or, transferring DNA from other items.
Is that a standard practice in your department?
Correct. We handle items with gloves, and when we're going to do DNA, we set up the items, set up our area, put on a fresh pair of gloves that has not touched anything other than anything until we are ready to swab the items, at which point we grab the sterile swabs, process the firearm, secure everything, and then repackage it. So the pair of gloves has not touched any items belonging to the suspect, myself, or the PD. They are removed from the box, put on, process the firearm, and then items are secured.
And the firearm that you located in Mr. Lychwick's vehicle, was it a Silver Luger P-08?
Yes.
And in terms of the area that you swabbed this firearm, which areas did you swab specifically on this firearm?
I swabbed the grip area of the firearm, I swabbed the slide of the firearm, and then the trigger area of the firearm.
And why did you swab those particular areas of the weapon, sir?
Just from firearm handling, I know those are the primary areas that somebody will manipulate, so I try to collect those 3 swabs to have the highest potential for locating a person's DNA on the firearm.
So the reason why you swabbed those particular areas is because those are the commonly used areas if an individual's DNA would be on the particular firearm. Those would be the areas.
Yes.
Is that an appropriate clarification?
Yes.
Thank you. And do you know ultimately, sir, the swabs that you collected from this Luger firearm, what happened to them after you finished with them?
Again, my partner, Specialist Schmidt, took them down to the crime lab for testing.
And do you know whether the crime lab is able to do a further analysis of these types of swabs when they receive it?
Yes.
Just 1 second, sir. Yeah. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Lychwick, would you like to ask any cross-examination questions of this witness? All right. Specialist, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, fair enough. Your Honor, our next witness would be Specialist Andy Schmidt.
Okay. Specialist, you may come all the way up to the witness stand here. When you get up to the chair, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. You may have a seat. Get yourself positioned by the microphone there, and when you are ready, start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Andrew Schmidt. Last name is spelled Schmidt.
And your first?
Andrew, Andrew.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Specialist Smith, where are you employed, sir?
City Waukesha Police Department.
And how long have you been in law enforcement?
I'm in
sir?
my 21st year.
And as a specialist, are you assigned to a specific area, or can you just tell the jury a little bit more? What does it mean that you're in fact a specialist?
I work in our evidence and forensics unit, which is a promotional position from the patrol position.
And sir, directing your attention to November 8th of 2024, on that particular day, do you recall transporting some items to the crime lab for analysis?
I do.
Okay. And can you just tell the jury a little bit more? So what is the process by which items that are seized are brought to the crime lab for further analysis?
It depends on the type of case that we're investigating. The crime lab has certain limits to what can be submitted, or they have limits on how many items can be submitted depending on the, area of study that you want the crime lab to analyze. For example, DNA initially will usually only take 10 items, sometimes less, sometimes more, depending on the approval process that you have to go to.
And so when an item is submitted to a crime lab for further analysis, what is sent to the lab memorialized in some manner?
Yes, they have us write up a transmittal, which describes the item, the property number that is associated with the item that we're taking down there, as well as information on the case as well.
Okay. And so are you familiar with these transmittal forms, meaning if I was to show you that here today in court, would you recognize it, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, at this point, I would ask that we show the witness what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 109. Sir, are you able to see the exhibit or no?
No. You have to slide it over.
Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. Now are you able to see it, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, is this the normal routine form that would contain what you submitted to the crime lab, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And that fairly and accurately depicts the form that you would normally submit to the crime lab?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what you submitted on this particular day, is that right, sir?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I now move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to Exhibit 109 being received? It will be received.
Okay. Now, sir, in terms of this particular item, did you transmit to the crime lab several different items that are identified as white rope?
I did.
Okay. Do you know the significance of that white rope in terms of the investigation?
I am aware of it, yes.
Okay. What is the significance, sir?
White rope or rope-like substances had been located around the victim. And we had also, and that white rope in particular on this transmittal was obtained during the autopsy process.
Okay. And sir, on this particular date as well, did you submit a cardboard box that contained copper-colored metal projectiles?
I did.
And what is the, in fact, did you submit 2 cardboard box containing projectiles?
Yes.
And what is the significance of these projectiles, sir?
Those projectiles were located within the tarp where the victim had been located.
Okay. And so these 2 projectiles had come from the victim in this case?
Yes, that's what it was believed.
Just one moment, sir. You were saying? Yeah. And to clarify the location of each projectile, one came from the victim's head, is that right?
I wasn't at the autopsy. I just had picked them up, but according to the transmittal, yes.
Okay. And then the second one came from the victim's torso?
Yes.
Okay. Specialist Smith, directing your attention now to December 2nd of 2024. Were you involved in the search of the defendant, Mr. Lychwick's vehicle on that particular day?
Yes, I was.
And in his particular vehicle was a Kia, is that right?
That's correct.
Would it be fair to say that the Kia was a gray-colored vehicle in nature?
Yes.
And in terms of the search of the vehicle, where specifically did this vehicle search take place?
The vehicle search took place in the Waukesha Police Department's pole barn.
Okay. And was the vehicle actually transported there from the site of a traffic stop?
It was, yes.
And why was the vehicle transported to that particular location that you just testified to so the search could commence?
Because we wanted to search the vehicle, and we knew that there were several items in that vehicle, so the pole barn was chosen because there was more room to operate and to conduct a better and methodical search.
And you used the word methodical in terms of the vehicle search. What do you mean by that? Can you clarify that just a little bit more?
Knowing how this investigation was going, we wanted to make sure that we searched the vehicle thoroughly and also documented the items that we removed from the vehicle appropriately. I've been a part of searches in the past where vehicles kind of get ransacked and people don't understand where items came from. That's not what we wanted to do with this investigation. We wanted to make sure that everything was thoroughly documented and where it came from.
Okay. And in terms of the, is it fair to say that the search of the vehicle was not only methodical, but it was deliberate as well?
It was.
Okay. And were certain measures or steps taken in order to preserve the integrity of the vehicle search when it was conducted?
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury what were those steps, sir?
Each compartment of the vehicle was searched individually, and as items were removed from that vehicle, we had placed clean white tarps down on the ground, so that way we wouldn't get anything dirty or contaminated. Each of those white tarps was labeled with the compartment of the car that it came from. We didn't move on to another compartment of the vehicle until we were done and satisfied that we had thoroughly searched that compartment of the car and we had satisfied what we were looking for.
So essentially you put out separate labels to denote each specific area of the vehicle so you knew what item came from what location of the vehicle.
That's correct.
And that was for better record keeping labor, so there was never any doubt about which item came from what location.
That's correct.
Okay. And to your knowledge, do you know whether Mr. Lychwick's vehicle trunk was searched?
It was.
Okay. And as a result of that search, do you know whether any particular firearms were located, sir?
A firearm was located in the trunk, yes.
And what type of firearm was that, if you recall, sir?
It was a semi-automatic pistol that was of the Luger style from a World War II era.
And, sir, if I showed you a copy of that firearm here today in court, do you think you would recognize it from the search?
I would.
Your Honor, may I approach the clerk to obtain some scissors and gloves?
You may.
Okay. Okay. I got the gloves here. Do you have a pair of scissors, Madam Clerk? Thank you. Your Honor, this has been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 157. I would ask the court's permission now to approach the witness so I can show him this specific exhibit.
Mr. Lychwick, would you like to examine 157 first? All right, Mr. Lychwick looked at the court and did not acknowledge the court, so Attorney Tombasco, you may approach with it.
Thank you very much. And Your Honor, just so the record is clear, I've also supplied this witness with a pair of scissors from your clerk as well as a set of black gloves as well. Detective, do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, this is the gun box that the firearm that we had seized from Mr. Lychwick's vehicle was collected in.
And you are aware which type of firearm is located within that particular glove box?
I am.
And there is something taped to the package of that exhibit. Is that right, sir?
That is correct.
What is that?
The bullets that were included with the magazine originally, and the 2 test-fired projectiles that came from the crime lab that were also packaged originally inside the box.
And can you give us a little bit more? What exactly is a gun box, sir?
A gun box is a standard cardboard box that we typically package firearms in.
And is that box completely sealed, sir?
It is.
Okay. And that is indeed the firearm as you recall it when it was seized from Mr. Lychwick's vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection to the exhibit 157, Mr. Lychwick? Mr. Lychwick is not responding. That will be received.
Detective, I'm going to ask you with the court's permission in a few moments to actually break the seal on that particular gun, but is it completely sealed at this point, sir?
It is.
And why is that?
So that way we don't have any cross-contamination issues later on.
And is that firearm labeled in some manner?
Yes, there is a bar-coded label on the front of it, as well as labels from the crime lab from where they processed and analyzed it.
And before I actually ask you to break the seal, is that firearm been rendered safe, sir?
It has.
Okay. There's no ammunition in the weapon at this point?
No.
Okay. But are there some bullets that are on the exterior of that gun case as well?
There are.
Okay. And is that how you found that, or can you provide the jury with a little bit more information concerning that?
I had, knowing that this firearm was going to be brought in for an exhibit, I had removed the packaging that was included inside the box. Prior history with courts, sometimes the judges don't want ammunition inside the box, so I wanted to remove it ahead of time if it was not going to be allowed.
And Your Honor, at this point, I know it's a very sensitive exhibit, but I would ask that the witness be allowed to break the seal and then published by walking back and forth to show the jury the firearm.
Any objection to that proposal, Mr. Lychwick? Hearing none, I will grant that request.
And before we do that, actually, I thought of one other thing as well. Is there a magazine, sir, that's still contained in that box as well?
There is.
Okay. Is that the magazine that came from that particular firearm?
It is.
Okay. I would ask now that the witness be allowed to break the seal.
All right, you may proceed.
And sir, if you wouldn't mind just doing a couple of passes back and forth so the jury can actually see what it is that you're actually holding in your hand, sir.
record will reflect that the witness has displayed the contents of the box. The firearm is still zip tied to the box, so it was displayed in that fashion back and forth to the jury.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Specialist Schmidt, when that firearm was discovered, was there anything in particular that you located of evidentiary value on the barrel?
There were some blue rags that appeared to be like shop rags that were attached to the firearm with several rubber bands.
Okay. And when the search was completed, was that disrupted in any way, or was that just the way that you found it?
That was just the way we had found it.
So you didn't add either the towel or the rubber bands when you transported it back to your evidence room for safekeeping?
No.
Now, Specialist Schmidt, when you were engaged in the search of this particular vehicle, did you locate any ammunition that corresponded to that particular firearm?
Yes.
Okay. And if I showed you that here today in court, would you recognize it from that particular search?
Yes.
Okay. Detective, Specialist Smith, did you transport any of the projectiles that came from the victim in this case?
To the crime lab?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. And so would you recognize them here today in court if I showed them to you?
Yes.
And, Your Honor, once again, I have two physical exhibits here. They're marked as 155 and 156. I'm happy to show them as well to Mr. Lychwick. I would ask that I be allowed to approach the witness after doing so and show these to him.
Mr. Lychwick, would you like to see exhibits 155 and 156? Mr. Lychwick is not responding. Attorney Tombasco, you may approach the witness.
Thank you. Sir, showing me what's been marked as State's Exhibit 155 and 156, can you please just tell us what are those two exhibits, sir?
The two exhibits are cardboard boxes with our Waukesha Police evidence inventory labels on them. And then heat sealed above them are two metal projectiles.
And do you know whether those two projectiles were the ones that came from the victim in this case?
Yes, those are the ones.
And again, you did transport those to the lab for further analysis, is that right?
I did.
Okay. Your Honor, I now move the two exhibits into evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection, Mr. Lychwick, to 155 and 156? Hearing no objection, they are received.
Thank you. Specialist Nelson, I asked you a few moments ago about some of the towels that were found on the Luger firearm. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Why were those not disturbed when you located this firearm in the defendant's trunk?
Given the circumstances of this investigation, it was decided to not disturb them or to try to remove them. Our expertise in firearms is pretty substantial. However, the crime lab has better quality control and they're able to better process those items more than what we're capable of.
And, sir, was there a point in time in this investigation where you made another run and brought additional items to the crime lab?
I transported items 2 separate times to the crime lab, yes.
Okay. And do you know whether one of those times involved buccal swabs that came from Mr. Lychwick himself?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, can I just have this next exhibit displayed for the witness as well? Sir, are you able to see this on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And this has been marked as State's Exhibit number 108. Is that right, sir?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you know approximately when you transmitted? Well, actually, let me back up and ask it this way. This is another form for transmittal of evidence to the crime lab. Is that right, sir?
That is correct.
Okay. So this is another example of something that you brought to the state crime lab for further analysis. Is that right?
It is correct.
Okay. And when we scroll down on this particular form, does it indicate what specifically you brought to the crime lab?
It does.
And what did you bring to the crime lab, sir?
4 DNA swabs from the defendant, obtained from his left and right cheek.
And do you know when these were brought to the crime lab, sir?
Shortly after December 6th.
I now move the exhibit in evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection to this exhibit, Mr. Lychwick? There is no objection from the defendant. Attorney Tombasco, this was 108.
It is, let me scroll up really quick. It is 108, Your Honor, that is right.
That will be received.
Okay. So when a buccal swab is typically brought to the lab, is it very common for such a sample to be later tested by the crime lab?
If it's requested to, yes.
So you mentioned just a few moments ago that you had made a third trip with items that were recovered to the crime lab. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
Do you recall when you made that trip, sir?
I made a trip December 5th, I believe.
Okay. And sir, when you made that trip, or before you made that trip, would you have also filled out a transmittal form for that particular trip as well?
Yes, each trip to the crime lab requires its separate transmittal.
Okay. And sir, are you able to see a form that it's been marked now as States Exhibit 110 on your screen?
The exhibit number isn't there, but I do see the form. Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, for the record, I would ask that this exhibit be referenced as States Exhibit 110. There is no number on it, but that's what I would be requesting.
I'm sorry. There was a cough and I missed.
Sure. I would be asking that this be marked as States Exhibit number 110.
Sure, it will be. Just make sure that when it gets into the record, it has that appropriate sticker on it.
Sure, absolutely, Your Honor. And so you are able to see this exhibit as well, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on this particular exhibit, does it indicate whether some particular swabs were sent to the crime lab?
Yes.
And specifically, does it indicate several swabs for DNA from several boots?
Yes.
Do you know whose boots these are that were swabbed?
These were boots that were located in the defendant's vehicle.
So these were Mr. Lychwick's boots?
Yes.
And in addition to that, does it also indicate whether a swab of a particular firearm was administered or submitted as well?
Yes.
And that was a Luger pistol?
Yes.
And that was the same Luger pistol that you found in the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
Yeah, I now move the exhibit in evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection to the receipt of Exhibit 110, Mr. Lychwick? Hearing none, it will be received.
Specialist, do you know whether the boots that were swabbed were seized by the police in this case?
They were. We wouldn't swab them without seizing them.
Okay. And if I showed you those here today in court, would you be able to recognize whether those were the boots that were actually seized?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, for the record, these have been marked as States Exhibit 150 for the right and States Exhibit number 150A for the left boot. Once again, I'm happy to show them to Mr. Lychwick if he would like. I'd be asking to approach the witness.
Attorney Tombasco, you said 150 and 150A?
Correct. 150 is for the right boot and 150A is for the left boot.
Mr. Lychwick, would you like to examine those before they are presented to the witness? Mr. Lychwick doesn't respond. Despite making eye contact with the court, you may proceed.
Thank you. So just to kind of set the stage a little bit, those two exhibits that I handed you, they are sealed, is that right?
They are.
And is that the common procedure for evidence that is seized, that it is sealed in that manner?
Yes.
And is that, again, to prevent any contamination?
Yes.
And so those two particular items have not been tampered with or altered with in any way? They are just as you received them when they were recovered from the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received.
Any objection to the admission of 150 and 150A? Hearing none, it is received, or they are received.
Thank you. And I would be asking at this point for the court to allow this witness to break the seal on these items and again show them to the jury.
Any objection to that process, Mr. Lychwick? Hearing none, you may proceed.
Is there any particular order you want me to open them?
No.
I got the first one open.
Yes, yes. Okay. So, sir, I would, with the court's permission, of course, I would ask that you just do a couple of passes so the jury can actually see.
Why don't we have both boots opened and then they can be published at the same time?
Perfect. Yeah.
You want me to hold them up together? Or?
Yes, please.
This is 150, and this is left and right.
And, Your Honor, I would just ask, is the witness able to stand and actually show them that way? It might be easier for the jury to see if we do it that way.
That's fine.
Swipe back and forth.
I think I just said that we'd like you to just stand at the witness stand. If you could just hold them up, and I'll ask that the record reflect the witness is holding up both the boots that have been received as an exhibit for the jury's view.
It will reflect.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Lychwick, would you like to ask this witness any questions on cross-examination? Mr. Lychwick does not acknowledge the court. Therefore, specialist, you may step down. Thank you.
Do you want these items?
You can, I'll tell you what, why don't you hand me the items except for the box?
Okay.
I'm going to have my deputy, or one of the deputies, take possession of the box for right now.
Judge, we're actually going to need that for the next witness. Is it okay? Can we just leave it in close proximity so I can have my next witness reference it? Thank you.
Do you have another witness you want to call this afternoon?
We do. We have Jessica Crawford, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, the court may call its next witness. Or, excuse me, the state may call its next witness.
Yeah, we call Jessica Crawford, Your Honor.
Ms. Crawford, you can come all the way up to the witness stand here. When you get up here, please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat. When you get yourself positioned by the microphone right there, start by stating your name, spelling your first and last for the record.
My name is Jessica Crawford, JESSICA
You may proceed.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Ms. Crawford. Can you please tell the jury how you're employed?
I am a firearms and toolmark examiner with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, Milwaukee Laboratory.
And specifically, are you employed within the Division of Forensic Science?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's Forensic Sciences, right, plural?
Correct.
Okay. And your official title is Firearms and Tool Marks Examiner, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And how long have you held your current position, ma'am?
Approximately 10 years.
And do you have any specific education that qualifies you to hold your current position?
I have a Bachelor's of Science from Fort Hays State University.
And have you completed any specialized training or experience that qualifies you to hold your current position, ma'am?
Yes, I have completed the Firearm and Toolmark Examiner training program that is provided by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
And as a part of your career, do you participate in any continuing education and or training requirements?
I do.
And does this allow you to remain current on topics in your field?
It does, yes.
Yep. Can you give the jury just a sample? What sort of continuing education or training do you participate in?
So we receive what we call proficiency tests. We receive a few of those each year that test us on the different disciplines in which we work. These are provided to us by a third-party organization and given to us in the form of a black box study. So essentially, we don't know the results. We do the work as casework, and then we return the results to the organization, and they provide us with results after the fact to ensure that we are staying competent on the work that we provide.
And throughout your career, have you ever been asked to present at conferences regarding topics in your field?
Yes.
And can you give the jury a sample? What topics have you presented on?
I present on evidence handling. I have presented on firearm and tool mark examination, and I have presented on Daubert hearings, which is a motion throughout the courts.
And have you testified in court before, ma'am?
I have, yes.
How many times have you testified?
About 120 times.
And Ms. Crawford, are you familiar with a concept that's known as firearms identification?
Yes.
Can you please just tell the jury, what is firearms identification?
With firearms identification, we are looking at firearms and firearm-related evidence like fired cartridge cases and fired bullets or projectiles. And we are comparing the fired bullets and projectiles to the firearm or to each other.
And as part of the 120 times that you've testified in court, have you ever testified regarding firearms identification?
Exclusively.
Okay. So the 120 times you've testified have all been related to firearms identification?
Yes.
Okay. And the specific training and experience and education that you've just defined, is all of that in relation to that particular topic, firearms identification?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And ma'am, are you familiar with a document that's known as a Statement of Qualifications?
I am.
Okay. And can you tell the jury, what is that?
A statement of qualifications is essentially a working resume. So it will have information regarding the work that I have done, the trainings I have done, the testimonies I have done within my time frame at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
Okay. And ma'am, well, Madam Clerk, if we could just project this on the witness's screen. Ms. Crawford, I'm just going to show you this document. It's been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 113, and I'm going to ask if you recognize it.
Yes.
Okay. Is this your Statement of Qualifications, ma'am?
This looks like the first page of it, yes.
Okay. I'm going to scroll through and just let me know if it all looks correct.
Yes.
Okay. And this is your Statement of Qualifications, is that right?
It is, yes.
Okay. And as part of your career, is it an expectation that you maintain this type of document?
Yes.
And that is so you can testify in court regarding what you do on a daily basis?
Correct.
Yep. Your Honor, I now move the exhibit into evidence and ask that it be received.
Mr. Lychwick, any objection to Exhibit 113? The defendant does not respond. The exhibit will be received.
And Your Honor, at this point, I would ask that the court receive Ms. Crawford as an expert witness pursuant to WISC-STAT 907.02 subsection 1, specifically in the field of firearms identification.
That is for the jury to determine.
Okay. Ms. Crawford, in relation to your work at the Wisconsin State Laboratory, do you receive firearms for identification and testing?
I do.
And when a firearm comes to you for testing, what is the procedure that you follow?
So when I receive a firearm, I will first examine that firearm to ensure that it hasn't been manipulated or damaged. Then we create a worksheet where we indicate all of the different manufacturing, make information on the worksheet. Once I've gone through the entire firearm, ensured that it is safe to fire, we perform 2 test fires of every firearm where I actively go into a shooting range and fire and collect the ammunition fired from the firearm.
And where do you get your hands on the ammunition that you use for test firing, the weapons that you receive?
We have a reference library of ammunition that we use to do all test firing with.
And the procedure that you just explained to the jury, is that followed each and every time, ma'am?
It is.
And why is it important that you follow that procedure each and every time?
For the quality control aspect of the work that we do to ensure that things are being done accurately and complete.
And after you finish test firing the weapon that is sent to you, do you complete or memorialize your findings in some sort of document?
Yes.
And what is that document?
Well, we do have notes, and then we also will write a report, and that report will have our findings.
And is this report known as a firearms identification report?
I believe it's a Wisconsin State Crime Lab report, but it is my report that indicates the firearms work.
I see. And is that something that that you do each and every time you finish, is fill out that report?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, ma'am, as it relates to this particular case, do you know whether your lab received a firearm for testing that you analyzed here?
Do you have a laboratory number you could provide me?
I'll tell you what, maybe I can do even one better, ma'am. Do you know whether you completed a report in reference to a firearm in this case?
Yes, I do believe I did.
Okay. And if I was to show you a copy of that report here today in court, would that assist you in your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Ma'am, are you able to see what's now been projected on your screen?
I can, yes.
Okay. And this is marked as State's Exhibit number 114, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, ma'am, just scrolling up, is that your name that's located at the top of this report?
That is my name, yes.
Okay. And so what is the, when you analyze a weapon, is that the routine practice that you affix your name and your signature to this report?
That's correct.
Okay. And so does this assist you in terms of evaluating which firearm you analyzed in this particular case?
That's correct.
Okay. And again, this is your regular practice is to complete reports such as this in the scope of your employment?
It is.
Yeah, I ask the record that we receive the exhibit in for evidence.
Any objection to Exhibit 114, Mr. Lychwick? Hearing no objection, the court will receive Exhibit 114.
And, Your Honor, I would ask that we publish to the jury.
Any objection to the publication, Mr. Lychwick? All right, it will be published.
So, ma'am, I'd like to start with the first section of this report. Do you see that there's an indication that says item AD1?
Yes.
Okay. And item AD1, is this the firearm that you received in your laboratory for testing?
Yes.
Okay. And what type of weapon is this?
This is a Germany Mauser, a model Luger 42 or 1939, 9mm caliber semi-automatic pistol.
Okay. And then there's also something on this one that says with six landing grooves, right and twist, rifle barrel. Do you see that?
Yes.
What does that mean?
The 6 lands and grooves and right-hand twist rifle barrel would indicate the characteristics of the interior of the barrel of this firearm.
And when you receive a weapon at your particular lab, are there some sort of stickers that are noted on it when it receives?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I believe that there's, the firearm should be close by. If I could just use that with the witness, please.
Sure. The witness can use the gun box right there, which is identified as Exhibit 157.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Crawford, do you have exhibit number 157 in front of you?
I do.
Okay. And is that, are there stickers on that came from your lab?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Crawford, the previous witness has testified that the firearm has been rendered safe, too. You may proceed.
Thank you very much. So now, moving down, there's a section that says item AD2. Can you just explain that for the jury?
AD2 is a magazine that has 7 unfired 9mm caliber cartridges with it.
And is this an item that you would have received in your laboratory for testing?
Correct.
Okay, so you received, at the time that this Luger firearm was sent to you, also included with the submission was a magazine and then some unfired 9mm cartridges, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then continuing to move down, there's an item I and an item J. Do you see that as well?
Yes, I do.
Can you please explain what is item I and what is item J?
Item I is 1 fired 9mm caliber full metal jacket bullet with 6 lands and grooves and a right hand twist. Item J is also 1 fired 9mm caliber full metal jacket bullet with 6 lands and grooves and a right hand twist impression.
So these items I and item J, these are also items that were submitted to you for testing as well?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I believe these items have also been previously received. If we could just show those to the witness as well.
They should be right there for the witness as well. Those are, those were part of 157, correct?
Yes.
They're on the box.
Item J here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Item I and J, Attorney Thompson, did you pull out exhibits 155 and 156?
I did, yes. They were up there. Those are the projectiles recovered from the victim's head and torso during the autopsy.
Sure. So just so the record's clear, then, with reference to item I and item J, those refer to exhibits 155 and 156.
Thank you very much. So you have those in front of you, ma'am, as well?
I do.
Okay. Ma'am, with respect to all 3 of those items, are there yellow stickers indicated on each item?
There are, yes.
Okay, can you explain that a little bit more?
So the yellow barcode sticker is something that's applied to each piece of evidence as it's received from law enforcement to the crime lab. It provides a laboratory case number and a laboratory item designation, and the barcode allows us to track and follow the chain of custody throughout the laboratory as the item is worked.
Okay. And again, moving down the report, if I could, please, you had testified earlier that you test fired this particular weapon, this Luger firearm that you received. Is that right?
That is correct.
And when you test fired this particular weapon, did you find there to be any malfunctions regarding it?
I did not.
Okay. So the weapon was capable of recycling a bullet through it. Is that right?
Yes, it did function.
Okay. I'm just going to take the exhibit down for 1 second here, ma'am. Actually, Madam Clerk, can we bring the exhibit back up to the witness at this point?
Just for the witness?
Yes, please. Ma'am, is there a section of your, well, first and foremost, do you have this document in front of you as well, ma'am?
I do.
Okay. Do you see a section in this report that's called microscopic comparison conclusion?
Yes, I do see. I just see the title at this time.
Okay. Can you explain what that is?
So microscopic comparison is going to be a comparison of the class and individual characteristics of a fired piece of evidence. So say we would take these test-fired cartridge cases and bullets, we would then do a microscopic comparison to fired evidence like cartridge cases or bullets that were received to compare the markings that are left over on those bullets and cartridge cases from the firing process that are imparted from the firearm onto those pieces of evidence. We use what's called a comparison microscope, and we compare them by using two stages or two microscopes that are connected by one optical bridge. And I look at both objects simultaneously, comparing the microscopic striations and impressions to each other in order to come to a conclusion.
And ma'am, just to kind of flush that out just a little bit more, actually before I do that, Your Honor, we've now switched computers. Can we just now, once again, place this back on the screen for the jury? I just didn't want the jury to see my questions.
Oh, for the jury?
Yes,
Sure.
yes, please. Yep.
So Exhibit 114 will again be displayed to the jury.
Can we zoom in a little bit more on that? So, ma'am, you were just testifying about this, the section microscopic comparison conclusions. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you're performing a comparison on what is listed as item I and item J, is that right in there?
That is correct.
Okay. So what you're doing then is you're performing a comparison between what you received, which is item I and item J, with the bullets or the projectiles that you have in your laboratory. Is that right?
Correct. The ones that I fired through the firearm compared.
Okay. And when a firearm is recycled through a particular weapon, in this case, a 1939 Luger, does the cartridge have any specific markings or something that would indicate it came from that particular weapon?
That is my experience.
Yep. Can you explain that a little bit more to the jury?
So during the manufacturing process, when a firearm is being made, it's being made with tools. As those tools are forging those different parts, those tools are changing in themselves. So I like to think of it like a piece of chalk. So say you have a fresh piece of chalk and you take it and you score it on the ground. When you look at that end, you're going to see some striations, you're going to see some impressions from the ground that you just rubbed it against. Now, if you were to take it and do it again, you may still see some of those striations and impressions from that first time, but there may be some subtle or different changes that are happening during each time that you're marking that piece of chalk. So the tools that are used in the manufacturing process are similar in the sense that as they wear through each item that they're making, they also have slight changes. So that's where we have that difference between class characteristics and individual characteristics. A class characteristic will be something that's done, decided in manufacturing. So something like the caliber or that amount of lands and grooves, that would be something that was decided and is a class characteristic. I would expect that many Lugers would have a 6 right-hand twist barrel. Those microscopic striations and impressions that are happening during that manufacturing process where those tools are then wearing through each piece that it's making, those are going to be those individual characteristics, those microscopic striations and impressions that we're using in order to identify a particular gun back to the pieces of evidence that we receive.
I see. Thank you for that explanation. And so so again, referring you back to the item that's listed as AD1, the weapon that you received, and then the 2 items that you spent regarding item I and item J, do you have an opinion regarding whether items I and item J came from item AD1 based on your testing?
I do.
Yes. Can you please state that opinion, ma'am?
It is my opinion that items I and J, the 2 fired 9mm caliber bullets, were fired through the barrel of item AD1, which is the Germany Mauser Luger.
1 second, ma'am. Ma'am, when you look at all of these items, do they all have the appropriate crime lab designation?
The barcode sticker?
Yes.
Yes, they did.
Okay. And in terms of the item I and item J that you just testified to, is that opinion made to a reasonable degree of professional certainty?
It is, yes.
And what specifically would you point to informing that opinion?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that?
Sure. What specifically, you've just testified that it's your conclusion that item I and item J were recycled through item AD1. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what do you rely on specifically informing that opinion?
So that opinion is based off of my training and experience as a firearms and toolmark examiner.
Okay. Is there anything in particular that you would point to on those particular items, any stratations or something that would be in support of that?
So during my examination, I do find areas of identification that assist me in being able to make the identification to the barrel. And that is just going to be areas of those striations within the lands and grooves that I was able to make identifications to.
Do items I and items J bear specific marks on them that are similar to the ammunition that you test fired that are similar in nature?
Yes. Yes, they do.
Can you explain that a little bit more?
So by comparing items I and J to the test-fired bullets that I fired through item AD1, I was able to find areas of identification that, in my opinion, I was able to then make an identification that these two items were fired through the barrel of item AD1.
And when you make that conclusion, ma'am, is there some sort of peer review process that takes place in order to ensure the accuracy of your findings?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what that process is?
Firearms goes through a two-step process. There is a peer review or technical review portion, and that is when a second qualified examiner takes the paperwork and ensures that it's accurate and complete. There is also a process where that second qualified examiner takes the physical evidence itself, performs an examination, and confirms that the evidence supports the conclusions made in my report.
And, Your Honor, at this point, may I approach the witness just to retrieve evidence?
You may.
So, ma'am, just to be clear, I'm holding in my hand States Exhibit 155 and States Exhibit 156. These are items I and J, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So it is your conclusion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty that these two projectiles came from what I'm now holding as States Exhibit number 157. Is that right?
That is correct.
And that is item AD1, as noted on your lab report. Is that right?
That is correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, any cross-examination for this witness? The defendant does not respond. Ms. Crawford, you may step down.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at 4:46. We've had another full, productive day. I appreciate your attention and patience throughout the day. We are going to break for this evening. I want to remind you that you have not heard all of the evidence in this case. You have not heard any of the instructions that I am going to give you, so it is not ready for your deliberations yet. As you go home tonight, take a break, get some rest. Don't talk about the case to anyone, including loved ones. Don't talk about it to your fellow jurors as you're leaving the courtroom. You are not able to deliberate until I allow you to, and when the evidence is finished and the arguments are finished. So we will break until tomorrow morning. We're going to resume again at 8:30 tomorrow morning. But again, I think we're doing very well on time. So you can feel comfortable that we will be able to finish in a timely fashion here. All right, we will see you tomorrow at 8:30.
All right.
You may be seated. We are now outside the presence of the jury. The court will make the following record regarding the defendant during this period of testimony. I'll also note that the defendant has not been standing for the jury as instructed by the bailiffs, even though I'm not under any impression that the defendant is unable to stand. He is only restrained by the ankle, and he would otherwise be able to stand. At 3:21 this afternoon, during Detective Schulten's testimony, the defendant appeared to be slumped over a little bit in his chair. That was the first time that I was under the impression that Mr. Lychwick could potentially be asleep in his chair. I had one of the bailiffs walk behind him and nudge him on his shoulder, and he had, again, that sort of startled awakening where he looked up at the deputy. Other than that, the defendant has remained stationary. He is huddled under his coat. The coat is pulled up around his shoulders and up to his chin. He has maintained some eye contact with court. I've noted it a couple of times where I've looked over at the defendant and he's been looking at the court, and then as soon as we make eye contact, he quickly shuts his eyes. There are other times, like now, where his eyes are open and he's blankly staring or staring at the court. So again, the court is convinced that the defendant remains awake and attentive during this. He is simply refusing to participate, but he is not obstructive and not obstructing any of the testimony or the court proceedings. So if he wants to sleep or meditate or not participate, that is his choice to make. All right, Attorney Thompson, how are we doing on time and scheduling?
I think we're doing great. The witness who had a conflict in Milwaukee County this afternoon will be the first one I call tomorrow morning at 8:30, and I expect her to be available. And then after that, the state has 3 additional witnesses, all of whom are somewhat lengthy, but we are definitely on track. If we don't end up resting tomorrow, then certainly finishing up Thursday morning with testimony.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anything else you want to address at this time, Attorney Thompson?
No, thank you.
Mr. Lychwick, is there anything you want to address at this time? Okay. I'll note, too, that where the record reflects that the court has asked Mr. Lychwick certain questions, either in regards to anything he wants to add or in regards to the exhibits being offered or anything like that, for the most part, I've tried to wait a few seconds for a response and then make a note that the defendant has not responded. Other times I know I've asked the defendant the question and then simply moved on and allowed the exhibit to be entered. So just for the record, in case there's any question later on, I've always allowed Mr. Lychwick several seconds to respond to me, and the times that I've moved on have been because Mr. Lychwick has not offered me any response. I do want to go through just real quick where we're at on the exhibits. By my count, it appears that we have exhibits 1 through 72 all admitted into evidence, and that includes 1A, 1B, 1C, 28A, 34A, 41A, 59A. Then the next consecutive batch is exhibits 75 through 91, and that includes 80A, 81A, and 87A. I then have 93 through 101, 108 through 110, 113 through 114, 140, 145 through 147, including 145A, 146A, 149 through 150, plus 150A, 155 through 157, and 165 through 168, including 165A and 166A. State Is that consistent with what you have?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Lychwick, anything you want to say regarding that rundown of exhibits? Mr. Lychwick refuses to respond. Okay, that's where we should be then with exhibits. Mr. Lychwick, I want you to think about how this case is going tonight and decide whether or not you want to be an active participant in your defense tomorrow. I will once again allow you to dress in civilian clothes if you so choose. You can ask questions of the witnesses that the state calls. You can raise objections. You can consult with standby counsel. Those are all options available to you that you have not utilized today. Tomorrow's a new day, Mr. Lychwick, so reflect on how today went and see if you want to participate in your defense tomorrow. We are adjourned until 8:30 tomorrow.
And I have the exhibits as well. I'll bring those up.
Thank you.
As well. Yeah.
We will mark it for identification as 401A, and we'll send that back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yeah, it seems that the alien thing is only over 30 minutes. I'm not necessarily going to start a new stream because it's so shorter than like a few hours or an hour. I probably would have done a new one. So if there are no objections, I'm going to just play it here while we wait for this verdict in this other trial.
Yes. All right. Yeah.
Oh, I do.
Yeah, that's why I left.
Okay, hold on. I need to see the archive.
Thank you all for attending this historic event. My name is James Fox. I've been investigating UFO cases, now referred to as UAP, across the globe for over 30 years. And I've directed 7 feature-length documentaries on the subject. In recent years, Congress has held multiple public hearings on UAP, which is a dramatic shift towards transparency. Thanks to many members of Congress, the issue is now being taken very seriously. We, the people, are finally hearing accounts in a credible setting from first-hand U.S. military personnel about highly advanced unknown craft that fly rings around our frontline fighter jets. With President Trump's unprecedented directive to release UAP files, we are seeing more and more of these type of craft captured on various government sensors, and I'm told this is just the beginning. One of the aspects to the phenomenon that's spoken about with less frequency are close encounters of the third kind. Reporting by witnesses of entities of non-human sentient beings connected to the craft. Don't take it from me, some of these reports come directly out of the United States Air Force's own files. In fact, the very scientist who coined the phrase close encounters of the third kind investigated cases for the United States Air Force from 1947 to 1969, Dr. J. Allen Hynek. According to Hynek, it was cases like those that the United States Air Force desperately tried to keep secret, because it's one thing to try and confuse the public with weather balloons and swamp gas, and another entirely different when dealing with credible reports of non-human beings on the ground. I personally investigated one such case for over 16 years. The case occurred in Varginha, Brazil in 1996 and involves dozens of first-hand reports of UAP and direct contact with living, intelligent, non-human beings who, according to multiple Brazilian witnesses, were flown out of Brazil to the United States in January of 1996. Recently, the former Brazilian Ministry of Defense, Aldo Rebelo, confirmed the incident occurred and stated, if the U.S. disclosed information on this case, then we in Brazil could do the same. Mr. President, I am respectfully requesting that you declassify and release all files related to this case and others like it. We the people have a right to know. Reality should not be classified. Thank you.
Hi everyone, thank you for being here today, and I just want to say, especially for the members sitting behind us, as you know, this Congress, we were given permission to stand up the task force on declassification of federal secrets. Many of our colleagues did not believe in this up until really the videos started coming out, and had it not been for the efforts of Representative Burleson, Burchett, Moskowitz, and the countless of other members who have backed us in this fight, you probably wouldn't see some of these files and videos that are coming out today. But it doesn't just stop here. For some time, we've been pushing for there to be legislation, whether it be whistleblower protections or the UAP Disclosure Act, and it's been time and time again stonewalled by various intelligence agencies and staff within the House of Representatives, which is why we are grateful to the administration and their effort, as well as Stephen Miller's office, in pursuing the truth, something that we all should deserve transparency on. And so our next call to action will be that we are meeting with the White House. We are requesting that whistleblowers receive temporary immunity or permanent immunity, and if they are able to divulge whether it is locations of craft and or advanced technologies. As you know, this is something that we are all wanting to know the truth on. And again, without your cooperation, we wouldn't have been where we are at today. And so thank you. I'd like to now introduce Representative Eric Burleson.
Thank you all for being here today. I want to first begin by thanking everyone that's here, and I want to thank my colleagues behind me, this task force. We could not do this without the incredible leadership of Representative Luna and my colleagues on the team. We also wouldn't be here today if it weren't for the brave men and women who have come forward as whistleblowers, who have plowed that soil. We wouldn't be here without these individuals. And we also wouldn't be here celebrating the victories that we have were it not for President Trump. We finally have a leader that the American people can trust to challenge institutions that have grown far too comfortable operating without accountability. For decades, the American people have been treated like children, told that our government secrets that they don't get to know. Don't ask, don't expect answers, just trust the process. Well, the American people are done with that answer, and I'm done with that answer. Over the last 3 years, we have made more progress on this issue than at any point in modern history. We've held hearings. We've reviewed Russian and Brazilian records, including a formal FBI inquiry into the '96 Varginha incident, where witnesses alleged the Brazilian military captured non-human entities and craft and buried the truth. Today, Aldo Rebelo, who was the Ministry of Defense at the time, came forward and admitted that this event was true. We've sent targeted inquiries into MIT Lincoln Laboratories, MITRE, and every government agency that's been connected to UAP. We've worked with lawmakers across 4 continents. We've sought answers on cases like Matthew Sullivan, a would-be whistleblower whose tragic death deserves far more scrutiny than it has received. We've obtained video evidence, including the MQ-9 footage of a UAP incident off the coast of Yemen, delivered to my office through what can only be described as a Tom Clancy-style dead drop. Someone felt that they had, now think about this, someone felt they had to secretly hand information to an elected official, a member of Congress. Why would anyone fear bringing information to Congress? They shouldn't. We are no longer asking hypothetical questions anymore. Congress is requesting specific records and videos. These agencies and contractors know that we know that they exist, and we're going to get them released. We continue to receive credible claims of recovered craft and reverse engineering programs that may have operated for decades outside of any oversight. Those claims point to specific facilities, contractors, records, and people. Congress has a constitutional duty to follow them, and that duty does not vanish because someone stamped a document classified 30 years ago. It does not vanish because some bureaucrat says so. It does not vanish because a program has become so compartmentalized that even elected officials are expected to look the other way. The Constitution gave Congress oversight, authority for a reason. No one elected No elected bureaucrat has that authority. This information is not yours to keep. It belongs to the American people. They own it and they deserve the truth. The most important people in this story are the whistleblowers. David Grush, Admiral Gallaudet, Dylan Borland, Jeff Nusatelli, and the many others who haven't been named yet. Their careers were upended. Their families were torn apart. They endured an avalanche of stress, all because they believed this information belongs to you, the American people, and they attempted to and tried to get it to you. Some will say they should have used more proper channels. To hell with the safe way. The safe way protects the system. These are people who simply wanted the American people to see what they know, and they deserve protection. They deserve our respect, and they deserve a second chance. And we are at a different time. This is the age of disclosure. Mr. President, I'm asking you directly, waive the non-disclosure agreements that still bind these patriots. Grant immunity to anyone and everyone who has already come forward and everyone who will come forward. Open the door and let them speak. Because unless people know they will be protected, why would they come forward and step forward otherwise? It is time that we flip the script entirely as well. It has been said by people in positions that know that even presidents have been kept on a need-to-know basis. That Navy pilots, admirals, and generals describe programs to senior officials that commander-in-chiefs were never briefed on. Career bureaucrats who view presidents as temporary help. Here today, gone tomorrow. That is not classification. That's a constitutional crisis. Transparency must be the default in the United States of America, and it should be required for those with knowledge to come forward, not wait for us to ask. There must be real penalties for officials who knowingly withhold information from Congress. Playing dumb is no longer acceptable. Hiding behind classification is no longer acceptable. Mr. President, you know that the agencies lie. You know that firsthand. They have lied to you. They have lied about you. They do not cooperate easily, and they never have. This is the moment. Use the authority that you have, Mr. President. The American people are behind you. And everyone listening today in government, working for a contractor, retired, anywhere in the world, come to Congress. Come to these group of people. We will work with you. This is a worldwide call for action. And what you know and help us please release every record, every file, and every piece of information. The time is now. Thank you. And with that, I'll yield to the general.
What's that? Be brief, be brilliant, be gone. Well, it's good to be with you all, and it's great to be with my colleagues and people that want transparency in America. And just like my good friend Mr. Burleson, Representative Burleson, said, this isn't the government's information. Unless there's some kind of national security element that's going to imperil our safety, this is our information. We should have it, every single bit of it, and you shouldn't be crazy, and you shouldn't have your reputation destroyed because you want to disclose. This is our government. This is our country. This is our information, and damn it, we demand it. God bless you.
Thank y'all. My name's Congressman Tim Burchett, and I know y'all got up this morning and said, "Dadgum, I hope I get to stand out in the heat and listen to some redneck talk for too long." Well, I'll keep it short. I am a redneck, proudly. But it's a pleasure being here with you. I want to first salute the bravery of these folks standing back here on the back row for their guts. This country was not created by a bunch of meek pansies. It was people that took a stand, and these fellows took a stand, and thank y'all so much. I really appreciate that. I appreciate my colleagues in Congress. I even have to say it, I have to appreciate my friends in the media today, so there you go. I crossed over the divide. You know, I talked to the president about this issue, and he kept his word to me. He kept his word, and I think that's important. But I think we also need to remember, too, when I'm sitting in a skiff and some little punk in a man bun tells me the president's on a need-to-know basis, folks, that ought to tell you right there what we're up against. We're up against corruption. We're up against a cover-up. This thing's been covered up at least since 1947. Dadgummit, the public deserves the right to know. It's your dadgum tax dollars. It's not about little green men or flying saucers. It's about what are we spending all these millions and possibly billions of dollars on that these idiots tell us don't exist. And then yet we turn right around in the skip and then they tell us they do exist. This is a cover-up. You all know it. We know it. We demand the answers, and dadgummit, we're going to get them. Look, we got one or two bites at this apple. Please be careful about the false information that's coming out of Washington on all this stuff. Trust your gut. You know what's right. You know they exist. You know this has been a cover-up since before most of y'all been born. Thank y'all so much. Let's keep fighting for the truth. And thank you, Donald Trump, for keeping your word to me. And you all deserve to be in that skiff with us. We shouldn't be the gatekeepers, and none else of these jugheads up here should either. All right? Let's get at it. Thank y'all. And I don't care if he's across the aisle or not. He's one of the smartest guys I know in Congress, and he's one of my best friends. His name is Jared Moskowitz. Jared, come up here, brother.
That'll be used in my primary. Wonderful.
I hate his gun.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I don't have a plastic Jesus
Please,
in my pocket.
the correction for the record. Anyways, it's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be here with my colleagues. And let me thank the men and women behind them, not just for their courage, but for their service to the country. And that's what's changed. I mean, look, this conversation started years ago with people like the late Harry Reid, and then Marco Rubio and Chuck Schumer, and now my colleagues and many others in the House. But one of the things that changed is the quality and the caliber of people who are coming forward, who have served our military, decorated people with the experience, airline pilots, and the technology in our hands, and the technology that our military has. That's what's changed. And what's also changed is we started asking questions, very simple questions. And this is what got me interested in the topic. We would ask questions, and they would then push back. And we would ask more questions, and the pushback became more significant. We would try to put language in an amendment, in a bill, and they would oppose it. They would secretly go to the chairman of committees to strip that language out. And that became clear to us that they were hiding something. And so listen, I don't know what the full truth is, but I know we're being lied to. And the American people know that also. And so look, the time for disclosure is now. Disclosure today, disclosure tomorrow. The American people have a right to know. We know about these advanced technology programs. We know they come out of Area 51. They did when we went to kill Osama bin Laden with an advanced technology helicopter that Congress never funded. There's trillions of dollars missing at the Pentagon. Where does that money go? And so it's time for the government to come forward. And what we need is we need your help. All of you here. I get asked this question by people in my community more than anything else. What does the government know, and why aren't they telling us? The American people can handle it. They can handle it. I trust them. And it's time that we tell them the truth. Thank you.
Introduce yourself.
My name is Leslie Kane. I'm one of the reporters who wrote the 2017 New York Times story that fundamentally changed the conversation about UAP. In the years that followed, members of Congress met with Navy pilots and received classified briefings. Some came to realize that the observed objects were highly unlikely to be American, Russian, or Chinese technology, but nobody would publicly confirm what they were. Then, in 2023, the conversation changed again. Former intelligence official and whistleblower David Grush met with members of Congress, providing them with detailed information about covert government programs that he said possessed craft of non-human origin. This had been hidden from congressional oversight for decades. I was privileged to have interviewed Mr. Grush extensively before publishing his story with my colleague Ralph Blumenthal 3 years ago. 6 weeks after the story broke, Mr. Grush testified under penalty of perjury in an open congressional hearing While under oath, he spoke about an ultra-secret crash retrieval program and stated that some craft contained specimens or pilots, which he called non-human biologics. The potential existence of another living, intelligent, advanced species has more implications for humanity than the recovery of technological hardware. Now, the conversation needs to shift again, with more of a focus on biology and less on technology. Having served for decades on the staff of Congressional Intelligence and Defense Committees, Kirk McConnell, who is standing here today in the back, he was present in classified settings when highly credible sources briefed senators, including Marco Rubio, about recovered non-human bodies. Unlike legitimate national security concerns that require us to keep advanced technologies of non-human origin secret, that justification should not apply to biological evidence. Knowledge of the existence of another life form, studied and documented by qualified experts, should not be considered a threat to national security. By what authority can any institution withhold confirmation of what may be the most consequential scientific discovery in human history? Knowledge that we are not alone does not belong to any government or military. It belongs to all of humanity. Today, I call upon the President to prioritize the declassification and public release of any evidence concerning recovered, advanced, non-human biological entities. Thank you, and I turn this over now to David Grush.
I'll try to enunciate. Good afternoon. I'm here today because my leadership on the disclosure issue is part of my continued service to the nation. I took an oath as an Air Force officer swearing allegiance to the principles and the framework of the U.S. Constitution. I took that oath seriously then, and I take that oath seriously now. And if this is one of my final duties of public service, I want it to be this: helping Congress and the President restore lawful accountability over activities and spending that should never have been placed beyond constitutional oversights, and to be transparent with the American people. There are a myriad of issues across multiple cultural, religious, and institutional spectrums. The topics here that we're discussing today go beyond life in the universe. There are serious homeland security and airspace safety issues. There are relevant counterintelligence and technology protection issues that must be taken into consideration. For decades, unknown objects have freely operated in restricted airspace in large metropolitan areas and critical infrastructure, and the agencies responsible for securing the homeland cannot adequately defend against it. This is a serious national security issue. In my official duties, I was exposed to human and signals intelligence information concerning foreign adversary, UAP crash retrieval, exploitation and study efforts, adversary views on U.S. legacy program reverse engineering efforts, and U.S.-held audiovisual information related to crash retrieval matters, such as the recovered vehicles and the associated biological material. One must always be concerned about adversarial disinformation when you're getting foreign intelligence, but I was able to cross-verify this information internally to back up the foreign government assertions. Many of the president's team has been kept in the dark by high-ego, politically appointed actors, both because of incompetence and malicious intent has subverted the president's order on this issue. Furthermore, some of this foreign intelligence has not been provided to Congress despite lawful requests to the Defense Intelligence Agency last summer, and also having formally been published across the IC and analyzed by such analytical centers such as NASIC. These records belong under congressional oversight, and I believe DIA should stop obstructing Chairwoman Luna's task force and provide those documents to Congress and enter it through mandatory declassification review so the American public can see some of the foreign intelligence I had access to. Secrecy around this issue did not appear overnight. Subsequent executive orders, Secretary of Defense memorandums, compartmented security, basically nullified Congress's role with the judicial branch with oversight of this issue. Remember, classification exists to protect the nation. Executive Order 13526 discusses what can and cannot be classified. Embarrassment, hiding funds, criminal activity, and the basic information about scientific information in the universe is unlawful for it to be classified. And this is why whistleblower protections matter. Through my federal litigation ongoing with the Department of War, I learned that the Air Force worked with an external agency to seek an investigation of me for alleged unauthorized disclosures punishable under the Espionage Act after I testified in front of Congress in 2023, discussing the results of my congressionally directed investigation in the support of the first Trump administration. This should concern every member of Congress, regardless of party. To this day, I'm still fighting years of record withholding, administrative obstruction, and a prolonged effort to get a medical military retirement that I still am not in a retired status. This is also a real fraud, waste, and abuse issue. President Vance's task force is sharply focused on the issue of misuse of funds. The same accountability problem applies here. And during my investigation, I found slush funds to the tune of billions of dollars per annum for these activities. We cannot have one standard for the American people and another standard for the deep state that hide behind the veil of secrecy. President Trump has the authority to create an enduring legacy of government transparency, accountability consistent with national security protections. Disclosure should not depend on leaks. It should not depend on the public taking my word for it or anyone else's. American people deserve more than vague denials and selective releases of prior administrations, to include through troubled organizations such as ARROW. I applaud the President's efforts and his promise to show true American leadership on this issue of massive worldwide interest, over 1 billion views on the File Drop website. So the time has come to stop asking the public to trust secret conclusions. Instead, provide an honest accounting of what it knows, what it's done, and what has been withheld. God bless America.
I think we have about 4 minutes before they call votes to open it up for a quick round of questions. So if you guys can just, let's start with Real America's Voice.
Great. I have a question for David Rush. Can you confirm for us how many species? Recent reports have said that there are perhaps 4 different alien species, rays, Nordics. How many species are you aware of?
I certainly don't have the compendium. It's a continuum from corporeal, bipedal type life to, what I would consider like sentient plasmoid life. But there are several that the U.S. government is aware of.
A question for you, Mr. Brush.
Okay.
During the course of your investigation, it's been surfaced to the public that there's been a program by the name of Immaculate Constellation. During the course of your investigation, did you recognize that the infrastructure to support such a program for exfiltration of data from federal systems would exist?
Yeah, I can't comment on the content of that program. I've discussed on my interview in Judicial Watch that was a National Security Council program, and the secrecy started in 1954 through an Eisenhower executive order that created that infrastructure.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Rush, Kristen Fisher with the Endless Void. When you look at where we are right now in this moment for the disclosure movement, what's at stake here?
I think the sovereign contract between the citizenry and its government. I think the institutional rot that the lack of transparency in this issue is possibly going to cause an unattainable socioeconomic condition if the government is not transparent, akin to certain other. I don't want to say the Epstein files. That's a dirty word, but we could have that kind of scandal if we're not transparent on this issue.
And do you have any advice for people who are new to the UFO topic, the UAP topic, who just really don't know where to begin? There's just so much misinformation out there. What is your advice to them?
I would go watch James Fox's documentaries. I like the Disclosure. It's a great movie. It's a good primer. So, and I also, there is a declassified 1971 Australian formerly classified secret assessment that a couple years ago was put in the Australian National Archives. I encourage people to read page 7 through 16, and that was the nuclear branch chief of the Australian government discussing the U.S. cover-up and the involvement of the CIA back in the 70s. And that's actually a little-known document that is publicly available.
David, a question with the whistleblower, Matthew Sullivan. Is there anything that you know, or is there anything that ties into what is happening here today and with his testimony that never happened because he died 2 weeks, I guess, before
That's an ongoing.
It's an ongoing federal
so it's
investigation.
Still, yeah, they're leading up. But a lot of the stuff that started happening and picking up speed is just weird that it somewhat correlates to the disclosure efforts.
What was he coming in to testify for?
That would be a question for Rep. Burleson. Yeah,
David.
Mr. Sullivan was on the Legacy program. I served on active duty with him in the Air Force, but I don't want to discuss details of his knowledge until the federal investigation is complete. Okay. Yeah, Joe?
So, just for those that are maybe not so familiar, can you explain right now what the roadblocks are? What is preventing lawmakers, and if lawmakers want to take this evidence, from visiting locations that have been critical to reverse engineering or other things, that the knowledge is there, but the ability to go and see them is not?
I'll take a stop at that. If Congress says we're going to go to Area 51, if Congress says we're going to go to Area 51, everybody says, go to Area 51, Burchett. All I'm going to get there is a good dadgum T-shirt, all right? The moving van's already going to be there. The problem you have is that these things have been moved into private entities, so that they don't have a FOIA. I could FOIA Ford Motor Company, but doesn't mean they're going to do anything. That's why they moved it out of the federal governments, and that's part of the roadblocks. Other roadblocks we've seen, we tried to get a committee. We've had staff members try to block us when we first started this thing with that first hearing that Grush said that there's biological entities. They tried to move it into remember that Russian balloon that flew over? They tried to move it into that. And what was it? Chinese, excuse me, they're all together, I don't care. No, I know they're not. But they tried to move it into that. We had staff members try to block us. Just the top level. We've been in a skiff before, and we had a member of Congress come in and just try to disrupt the meeting, try to disrupt Grush, throw him all these trick questions, and he answered every dadgum one of them just right off the bat. He knocked it out of the park. So.
If there's before we have to go, because this is the last question, we do have a meeting set up with the White House. The White House is going to play ball on this. So as Rep. Burleson and Burchett has stated, they are following through on everything that we are sending them. So the next course of action and something that they are willing to entertain is if you are an intelligence official or have knowledge of locations of materials, and in doing our due diligence and following up the task force, they are considering, and I do believe that they are going to be providing immunity permanently, so that people can't be hit with a violation of the Espionage Act. So again, there's a lot of people that have a lot of information, but it's really, can we prove it, and what information can we then bring forward to the American people? So we are still relying on you guys.
Wait a minute, let the guy he's had his hand up the whole time, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Burchett. I have a question for Mr. Grush. He's available. I'm Mr. Grush. Scott Murtha from Mysterious Planet. I have a question. Do you have a sense of how many cases the government might be aware of that involve non-human biologics?
Quite a few, several dozen. So that's an ongoing list. So I can't give you an exact number because I didn't even have full access to that information.
Do you have a general rough estimate? Between
several dozen.
Gotcha. All right, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Bottom line, we got to go vote. Bottom line, we wouldn't be here if it.
So I can't give you an exact number because I didn't even have full access to that information.
Do you have a general rough estimate? Between non-human biologics.
An ongoing list. So I can't give you an exact number because I didn't even have full access to that information.
Do you have a general rough estimate? Between
several dozen.
Gotcha. All right, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Bottom line, we got to go vote. Bottom line, we wouldn't be here if it weren't for the bravery of these individuals who came forward, Mr. Grush, and all of the whistleblowers. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for the political courage of my colleagues who took this issue from being a fringe issue to being something that everyone is talking about and is no longer a fringe issue. And we wouldn't be here if it weren't for this president who has taken a decades-long request and finally brought us into the age of disclosure. And so, and I want to say thank you to the press as well, to James and to Leslie, and to everyone who has helped cover this topic. We're here to fight for the American people, fight for the truth, and again, our last call to action is we want to challenge every foreign country. Do what the United States is doing. See what we're doing here, and we want to see your country follow suit. And we want to see if any individuals have any information, do not be afraid to come to a member of Congress. We will protect you, and we will make sure that the truth is out there. Thank you.
the missing scientist, General McCaslin?
It's shady. Y'all are the media. You figure it out. Of course there's something going on. You had 14 rabbis, 14 preachers, 14 used car salesmen disappear. You'd be asking questions. There's something going on. What?
Missing congressman. Thomas Keene Jr., the missing congressman.
Nothing to do with UFOs. I think he's just ill.
What's the biggest wow that you've seen, Congressman Burchett?
Well, since you bear a striking resemblance to Steven Spielberg, I'm going to answer this. But Matthew McConaughey is going to play Tim Burchett in the Tim Burchett story, okay? I just want you to know that. I can't talk about it. That's the problem. I got to go. Thank y'all. Hey, tell your people to call their dadgum congressman, all right? We want disclosure. That's all you got to say.
We're dedicated to keeping this out of private industry.
Krista, when you grab that?
How can I? Let me just see.
Oh, yeah. Good here. Hey, what's up, man? How are you? Thanks.
Oh, nice catch. That's almost scary.
How you doing? So you made it?
I think I'm tied to you here.
That was the alien conference that happened earlier. So, very exciting stuff indeed, Moki. I'm glad that we got to review it.
He was well above the legal limit, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be helpful for you to know if those boys were also above the legal limit and highly intoxicated when you took those statements?
It could be, as we talked about earlier, it could have an impact on what they said.
Okay. If those boys would have said to you that Mr. Mew was looking for little girls, would you have noted that somewhere?
Yes.
Okay, because we throw this word around, you've heard this word pedophile thrown around over and over. You take that seriously, right?
Yes, the majority of the crimes I investigate involve crimes against children.
Right, so if somebody says to you, investigator, this guy's talking about looking for little kids based on your background, you'd be interested in that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you'd agree, nowhere in any report that you prepared do you document or indicate that they ever mentioned to you that he was looking for little girls. True?
I'm not trying to be argumentative again. Them specifically, no, but other people told me that they said that, so I documented it in my reports. But the boys specifically, no, sir.
Right. Well, you've heard the testimony in this case. You heard Owen Peliquin today said that Mr. Mew told him that, right?
Yes.
Owen Peliquin never told you that, right?
Correct.
Okay. So can you tell me, based on your training and experience, both as a hostage kind of negotiator and as a SWAT team, member of the SWAT team, would you consider what happened here to be a highly stressful event?
Yes.
Okay. And your training and experience, if this is fair, tells you that people react differently in highly stressful events. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Have you been, sounds like you have been in multiple times in your professional life in highly stressful events?
Correct.
Okay. And you might react differently than another officer might react, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in these highly stressful events, have you, through your training and experience, seen situations where people's bodies react to the highly stressful event? Do you know what I mean by that?
No, sorry.
Okay. Do you know, or has it been your experience that sometimes people might, as you've heard, go white, where their body reacts to a highly stressful event? Have you seen people go pale in highly stressful events?
I'm sure I have. I can't recall, but I'm sure I have.
Have you seen them become quiet, kind of almost catatonic?
Again, I'm sure I have. I just can't think of a specific time.
Wide-eyed?
Yes.
Okay. And does your training and experience tell you that those are things that their body is just doing, right? Their body is getting wide-eyed, or they're getting white, or things like that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't know that I understand it all the way.
Don't apologize, investigator.
Okay.
You're doing fine. Can I ask you, you were asked some questions about the river and the depths of the river and things like that.
Correct.
Okay. Now you would agree, to be fair, you can drown in calf deep water, right?
Potentially, yes.
Right. So especially if you get knocked unconscious, you can drown in 6 inches of water, right?
I would suspect so, yes.
Yeah. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is you had talked about different areas of the river where you were kind of maybe up to your shoulders or up to your chest or up to your waist. You don't need to be in that deep of water if you're unconscious to drown.
Correct.
So when Mr. Mew was, I think you heard the testimony, they're asking him to walk downriver, right? That's what you heard for the testimony?
I believe it's all angles, but mostly downriver, especially initially with Miss Cohen, I believe.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I get it right. They want him, according to the testimony, they want him to walk this way, the way the arrow's pointing, right?
At some points, yes.
Okay, and did you hear Mr. Mew say that at some points there the river is a little bit deeper than where he was standing?
Did I hear him say that? No, sir.
You didn't hear that on, Coleman said that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question with Coleman?
Coleman said that the river, at various points as you move downriver, becomes deeper, right?
Yes.
Okay. So is that true? The direction that they were pointing him to walk, the water would have been deeper, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, as a lead investigator, were you the officer who prepared the information for the crime lab regarding DNA on what was to be swabbed and where it was to be swabbed?
No, sir.
Do you know who did that?
I don't. I'm sorry.
Question done, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson.
You're asked about deleted photos. When you did these forensic downloads of the phones, was it more common to find deleted photos or not find deleted photos?
It's more common to not find the deleted photos than it is to find them.
And you were asked about Roberto Baldazzo and his statement that he had thought he dropped it while running up to aid some stabbing victims. Do you recall that question?
I do.
And you said that you saw a body cam of him with the knife in his shorts. What was he doing at that point in the body cam?
Providing aid to Isaac.
And prior to July 30th, 2022, had you ever seen Madison Cohen before?
No.
So you didn't have any sort of frame of reference for what her cheeks or what she looked like before that?
Correct.
Exhibit 51. It's a flash drive. Just because our map is cut off there and you're asked about the spot by the bridge, I want to pull up Lieutenant Coleman's presentation. I'll let the clerk know when I'm ready. All right, can we have the screen, please? Is the spot where it got deep, close to the bridge, visible on that image on the right?
I'm sorry, I don't think I'm following.
Can you draw on your screen if the judge can enable it, where you call that deep spot being that was near to the bridge?
Where it gets deeper, yes.
Yeah.
And to the best of my recollection, can I use it on the regular one, or do you want it on Lieutenant Coleman's drawing?
I guess either.
Right in that area there.
Okay. And just for the record, Judge, this is slide 13 of Exhibit 51. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Trofasi.
Do you ask Madison Cohen why she would possibly delete a photograph in a case like this?
We did, yes.
You did?
But I guess I don't know if we asked, but she made a statement that it was causing her anxiety. She didn't want to think about it. That's possibly why she deleted the photos.
Okay. And in terms of what you observed when she came out of the water, you've heard in this courtroom far more detail about kind of how this went down than you did that day, right?
Yes.
Right, so, I mean, you heard Madison Cohen get on the witness stand for however long and testify about what had occurred, right?
Correct, yes.
You've heard other people explain what they observed. between Mr. Mew and Madison Cone as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you've heard that this 248-pound man threw a hook, by some people's estimation, threw a hook to this girl's face and knocked her down, right? You've heard that.
I guess projectile relevance with this witness, I don't know what he can answer about what
I'm gonna say.
Well, overruled. I mean, it was said in court.
You've heard that, right?
Yes, some have said that.
Okay. And you didn't see a single mark on her face based on that, did you?
I did not see a mark on her face, no, sir.
That's it, Judge. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, investigator. You can
Yes,
step
Judge.
down. It is 11:45. This is probably the best place to break for lunch. So we'll break a little bit early. We'll reconvene at 12:45. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
You ever seen him use the pocket knife as a tool to fix things?
Sí. Yes.
Can you tell me about? Did he ever ask you or make any motions to you?
That's what he said.
And his wife said he's in trouble.
Probably like a 4 beer. Probably like 4 beer.
And you said you told Nick not to go look for the phone, but he insisted, right?
Correcto. Correct.
And Ariel wasn't worried about his phone because he had insurance, right?
Correcto. Correct.
And after Sandy said Nick's in trouble, you started walking towards Nick, right?
Correcto. Correct.
And you got pretty close to where Nick was, right?
No. No.
You got a lot closer than Sergio did, right?
No sé, porque en ese momento yo no sé dónde estuvo Sergio.
No,
Pero sí no estaba cerca.
I don't know because I don't know.
And good afternoon again from our Fox 9 streaming center.
You know what I mean? And he's all away by the group.
Who did?
What?
Who went by the group?
No, the guy you take it,
Yeah.
he's looking by the phone in the river because we stand here in the corner by the group of the people.
All right.
And I saw he there looking for the phone, and his wife said he's in trouble. What do you mean trouble? I saw people attack him.
People to stay in their homes.
You know, a bunch of people attack him, and then I don't know what's going on.
Negative. You can cancel the rave.
I go in the middle of the river. Hey, come on this way, and right away the problem. He said that somebody took his knife in his pocket.
Right.
He got a knife for cutting the thing in the river.
Cancel the rave. Cancel
And,
Minnesota helicopter.
I don't know anything.
Washington County units may.
Just give you the exhibits back. Fantastic.
Just waiting for Mr. Wooler. Guess he went to the restroom.
All right, we are back on the record. Appearances are the same. I've been advised that there is a verdict. We will have the jury come in. I'm used to there being more of you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you have a verdict? If you could hand it to the bailiff, please. All right, the court has received 4 verdict forms back, 2 of which are signed, 2 of which are unsigned. The first of the signed verdicts reads, we, the jury, find the defendant, Zachariah Raj, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 1 of the information. It is dated this 9th day of June 2026, and it is signed by Juror 34 as foreperson for the jury. The second reading, we, the jury, find the defendant, Zachariah Raj, guilty of mutilating a corpse as charged in count 2 of the information. It is again dated this 9th day of June 2026, and it is signed by jury foreperson, juror number 34. Ladies and gentlemen, it is necessary for me to ask each of you if what I have just read into the record represents your verdict. And we will start. Juror number 9, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 11, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 12, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 13, are these your verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 16, are these your verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 24, are these your verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 26, are these your verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 33, are these your verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 34, are these your verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 36, are these your verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 38, are these your verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 42, are these your verdicts?
Yes.
Any objection to the polling?
None from the state, thank you.
None from the defense.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this, your service is ended. You are free at this point to talk with whomever you want about your service here as a juror. If somebody contacts you, and I'm going to tell you this, I tell every jury this, and this is well over 280 juries that I've had as a judge. I tell every jury the same thing, and I've never had a call. But if in fact you are contacted by someone you don't wish to speak with, and they persist, you should contact the court immediately. As I said, I've never had that situation, but I have told everyone that. Folks, on behalf of the parties, on behalf of the court, thank you very much for your service. We put you through some very, very hard days, and we recognize that. A lot of the listening was after lunch, and sometimes presented some challenges, and we completely understand that. But what I do want to tell you is that as a judge, and you heard me say this before, as a judge, I'm extremely lucky to have served here. I'm lucky because of people like you who take the responsibility of showing up the responsibility of giving your time to resolve disputes. It is absolutely amazing, and as I said, as I wander out of here in a few short days, I've been very lucky. So thank you very much on behalf of all the parties, on behalf of the people of Dodge County, the state of Wisconsin. With that, your service has ended. Folks, if you do have any questions that you want to ask me, I will be available after these proceedings. We'll have a few housekeeping things to attend to. Will not be long, and I will be available if there's any questions that you want to ask. Very well.
The state would ask for judgment on the verdicts and to revoke bail.
Court will enter judgment on the verdicts. The court will, at this time, revoke bail. As to disposition, what I would ask is that both of you contact tomorrow my judicial assistant to schedule a date. You just heard me tell the jury I am done as of July 31st of this year, and I would like to get this resolved and brought to a conclusion by that time. With that, we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Hello there, Lori. Oh, he was streaming the protest earlier. Okay. And oh yes, that is at Pash. Absolutely. Yeah, he was streaming and the criminal entity. Yeah, so yeah, because we were here watching one of the trials when it came out as guilty, and we were just making commentary about it. We knew that there were going to be protests about it, and riots and stuff. It's an unnecessary promotion, but yeah. I also so thank you for filling me in on that. We've been having a great stream. We talked about the alien hearing that happened earlier. We showed that clip, and we're watching the new Brooks dude. His trial ended a little bit earlier. That guy's crazy. He's the new Bro Brooks, Kevin. So yeah, okay, Lori. Thank you for filling me in. Yes, so I'm doing the garden tonight. Okay, thank you, Passion, for your take on that. Okay, and I'll play a clip from earlier of Kevin going off on the judge. It's silly. All right, go there.
The State of Wisconsin versus Kevin Lychwick, 24 CF 1881. Appearances, please.
The state appears by Chelsea Thompson and Dan Tombosco. Also at council table is Detective Ben Stern. Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Lychwick, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Nothing, Your Honor. I'm not well. I need to lay down.
Okay.
I protest these proceedings. I'm being railroaded. I am not prepared to defend myself in this matter.
Mr. Lychwick, we'll get to that in just one moment. Attorney
You
Thompson.
hamstringed me every attempt I've made to defend myself. You've denied me my rights of the disposal of tampered evidence and the dismissal of this case. It should never have come this far.
Mr. Lychwick.
I am not feeling well today.
Mr. Lychwick,
You have dragged me here and brutalized me. Look at this. Look what they did to me. Offered no resistance. They dragged me out of my bed. I question your rationality, sir.
Mr. Lychwick, I will let you be heard, but I want to warn you first that if you are speaking out of turn or speaking disruptively or yelling or otherwise causing a disturbance, I may have to remove you from the courtroom. I will let you be heard. I'll let you make a record. Now is not the time to do that, though, okay? Attorney Thompson, is the state in victim rights compliance?
Yes, we are.
All right, we're here for day 2 of the trial. It's now 9:10 a.m. We were scheduled to begin at 8:30 a.m. We got off to a little bit of a late start. Earlier, the court was advised by my deputies that Mr. Lychwick was still remaining in his cell. He was not dressed, and he was refusing to come to court. I had my deputies check with the jail staff to see whether Mr. Lychwick needed more time, whether he was going to voluntarily come up to court, or what the situation was. So we gave Mr. Lychwick about another 35 minutes or so while we explored some other options of how he could be produced for this trial if necessary. So Mr. Lychwick, what would you like to say about your condition today and your ability to proceed to trial?
Well, thank you for letting me finally speak, Your Honor. Again, I reiterate what I first said when I entered here. I am not well today. I need to lay down and rest.
Why is that?
That is the utmost, that is the primary topic right now.
Why do you feel that you need to lay down and rest?
Because I'm sick. For one thing, I have a tear in my belly that needs to be repaired. And I refuse to take responsibility for the delays in the length of these proceedings because I needed medical attention, and you're saying I put it off. I did not. I did not receive the proper consultation. I wasn't even allowed to consult with another doctor before I had the last procedure done that I needed. And I have not received all the surgeries that I need. I again reiterate, I have a tear in my belly that might be part of the cause. I am exhausted. How would you like to sleep for 18 months, Your Honor, a concrete slab, being starved, tortured with lights on you, 24 hours a day, guards harassing you when you're on the toilet, can't even shower in peace or sleep in peace. I can't take this anymore.
Okay, Mr. Lychwick, you've made your record previously when the court has heard your concerns about your medical condition. We've taken testimony previously from the jail administrator. We've heard evidence from your treating physician. And the court has already made rulings about your condition leading up to the case, the previous delays in the case, and the readiness for trial this week. So that matter has already been settled. What I'm concerned about is your present condition today and why you think you have an inability to continue today, this morning.
You're being harassing, Your Honor. I just told you, you're making repeat myself. That's harassing. I reiterate, I am exhausted, and I am not well, and I'm nauseous, I have a rip in my belly. What more do you want me to say, Your Honor?
Okay.
I don't mean to raise my voice. I am exasperated. I feel that I am not speaking to somebody who's rational at this point. I don't think you can, you're hearing what you want to hear. So at this point, you know, you're trying to make a fool out of me on top of it. I refuse to be part of this. You're railroading me, I say again. My constitutional rights and my Eighth Amendment rights, for one, under the Constitution, are being violated. My human rights.
Mr. Lychwick, I'm going to give you a
Protest.
few different, I understand, I'm going to give you a few different options. I'll let you know, though, that every one of those options leads to the same conclusion and endpoint, which is that the trial is going to continue today and will continue this week. So here are the options that I'm going to present to you. Number one, we can give you a little bit more time this morning to compose yourself, to do what you need to do, to get dressed into your suit that you were in yesterday, because I'll make a record that today you are in the jail orange and we produced you in a wheelchair. You've been handcuffed for the safety of everyone because we don't know what condition you're in or what your attitude was going to be. So I can give you more time to compose yourself, to get ready for trial this morning, maybe until about 10 a.m. That's another 45 minutes. You can freshen up. You can get dressed into your street clothes and resume the trial in the chair at counsel table with your legs secured to the floor like you were yesterday. So there's no outward sign that you're in custody. That's option number one. Option number two, if you're not going to refuse, or if you're going to refuse option number one, is we can keep you in the courtroom as you are now. You're going to be obviously in jail orange. You're obviously going to be in a wheelchair, and we can, I'll defer to my deputies, but we can likely make arrangements for just the leg shackle to be used. But then you are going to be viewed as in custody by the jury. We can give them a cautionary instruction to make sure that that's not used against you in any way. But again, as I said yesterday, efforts were undertaken to make sure the jury was aware that you are, or not aware that you are in custody. So that would certainly change today. That's option number two. Option number three is if you are going to be disruptive in court today, I may have you produced in one of the holding cells in the bullpen here. It's a white room. It doesn't have any outward signs, at least while it's displayed on video, that you would be in custody. I would give you the option to be in that room dressed in civilian clothing, or you could appear in your jail orange there. You would have all your materials there. We could still make arrangements for you to have access to standby counsel. If you want standby counsel to consult with you on anything, we could put you in a breakout room over video for that. And then you would participate in this trial by video. So you would be displayed on the video screens. The jury would see you on their screens. We would see and hear you. You could still make objections. You could still interject. You could still cross-examine witnesses just like you would if you were in the courtroom. That's option number three. Option number four is the most drastic option, really, Mr. Lychwick, and that is that if you refuse to participate and conduct yourself accordingly, I may have to have you removed from the courtroom and just not produced at all for your trial, in which case there is a way that the court could make findings that the trial would have to proceed with you in absentia. The reason why that is a very drastic remedy here and a drastic option, Mr. Lychwick, is because you are representing yourself. And you would not have the benefit of an attorney continuing to represent your interests at trial if you are not here in person. You have standby counsel. I likely would not have Attorney Galaviz suddenly become your advocate counsel and advocate for you because you specifically wanted Attorney Galaviz to withdraw. You wanted to represent yourself. I took the colloquy of your waiver. I find that you are still competent to represent yourself. You asked good questions yesterday. You raised objections yesterday. You gave an opening statement. You're clearly qualified and competent to represent yourself. So I would not have Attorney Galaviz step in and represent your interests, which means that there just would be no presence by the defense. I don't want to exercise that option. That would be only in the event that you're unable to comport yourself and abide by my rules and abide by decorum in the court. So those are essentially your four options, Mr. Lychwick. Do you want time today until about 10 o'clock to get into civilian clothes, freshen up, get your materials up here into court, and continue with the trial?
This is not rational. You haven't listened to a word I said, Your Honor. With all due respect to the court and the people of Waukesha County, I am not up to being here today. I need to lay down and rest. I am not well. That's all I can say. I've said it before. I've said it twice since I came in here. I've told your deputies and the jail staff at least 4 times on the way up here, and the fact that they were hurting me. So I'm not being heard. You're refusing to listen to me. What more can I do?
Mr. Lychwick, I'll ask you again. Do you want time this morning to get into civilian clothes, to freshen up, to meaningfully participate in your case this morning in court like you were yesterday? Are you going to answer?
I've tried to answer. You won't listen to me.
Okay. Well, Mr. Lychwick, the trial is going to proceed whether or not you are actively participating or whether you're protesting or refusing to participate. So now the question is, do we have you stay there in your wheelchair, secure, in jail clothes, so that at least you're in the courtroom and can choose to participate when and if you feel like participating? Do you want to remain in the courtroom, or would you rather be in the holding cell by video?
This is not rational. I've answered your question already 3 times. I don't know what else to say. I need to lay down, Your Honor. I need to go back to my cell and lay down. That's all I can tell you. When I feel better, I'll let you know. That's all that's the final word here. I don't know what else to do.
Well, that's why I'm offering Mr. Lychwick to delay this a little bit more this morning, to give you an opportunity to freshen up, to do what you need to do and get into civilian clothes, and then come back in the courtroom and participate. But we can't put the trial off today just because you don't feel well. I'm willing to give you more time this morning, but it's going to resume this morning, probably about 10 a.m. We'll bring the jury in. They've been waiting patiently for 50 minutes now. I can have them wait a little bit longer. Is that what you want to do, Mr. Lychwick?
I told you I'm not well. I don't think an hour is going to make any difference, Your Honor. With all due respect to your title, I don't know how to answer you anymore.
Okay. Mr. Lychwick, I want to be very clear. This trial is proceeding whether or not you participate. So I'm giving you the option. Either you're going to be here in person, you're going to be in the holding cell, or if you're, right now you're not being disruptive. So I'm not going to force you to go back to your cell and just continue the trial without you here. But if you are just going to sit there, that's fine. The jury's going to understand that you're in jail orange. I'll give them a cautionary instruction that they're not to consider that in any way. If you exhibit disruptive behavior, though, if you yell, raise your voice, speak out of turn, it may become necessary to remove you from the courtroom. Do you understand that, Mr. Lychwick?
I understand perfectly well.
Do you have your trial materials with you right now?
No, because I am not well. I do not have my glasses with me. I am not well. I am not up. I am done answering these questions. This is insane. I have answered your questions. I have been polite and answered your questions, even though I am under extreme duress and in pain and not well and nauseous and tired beyond belief. I don't know what more to tell you. You refuse to listen to me. I hope this is being put on the record.
We're on the record,
Your
Mr.
stenographer recording all this, Your Honor?
My court reporter is taking down everything that's been said so far. All right, Mr. Lychwick, what I'm going to do is have the jail staff produce your trial materials.
No,
your glasses.
I do not want that taken out of my cell, Your Honor. Please, no. I am not up to looking at it. I am not up. I need to lay down. It's going to get lost and disheveled like yesterday. Your deputies dropped it all over the floor. It took me hours to put it back together again.
Mr. Lychwick, either they gather your materials and bring them up to you, or we're proceeding without your materials in front of you.
I don't want them brought up here. And I'm telling you again, Your Honor, I am not up to being here right now. I need to lay down.
Mr. Lychwick, yesterday I saw you taking a lot of notes during trial. You were taking notes after hearing certain answers. You were taking notes when the court was talking to you and citing some cases. So I know that you've been taking notes during the trial. I want you to have those notes. I want you to have your materials that you prepared.
I won't, Your Honor, I won't be able to use them. I don't know what to tell you. I am not well. I don't need that. If you bring them here, they're going to get lost and spilled all over the floor again and manhandled. Just leave them alone, Your Honor. When I feel better, I'm repeating myself again. You're making a fool out of me, Your Honor. I will let you know when I'm feeling well. That's all I can tell you.
Mr. Lychwick, then I am going to bring the jury in and we're going to resume this trial. I'll give you one more opportunity to have about a 45-minute recess, get yourself into street clothes, get your materials, get your glasses, and prepare yourself for trial. Do you want that time, or should we bring the jury in?
I'm telling you, Your Honor, I am not ready. I am not well. I don't know what else to tell you.
All right. Attorney Thompson, does the state have any position at this point?
No, I think that the options the court laid out are the available options. Mr. Lychwick has not really made a decision. He's non-responsive to the court, so I think we proceed with the trial. The state has witnesses here, and we are prepared to proceed.
Okay. Mr. Lychwick, one more time, I just want to roadmap here where this case could go, depending on your behavior as we go forward. As I said, I'm going to bring the jury in. I will give them a cautionary instruction that they are not to consider your current clothing, your current restraints. On that note, deputies, with courtroom security in mind, can Mr. Lychwick be secured just with the ankle harness?
We could do that. Remove everyone first.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that's an option. All right. So Mr. Lychwick will make sure that your hands are free and that you are secured by the ankle restraint, but you will still be in jail clothes. I'll tell the jury that they are not to consider anything about your appearance today and infer anything from that and not hold that against you. And we'll proceed with the trial. If at any point you want to stop and get your materials, I can allow you to do that, but they'll be brought up to you. We're not going to have you go down to your cell at this point and gather those materials up. They will be brought up for you to assist you in your defense. If you become disruptive or interject or talk out of turn or speak loudly or continue to raise objections on things that the court has already ruled on, I may have to remove you from the courtroom and place you in the holding cell there. By that step, you would still be produced by video. You would still have an audio feed. We would still be able to hear you. That would give you an opportunity to still participate, but it would also give me an opportunity to mute your microphone if you are continuing to be disruptive. I would continue to give you warnings about your disruptive conduct, and if the disruptive conduct continued to the point where it was impossible to continue, then I would have to remove you and place you back in your cell. And at that point, the trial would continue with you in absentia. And I would not be appointing an attorney to represent you because you are proceeding pro se and you wanted your last attorney to withdraw. So, Mr. Lychwick, that's the potential outcomes here as we go forward. Otherwise, if at any point you want to get your materials and get into civilian clothes, we can talk about that. Understood?
No, it's not understood, Your Honor. I don't understand a thing you're saying because it doesn't make any sense. I told you what I told you. You refused to listen to me.
All right. In order to change the defendant's restraints, we are going to have to clear the courtroom again. So I'm going to ask all of the public to exit the courtroom so that the deputies can take care of that, and then we will reopen the courtroom and proceed.
return to Minnesota.
I came in, get out there. But I don't know what's going on.
Negative. You can cancel the rave.
I go
probably
in the
cancel
middle of the river,
Minnesota
hey,
helicopter.
come on this way. And right away,
Yeah, I believe we
the
got
problem,
the guy,
he said that somebody
Washington
took his
County
knife
probably
in his pocket.
Right.
Like, they got a knife for cutting the thing in the river.
Cancel the rave. Cancel
In
the
the-
Minnesota helicopter.
I don't know anything.
Washington County units may return to Minnesota.
I came in, get out there. But one people have a problem here, one over here, he was here. I saw one lady coming from here
and being transported.
with blood,
We still have Able 6
and
here on
he
scene.
was here. He said, they taking my knife. That's what he said. And they punched it, he was in the floor, in the water. And when I close it, not too close, on the middle of the river, he said, get out of there because we don't know what's going on. And he ran this way. And he said, they're taking my knife. That's it.
So you never saw him with the knife?
No, never.
No. Did you see anyone with the knife?
No.
No?
No, because that's what I say. There's somebody here with blood, somebody here with blood.
You just saw a bunch of people with blood?
Yeah.
All right.
So
So
I don't know what's going on.
All right.
I know they punching him. He told me they're taking my knife.
So people were punching him. Where were they punching him?
It was like right here, outside by the rock.
Yep.
By the rock, they punch it.
Yep. Where were they
Put in the
punching?
water,
Where were they punching him on his body?
He punching, I don't know, in the face or here. They punching down. And when he get out, that's when I tell him, get out there, because I don't know. I'm in the middle of the river. And he goes, hey, get out there because I don't know what's going on. And when he coming around to us, he says, they're taking my knife. And later we find out what's going on.
All right. So did you see anyone get stabbed or anything like that?
No, because that's what I say. They say they're taking my knife. I saw some people here with blood. And one lady in the middle of the river, with the blood too.
What does knife look like?
This is a little knife, like a...
Is it like a pocket knife? It folds
yeah,
out?
Yeah, like a pocket knife.
A foldable one?
Exactly.
Sir, is that your cooler there?
Yes.
You mind if we look in it?
You can get it.
Thank you.
That's so weird, because we never have problem, never. He's this guy, no, we always, no problem, nothing, but a bunch of
How do you
people-
know him?
Oh, he's working with me for
He
10,
works.
20 years.
He works for you?
Yeah, we work together, and we friends for many years. We never have any problem.
I have all of his information.
And
Do you
that's
need anything
weird.
else on this number?
He said,
Okay, we're stopping at 808. So, if Mr. Torres came in and testified last week that Nick Meehan never said that they took my knife, would that be accurate? No. On the small clip that we watched, did you count how many times he told you that Nick claimed that these folks took his knife?
In that portion, not sure, but in the total video, more than 10 times.
When you were talking to him, well, first off, this interview, did this occur right after Nick Meehan was taken into custody?
Yes.
During that interview, did he ever say anything like someone tried to follow Nick up the river?
No.
Did he ever say something like somebody approached him and was pointing at him and he yelled at him to get back?
No.
I don't have anything further.
Mr. Trophacy?
Were you involved with multiple interviews of Mr. Torres?
No, just the initial.
Did you know that Mr. Torres gave multiple interviews?
I did not know.
Okay. You don't know what Mr. Torres told, for example, investigator Shapey and Deputy Williams about what happened, right?
I do not know.
Okay. And in your training and experience, can sometimes people who give multiple interviews say something in one interview and then not say it in another interview?
Potentially.
Okay. Tell me if this is fair. On the interview that you conducted with Mr. Torres, the one thing that he never wavers on as well is that he saw Mr. Mew being attacked, right?
It says that he was punched or pushed, correct?
Right, and he actually says, I witnessed that happen.
Yes.
Okay. He doesn't tell you, or he mentions that he doesn't see the knife, correct?
Yes, he does.
In your interview, a bunch of people punching him. I don't know, that's weird. Do you remember that?
I remember the portion of what you're talking about. I don't remember exact verbatim of it.
So he apparently he says that he is telling or saying, get out of there, right?
He's saying that he was yelling that to Nick, let's get out of here.
Do you remember a conversation where he tells you that he is do you know if he's saying get out? Because he says it multiple times to you, right? That he says get out of there.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if he's talking about Nick or he's pointing to other people to get away?
And my belief was that he was telling Nick to get out of there.
Everything else, which things.
Mr. Smestad? All right, thank you, Deputy. You can step down. Mr. Smestad, who is next?
I'm going to switch up with Mr. Attorney here, Judge.
Carlos de la Cruz.
Judge, I'm going to handle this. We're just not going to change seats.
Sure. Detective De La Cruz, please come forward. Since it's been a few days since your last testimony, we will re-administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in Spanish shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name?
Carlos de la Cruz.
And we heard earlier you work for the New Richmond Police Department.
Yes.
And you interviewed Ariel as part of this investigation?
Yes.
So when you went to that interview, did you bring any still frames from the video with you?
The investigators that accompanied me had some various frames, still frames.
And do you recall what those showed and why they were brought?
They kind of showed correlation between some of the witnesses compared to where the events were happening. And so they were kind of brought to try to identify some of the witnesses as well as to where the people were and hopefully get some information from the witnesses if they knew who was where, who they were, what they were wearing.
Was there one that showed Ariel standing next to Nikolai when Nikolai had the knife in his hand?
Yes.
And so did you ask Ariel what he saw?
Throughout the interview that we had discussed, particularly where he was and what he could see, what he couldn't see. The picture came up after he told us he wasn't up by where everything had occurred, that he had never gotten close to Nikolai. And so that's when we showed him that photo.
And after so in the context of him saying he never got close, was he saying he didn't see anything Nick did?
Yes, he repeatedly said there was so many people between him and the event that it was hard for them to understand what was going on or to see anything that Nick did.
And after you showed him the photo of him standing next to Nikolai when Nikolai had the bloody knife, Did he still maintain that he didn't see Nick do anything?
Initially, he was rather surprised that he was that close. I think seeing the actual knife in Nick's hand surprised him more than anything. He then stated he didn't recall being that close to Nikolai.
And did he still deny seeing Nick do anything?
Correct, yes.
Did he ever say anything even remotely close to that he saw Nikolai defend himself?
No.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Nelson?
You just told this jury that Ariel told, I think your testimony was he, being Ariel, repeatedly said it was hard to see. Is that your testimony?
He had mentioned that more than once, yes.
He told you, we looked over there and we saw a lot, there were two groups in front of us. He said those words. Agreed?
Yes.
He said there were a lot of people. Agreed?
Correct.
He said, I saw it from far away, it was like as if they were bullying him.
That's what he said, yes.
He said, when I see it, I thought it was bullying.
Yes.
He said, they pushed him, he fell, he fell.
Yes.
He said, he got up, he being Mr. Mew. Ariel said, Mew got up and they started beating him, women as well as men.
Yes.
He said, I only saw when they were beating him.
Yes.
So despite your saying that he told you repeatedly it was hard to see, he told you repeatedly actually that he saw these two groups of people beating Mr. Mew. He said that, right?
Also, yes.
You asked him questions about Mr. Mew, correct?
Yes.
And when you asked him questions about Mr. Mew, he told you the man was a quiet person, correct?
Yes.
He told you Nick was really
Objection, objection. It's character evidence, impermissible.
90801 prior consistent statement.
I'll overrule prior consistent statement. It's also evidence of his demeanor on the day in question. Please continue.
He told you Nick is a calm person, correct?
Yes.
Doesn't get angry a lot, agreed?
I don't know if you said that.
I move to strike.
It doesn't get any what? I didn't hear the last part of the question.
Ask the question.
I just want to read from the transcript, okay? At times, you're asking Ariel questions, correct? In
Yes.
Spanish. Ariel would answer you in Spanish.
Both sometimes, but yes.
And then you had a colleague there, correct?
Two of them, yes.
And your colleagues that were there didn't understand Spanish, correct?
Correct.
So sometimes in the moment, when Ariel would tell you something, you would turn and tell the officers, here's what he said, correct?
Yes.
And one of the times that you said that, you said, it sounds like Day he was calm too. Is he a calm person or does he get angry a lot? You asked him that question, correct?
Judge, I'm going to object. Can we approach?
Yes.
What, just one last quote from page 38 of the transcript. What Ariel never wavered on is saying that he did see that they were beating him up. Correct?
Correct.
Nothing else.
Mr. Anderson?
He also never wavered on saying that he never saw Nick, he didn't see Nick do anything.
Correct.
Nothing else.
Anything else?
He never said the words, "I didn't see Nick do anything." Those aren't his words, correct?
I would have to reread the whole transcript if those were correct or not. I just,
He didn't say those words.
Objection
I'd have to
asked and
read it.
answered. He needs to see the transcript.
The objection's overruled. Mr. Nelson, if you want to pursue that, you may.
You can't cite anywhere in the transcript where he said those words that you just said he did.
if you have the transcripts and that's what you're saying, then I would agree with you.
I'm not the witness, sir, you are. You agree?
That I'm not the witness, you're not the witness? Yes, I agree.
You agree that as you sit here right now, you don't have a memory, knowledge, information that he said what you said under oath, I never saw Nick do anything. He didn't say those words.
Those exact words I could not recall if those what were the exact words, sir.
But even if you can't recall it, you still said it under oath in a murder trial.
Sustained. It's argumentative, sustained.
I'll move on. Nothing else.
All right. Thank you. Investigator, you may step down. Who is the next witness?
Judge, I think defense had a couple people to call.
Okay. Members of the jury, similar to Friday, sometimes the attorneys make accommodations for witnesses' schedules. The state has more witnesses, but they are not scheduled until tomorrow, I understand.
Yes.
So rather than sending you home, the defense has agreed to call some of their witnesses so that we can continue working. So I will say, I think it's worth saying to the attorneys, I appreciate your flexibility and your professionalism to see that we can keep moving and get some work done today despite the scheduling obstacles. So we'll continue with defense witnesses. Mr. Trapasi.
Judge, we're going to call Investigator Dittman.
Okay.
I'll go get it.
Investigator, please come forward. Face the clerk, raise your right hand. She'll administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Trapasi.
Sir, can you tell us your name, spelling your last name?
Andrew Dittman, D-I-T-T-M-A-N.
And sir, what's your occupation?
I'm an investigator with the St. Clair County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been an investigator?
A couple of years. I've been employed with the Sheriff's Office since 2012.
Okay. And in your role as an investigator, is part of your job, interview witnesses, take statements, things that they might tell you?
Yes.
And was that your role in this particular matter, that you were to take statements from witnesses who might have some information?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall either yourself or being present with another officer when there were interviews taken of Ryan Nelson, Juwan Cockfield, Owen Peliquin, Alex Vang, and Landon Weir.
Yes,
You were present for all of those?
correct.
Those interviews, were they recorded?
Yes.
And they were recorded how, sir?
At the time, we had visual labs, which would have been an application, a body cam application through our cell phone.
And do you recall whether or not each one of those interviews of those 5 people were recorded?
They all were recorded.
And that recording was captured and provided to the DA's office, is that right, to your knowledge?
Yes.
I want to ask you very few questions on this, but there's been testimony from witnesses regarding what they mentioned to officers during their interview, okay?
Okay.
You interviewed Juwan Cockfield. Did Juwan Cockfield ever tell you during your interview with him that Mr. Mew was looking for little girls?
Not that I recall, he did not say that.
If he would have said that, is that something you would put in the report?
Our job is to be fact finders and document everything as best as we can, accurately.
So your job, you're not really to pick sides, you're just kind of to get the information in and then get it back out, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in our jobs, maybe people don't think about this, but telling a police officer that someone's looking for little girls, you're not going to let that go without trying to dig a little deeper if you hear that, right?
Correct.
Okay. So if he would have said to you, I've been told by Mr. Mew that he was looking for little girls, that's something that would have drawn your attention, right?
Yes.
Okay. Same question with Ryan Nelson, sir. Your interview with Ryan Nelson, did he ever mention, or he never mentioned to you, right, that Mr. Mew told him that he was looking for little girls?
And I guess all the interviews, I was never told anything that anybody was looking for little girls.
So you'd agree, Mr. Cockfield, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Peliquin, Mr. Vang, and Mr. Weir, none of them in their interviews with you, which were recorded, mentioned to you that Nick Mew told them he was looking for little girls, right?
To my recollection, I do not believe that was ever said.
And again, for each one of these people, especially if you heard it over and over again, that might be something you would really document then, because there's continued statements regarding it, right?
Correct.
And you didn't, right?
Correct.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
One thing you heard over and over from the witnesses you interviewed was that this turned physical when Nikolai punched the blonde girl, right? Correct. Owen said he believed she punched, or Nikolai punched her, right? Yes. And the other boys all saw they actually witnessed Nikolai punch the blonde girl. Correct. And that's what turned the incident physical. Yes, from my recollection, that's when I was told that chaos ensued, was when the punch was thrown. Nothing else.
Mr. Trofficy?
Mr. Vang told you that Mr. Mew slapped the girl, right?
Correct.
So he didn't say that he punched her, right?
Sometimes, I guess people classify punch and slap, it's what the person's viewing.
Well, you'd agree a punch and a slap are different things.
They could be, yes.
You agree that you testified under oath that everyone told you it was a punch, right?
I was present during all the interviews that took place. To get to the nitpicky, I'd have to review who told me, who punched, and who slapped.
I guess what I'm asking you is, you just told Attorney Anderson that all of those people told you that Mr. Mew punched this girl in the face, right?
That was brought up multiple times through
the interviews that we had conducted that there was punching, and I don't recall exactly who said he had been, or that he had given a slap.
Okay, if I told you Alex Vang said open hand, have any reason to dispute that's what's on tape?
I do not.
Okay. Some of those people also told you that she was knocked down into the water. Is that right?
Correct.
Some people told you that she wasn't knocked down to the water, right?
Correct.
They all told you that the injuries that were suffered on the river only occurred after Mr. Mew was attacked, though, right?
I guess, what do you mean by that?
Well, they told you that he was punched in the face, right?
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
They told you that he was, some of them might have told you that he was then hit multiple times, correct?
Correct.
Some of them told you that the group.
Judge, I'm going to object on leading and also the beyond the scope of cross.
Sustained on leading.
Sustained on, okay. Would you agree that some people that you interviewed explained to you what they observed happening to Mr. Mew after he was punched?
Yes.
Okay. And those descriptions included their belief that he was being attacked. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you know that after that happened, what I just said to you.
Objection leading again.
I'm not.
Let's get the question in first and then make the objection.
You know through your investigation and the interviews that you've conducted, sequentially, after these people told you what they observed happening to Mr. Mew, that's when the incident with the knife occurred, correct?
Objection leading.
Is that?
It is, but it's harmless in this instance. Overruled.
Is that right?
That'd be accurate.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Anderson?
Any of the interviews you're involved in between any of the interviews? Well, did you interview anyone from the Carlson's group?
I do not believe so.
So you were involved with all the interviews with the boys that were with Isaac?
Correct.
And do you remember, we'll start though. They're all consistent on the first time it turned physical was Nikolai striking the blonde girl, whether it was a punch or a slap.
Yeah, I recall, I believe it was Owen that said that he had observed a closed fist punch.
And then later he clarified, he said he believed that Nikolai had punched her, right?
Correct.
Nothing else.
Thank you, investigator. You may step down.
Thank you.
Is there another witness?
He's on hold.
Can we approach, Judge?
Yes, you may.
If everyone else.
Mr. Anderson? Yeah, okay. Who's the next witness?
Roberto Baldoza.
Mr. Dalvoso, please come forward, face the clerk, raise your right hand. She'll administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this trial shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Okay.
Mr. Trofasi.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you state your name and can you spell your last name, please?
My full name is Roberto Baldasso, and you spell my last name Baldaz, as in zebra, O.
Okay. And Mr. Baldasso, you were on the Apple River on July 30th of 2022, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who you were with?
I was with my wife, my 3 children, my cousin, and a friend of mine and his wife.
And had you been drinking that day?
Yes.
Okay, can you give us an idea of about how much you had to drink?
I would say the total for the day was about 6 beers.
How would you describe your intoxication level when you were witnessing what you were witnessing?
I was slightly buzzed. I mean, I was still able to walk and talk and such.
Okay. If you said to the, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, if you said to the police that you were drunk, would that be fair or not?
No, not really fair. I wasn't drunk. I was definitely drinking.
Okay. And so your family, your friends are just kind of having a lazy day on the river, is that, would that be reasonable?
Correct.
Okay. And does there come a point when you're on the river that something draws your attention?
Yeah, we were floating along and we had been stopping along the ways, just kind of meeting people and kind of conversing with other groups. We had just left the little bar. There's a little bar that you kind of climb up the hill and you can order drinks and whatnot. You needed to have cash and we didn't have cash on us, so we just left. We started to take off from there and I noticed, I didn't have my glasses on, but it looked to me like people were dancing, kind of partying. And so I told the group, I said, hey, I think there's people dancing over there, let's go check it out. So as we started floating up, I started noticing that it looked a little bit more than dancing. I wasn't sure because I can only see like the shadows or outlines because it was so far away. And so I started to veer off to the right of the river, and then immediately my wife jumps off and takes off towards the bank, and that's when I took off and followed her.
Okay, I'm going to just back it up for a minute, okay? Now, to be fair, I think your interview with the police, there was questions about your ability to see based upon whether or not you were wearing any type of corrective lenses or anything. Is that fair?
Correct. I actually made that a point right from the beginning.
All right. And how would you, without glasses, because you said you weren't wearing them, right?
Correct.
How would you describe your eyesight?
I mean, it's fair. I can see well enough to drive. I just can't see details that far away.
You can, is it fair to say if I heard you correctly, you can see shapes and outlines?
Correct. A little bit more than just that, though. I mean, I could see I can see that far away. I just can't see in detail, if you will. It's not crisp. It's fuzzy.
And when you see the people that you believe initially might be dancing, about how far away from them are you? Best guess.
I would say approximately about 60 yards or so.
Okay. And can I ask you, in terms of, I'm going to try to put this together, 60 yards away, no glasses, how would you describe your ability to kind of see that based on the distance and the no glasses? How does that?
I mean, I can't see detail from that far away, but I can definitely see people.
Okay. Do you hear what's happening?
No, it's loud.
Okay, so you can't hear anything in particular coming from that group, is that a fair?
All I could hear is water rushing.
And If I heard you right, you said then at some point you believed it didn't look like they were dancing. It looked like there was more going on.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but it looked odd after a minute because there was a lot of, kind of crouching down. Some people were kind of crouching down.
Can I ask you about how long do you think this was going on in terms of what you initially believed might have been dancing and then you believed was something else?
I definitely under a minute, if I understand the question correctly.
Yeah, all right. And then you, if I heard you right, you said that your wife got up and took off.
She did. At that point, we did kind of notice that there was some people laying on the bank. And so at first she had said, I think somebody was impaled by a tree. And so as she was kind of saying that, she was leaping off of her tube to take off running. That's when I took off after her.
Okay. So although you can't hear necessarily what's going on, you heard what your wife said.
Correct. She was right next to me, elbows touching.
And about how far away from the groups that you said you saw, like, laying there, about how far away from them are you?
Oh, somewhere, I would say, in the proximity of maybe 40 feet at that point, maybe 50.
And is your wife ahead of you in this?
Yes, I was pursuing her, yes.
Seeing what you're seeing that day, did that cause you some concern for either your physical safety or your wife's physical safety?
At first, yes, my wife, because we had no idea what she was rushing into, or I didn't.
And as a result of your concern for her physical safety, what did you do?
Took off running after her.
Okay, what else did you do?
Tripped over a rock. I had my knife on the inside of my waistband, my swim trunks.
Okay.
And when I came up, the water was about knee high. There was a huge set of rocks there. So my right leg kind of got stuck on the rock. My left tripped or slipped, and I went forward and I felt the butt end of my knife kind of jab me in the stomach, so I reached down and did something. But I kept running towards my wife.
Did you pull your knife out?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that you pulled out your knife, you just don't remember if you opened the blade or not?
Right, because it had jabbed me, so I don't know if I pulled it out. And the reason for my confusion is when my wife asked, so my wife was asking for a chest seal. I'm pushing up the narrative here a bit. She was asking for a chest seal, so later on I kind of don't remember if I had pulled out my knife and kept it out when I tripped, but I remember my wife asking for a chest seal, so I turned back to my daughter Aubrey, and she ran back to our tubes and got me a sandwich baggie. And I don't remember if I cut the baggie to make it lengthier, because it was folded over, but I don't remember cutting the bag. I remember seeing the bag cut open, perfectly squared to make it longer to cover the hole in Isaac's chest.
Do you remember that when your wife took off running, that you had said to the police that you were attempting to kind of make a threat assessment at that point as to what was happening?
Correct. I tried to scan in the area, see what was going on, because I noticed there was somebody else that was hurt on this side. So it led me to believe that it could possibly be something like that. So I was kind of just scanning, making kind of a threat assessment. I didn't really see much, so I started focusing on my wife.
And based on that threat assessment, you informed the police that you pulled your knife?
I don't recall that exactly.
Okay. If it says that you pulled your knife after doing a threat assessment, would you disagree with that?
I think maybe that's taken out of context because I didn't feel threatened at any point, nor did I pull out the knife in a thought of in defending myself or anything like that.
So when you would say to the police, I was looking into the crowd because right away my thought process, threat assessment. Where is the threat? Who is doing what? Let me get a good, summary of what's going on here. But then my wife's already en route. So I jump off the tube, take off running. I see what appears to be someone doing this, and then you make a motion, okay? Then your response is, and so I pulled out my knife, but I don't remember if I opened the blade or if I just pulled it from my trunks. Do you remember that statement?
It sounds like something I would say for sure.
Okay. And I think you said to the police, well, let me ask you this. Did you ultimately keep your knife or was it lost?
It was lost. I don't know what happened to it.
And it was lost presumably in the river?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. And do you know what's happening? Meaning, are you able to see what's happening at that point?
Well, yeah, I was focused on my wife and noticed Isaac's body laying there. That's where most of my focus was at.
Did you notice, I think you had made mention to the police that you ultimately noticed the individual that you thought was responsible for this, right?
Oh, no, I never said that. And maybe something I said was taken out of context, but I can't see that far.
Okay.
I saw an individual run to the top of the hill, make eye contact with and take off running, but I couldn't tell you who that person was.
Okay. So you don't have any reason to know whether or not that person was involved?
No.
Okay. And I know that you assisted and participated with your wife in trying to tend to and take care of Isaac. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And does there come another a point after that happens where you come across something in the river that you think might be relevant?
Yes, I saw the snorkel.
Okay.
Which I didn't know what relevance it played at the time. I just had picked it up, and there was actually a police officer standing with me. We were conversing when I reached down and grabbed it.
Okay.
Then another gentleman ran up and was kind of screaming, that's the snorkel, that's the snorkel. I didn't know what, so I just handed it to the officer.
Was it one person or a bunch of people that came over to you?
With the snorkel, you mean?
Yes, sir.
I can only remember one man.
Okay. And have you told the police that it was a bunch of guys and they started coming at you, filming you, and I'm using your words, talking shit to you? Do you remember that?
No, not at all.
Okay. It's on your recorded statement.
Objection, Judge, he's testifying.
Sustained.
Are you aware that you provided a statement providing the information I've just told you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I actually do remember the gentleman coming at me. He was pretty animated, he was heated. I know exactly what you're talking about, and I just told the guy, I said, hey, look, I don't know anything about the snorkel. I just picked up the snorkel. I said, officer, would you like to take the snorkel?
Okay. And I guess I just want to clarify, is it one person or more than one person?
I only remember the one guy who was engaging me. There were multiple people around, but the one individual was actually engaging me, verbally.
Okay, and was his verbal engagement making you nervous?
No. I wasn't nervous. The police officer was standing right next to me.
Okay, so did you believe that person was going to attack you?
No.
Okay, if you told the police that you believe that?
I told them that he was heated and elevated.
You said it was like they were going to come and attack me. I'm like, I don't know what the hell's going on. I looked at the officer and just threw the effing snorkel at him, right?
I don't remember using those words.
Is it, I want to make sure I understand this, is it, well, I want to put words in your mouth either. Did you or did you not see specifics of what happened with Mr. Mew and any of the people on the river?
No.
Okay. And that was because you didn't have was it because you didn't have your glasses on?
I think it was a combination of the distance. I didn't have my glasses on. I mean, we pretty much arrived after the fact.
Appreciate your time, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
So if I'm understanding right, you don't remember when your knife got lost?
I don't. It has to be sometime between when I left the tube pursuing Andrea, or my wife, to the shoreline. Somewhere in there. It has to be somewhere in there.
Did you talked about cutting the Ziploc bag, so could it have been after you got to the shore, actually?
I don't remember cutting the bag, but I remember the bag being cut.
Okay.
I played that in my head. I just can't connect the two.
May I approach?
Yes.
For the record, Judge, I'm just going to show him a screen grab from Officer Farrell's body cam at 15 minutes, 27 seconds. Is that you assisting CPR on Isaac?
Yes.
It looks like you have your pocket knife in your...
Yes.
On the back of your shorts?
Yes, let me just...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that looks like it.
Okay. And it looks like it's on your back side of your hip?
Yes.
And you testified you didn't remember when it jabbed you, when you tripped on the rock, you didn't remember if you took it out or just slid it over?
Correct.
You agree? Looks like you slid it over to your back so it wouldn't jab you?
Correct. That makes sense.
So, was the rest of your group was over by a sandbar, right, if you remember?
Roughly.
Kind of like...
On the other side of the river.
Yeah, kind of after you came around the bend?
Correct.
And were there other tubers there?
Yes.
And were people... Was there a lot of commotion going on?
Yes.
And people didn't know where the guy with the knife went, the stabber? If you know.
No one specifically told me that. I just kept hearing people say, where did he go? Where did he go?
Okay. And when you left to go aid Isaac, did you leave from that sandbar area?
Can you repeat that, sir, please?
When you left, from your group to follow your wife, was that from the sandbar area?
I can't remember where exactly we were on the river in regard to that sandbar. I can't remember if we were before or after it, but I know we were around it.
Did your group stop there and wait? Is that why they were there, waiting for you and Andrea, if you know?
Correct.
Okay. So you might have went straight to Isaac after coming around the bend?
Correct.
Okay. Was Isaac already on the shore when you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Nothing else.
Mr. Trofficy?
Sir, if you didn't pull the knife, how'd you lose the knife?
I have no idea. Like I said, we had to make a chest seal. I don't remember, but I may have used the knife to cut the bag open to make it longer, because the gash was significantly wide and long.
Mr. Anderson?
You described your knife you lost to law enforcement, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that they located one that matches the description?
I assumed so. No one actually said they found it, but I assumed they did.
Okay. What kind of knife was it?
It was a knife called, it's made by a company called Tactical Gears.
With a Z?
Correct.
Nothing else.
Thank you, Mr. Baldazzo. You may step down.
Thank you,
Or
sir.
excused.
We have one more witness, but if I could take a brief bathroom break before we call that witness.
Sure, let's come back at 2 o'clock.
All rise for the jury.
And good afternoon from our Fox 9 streaming center. You've been watching our ongoing gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Apple River stabbing trial. You just heard the testimony of Roberto Baldazzo, I should say. Of course, he is the husband of Andrea Baldazzo. We met Andrea, the nurse, earlier in the case last week. She testified. She's the trained nurse. Let's hang on here. Judge Waterman's back on the bench. Let's just listen in before I take over here and see if the mics are open. They are open.
Yes, Judge, we had, during the cross-examination of Mr. De La Cruz, I wanted to bring up the fact that during Ariel recorded interview, which I believe has been marked in the transcript, which has been marked. During that recorded interview from August 2nd, that Ariel had said to Mr. De La Cruz, the man was a quiet person. Question, it sounds like all day he was calm too, huh? You, him, the man, Nick, is he a calm person or does he get angry a lot? Question, answer, no. Lastly, Mr. De La Cruz statement, Nick's always really mellow and cool, real mellow, calm, and this was a surprise, to which Ariel said, I don't know, man, it all happened too fast, it was too fast. I wanted to bring that up as a prior statement of the witness under 90801 sub 4 sub A sub 2, because those statements are consistent with the declarant, Ariel's testimony, and is offered to rebut an implied charge against the declarant, Ariel, that he was fabricating or at an improper influence. I understand that he may not have been impeached or there was not an express or implied charge that he fabricated his thoughts on Mr. Mew's character, but they were attacking his credibility in general. So I imagine, I expect the state's going to say, how do we really know Mr. Mew has such a character? The only people that they called are people who we've impeached. And so for those reasons, I think it was relevant and it's admissible because of their implied charge against Ariel of recent fabrication or improper influence or motive.
Mr. Anderson?
Under 90404, the permissible character evidence that's allowed is what's already been admitted. Are you aware of their reputation? Do they have a reputation for peacefulness? That's been admitted. The state has not even cross-examined anyone on that. Never suggested they're just saying that because he's on trial. So to then go beyond that is exceeding what's allowed under 90404. And as attorney now sitting knowledge under 90801 for A2, it's only to rebut an express or implied charge against recent fabrication, which we didn't do on that statement. It's in and of itself inadmissible. We didn't accuse him of lying about it, so.
Just briefly, I don't agree with his assessment of my argument, but I think Your Honor understands my argument.
The record's been preserved. I ruled it inadmissible. Although the state used Detective De La Cruz to impeach Mr. Chaguez's credibility, it did not mean that everything is admissible. The defense may use prior consistent statements to rehabilitate the credibility of a witness, but the defense is not allowed to use inadmissible character evidence to do so. I had previously ruled, I believe on Friday, that testimony about expansive views of Mr. Mew's demeanor, his personality, his character traits on days other than July 30, 2022 were inadmissible, other than the pertinent character trait of being peaceful. That was the sole character trait that I allowed to come in, and any other descriptions about Mr. Mew's character was inadmissible. I did carve out a small exception because I thought it was relevant to addressing his demeanor on the day in question or at the time of the incident, but the questions that Mr. Nelson was eliciting from the witness went far beyond that exception. So that's why I ruled the way I did. All right, we'll take a short break. We'll come back at 2 o'clock.
And just so you know, maybe have 20, 30 minutes, and that's our only witness left for the day. So I imagine we're taking a break then to come back tomorrow. Is that what it sounds like the plan is?
Unless there's more witnesses or videos or something that we can do productive.
We have a little bit to talk about exhibits, so we can do that.
Okay. All right. 2 o'clock, everybody.
So good afternoon again from our Fox 9 streaming center. Again, our continuing gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Apple River stabbing trial. A little bit of news made right there. Quick mention, the defense has one more witness at the courthouse today. They expect 20 to 30 minutes left of testimony. We're going to come back into session at 2 o'clock, which would mean basically, at least certainly for the jury, sounds like it will be an early day of wrapping up. And as I bring in our legal expert here, Marsh Hallberg, Criminal Defense, local criminal defense attorney here in the Twin Cities, a former prosecutor himself, just kind of an interesting juxtaposition, Marsh, if you will, with today's news that the state's final witnesses are not even at the courthouse today as they sort of put the bow on their case in chief. So they have ceased calling witnesses at this point. This is now the defense case. Does this happen at trials? Is this unusual for those of us who don't observe it, the court process quite as much as you are in it? Is this unusual?
It makes you and I look kind of smart from earlier today, Paul, because we talked about this, that we thought they'd wrap early today and nothing. They're going to do some housekeeping issues, but usually the judge is fair enough about saying, okay, when are you ready to go? And they'll line up people to start a certain date or a certain half day, but they don't make you have somebody ready to go right in a minute. So it's not like if the government finished up at 2:30 that they're going to say defense start at 2:45. They're going to give them until tomorrow to start that all up, and they can reassess what order they want to call their people in.
Do you think the jury gets confused? Because isn't there a certain type of question that the case in chief attorneys can ask, that the leading versus factual type questions? And does the jury have to ping pong this back and forth, like who's up here?
Exactly, yeah. There's a couple of kind of confusing things that aren't typical, not wrong, but not typical, in that usually the state calls all of their witnesses, they sit down and shut up, and then the defense gets up and does their whole case. We've had some mixing of things back and forth for convenience. That will happen occasionally. The most common time I usually see that is if they have experts on a technical issue like how a phone operates or some computer technical thing. You might bring in both experts so they can hear each other testify, because it gets really complicated. You might let them both sit in the courtroom to hear each other, call them back to back at some point in the case, so that both experts who might be paying a lot of money per hour to be sitting there, so it's cheaper for the state and for the defense. You bring them in back to back and you do that. But here where we jump back and forth is uncommon. the general rule, and if somebody is going to be a witness, the attorney that's going to prep them for trial is going to explain to them the difference between a leading question and a non-leading question. Generally, the concept is that when I call my own witnesses, my own friendly witnesses that are for my side, they're for my guy, that when I put them up, I can't ask them leading questions. Example I like to give people is, if you're my witness, I can't say to you, isn't it true that it's cloudy and rainy outside? I've suggested the answer I want. And then the guy can just say yes or no. And then really, I'm the one testifying. The question I has to be open-ended, where I don't suggest the answer that I want. What's the weather like outside? That's an open question versus, isn't it true it's raining? That's a closed question. So generally, when the defense is calling their own witnesses, they have to ask open questions. What's the weather like outside? Unless they can go to the judge and say, Judge, I'm forcing a witness to come in that they don't like me. They don't like my side of the case. And they're not going to be friendly to me. They're not going to work with me. So allow me to be more direct, that I can ask them leading questions. I'll be polite, but let me kind of force the questions through. The way that this has kind of been handled, they stayed in the open, non-leading format, but could have pushed to that if it had gotten more adversarial. We call that being a hostile witness, and we don't mean hostile like jumping up and down and screaming. We just mean hostile in that your interests are adverse or not in line with my side of the case.
What has certainly become a consistent pattern in this case, no matter who is on the witness stand, the poking at people's memories and what was said to law enforcement in the immediate aftermath. In fact, now this afternoon, we have law enforcement coming in to try to clarify what, the kids said in that moment. We're watching body camera footage of investigations. I'm thinking of Ernesto Torres there. We saw his body camera footage on scene of the river because he told an investigator in that moment that Nikolai Miu had told him that the kids got his knife out of his pocket, that was said at the moment. But then when he testified last week, he said, no, I never told police that. Do any of these stories and poking holes in what the eyewitness sees in that moment 2 years ago versus today, does this matter? Why are the lawyers so going hard after everybody's, every little nuance of what they told investigators in some type of transcript from an interview back then?
Yeah, because really, it kind of reminds me, Paul, example I give sometimes of how the last 2 minutes of a basketball game can take, an hour, because every 10 seconds they're stopping it or fouling or doing something else. Same thing here. We're going through all this minutia and these little bitty details because each side is worried that they forgot some detail that may be important later. And it might be, but most of the time it's not. And I always, when I lecture and I talk with young lawyers, keep it simple, stupid. Don't worry about those little details. Everybody's trying to put a little bit of a spin on their side, and I think the jury's going to discount a lot of that. So I get why they're doing it, but we got the video. We got the big pictures. I was surprised with Mr. Boldazo, if I have his name correct, that the defense was trying to get home the point that when he was talking in the heat of the moment, he was talking about how it was more of a dangerous, attacking kind of a situation. And Mr. Boldazo wouldn't go there. I didn't mean that. There wasn't really a threat. That's being misconstrued. I thought the defense attorney might come back at that point and play or have him read a few sentences of his prior statement where he did make it sound like it was a lot more threatening to Mr. Miu. And he didn't do that. He just kind of moved on.
And is it possible defense can overplay that type of issue? There's also a guy who's looking for the assailant at the time, with a baseball bat. Kind of, there's been a fair amount of testimony last week about the guy with the baseball bat, as if heightening up, everybody's fear on the river. When you bring in you'd have to call Baldasso there a neutral witness. I know he's called by the defense. The state called his wife, but certainly a neutral witness, and trying to gin up like some fear on the river, and then the witness is like, not so much. Does that come back and backfire as the jury's taking all of this in?
It can, and you got to be careful not to do too much. I mean, really, don't you kind of feel like at this point it's kind of coming down to the video, right, versus Miu's testimony? At the end of the day, I think those are just the two big, 90% of the space is going to be filled by those two issues. It's not all the window dressing all around it.
So what do you tell your students about the window dressing at trial? Is this just, a song and dance, or is it important? Because I know as these lawyers form their closing arguments, they'll reference some of these nuggets of information as they take this jury through a final, their final storytelling.
Yeah, just sometimes we talk about the dilemma we have is that people watch too much television, right? And the ideas they have about what lawyers have to do in the courtroom. And if they don't do certain things, they're not good lawyers, or it's not a good case or a good defense. And so sometimes we do things more because we think the jury expects us to do it than we really need to. So that's why sometimes we try our trials just to a judge. There are two things in every criminal case that a defendant decides. He's the boss on two things. Does he testify or not testify? And does he have a judge trial or a jury trial? All the other factors in the case, how you try the case, what witnesses you call, what the strategy is, that's all done by the defense lawyers. But the client is the boss on those two issues. And sometimes you try it to the judge.
Thank you so much, Marsh. We'll see you at the end of the court day. Right now, we're going back into the courtroom. Judge Michael
Please come
Waterman
forward.
is on the bench.
Face the clerk. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, but nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Nelson.
You're Amanda Torres?
Yes,
Is your husband Ernesto?
yes,
Do you know this man here to my right?
yes.
Who's that?
That's Nick Mew.
Now do you know Nick?
I've known him for almost 20 years.
How did you get to know him through those 20 years?
Work.
Did you ever socialize with him outside of work?
Yes. Probably the past 5, 6, 7 years.
You've been to his house?
Yeah.
He's been to your house? You just need to say yes or no
Yes.
verbally, or as opposed to just shaking your, or nodding your head. Does it make sense?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions about Mr. Mew's character, okay? Do you feel like you know his character?
Yes.
Does he have a character for peacefulness?
Yes. Yeah.
I want to now switch a little bit and ask you in general about July 30th of 2022, okay?
Okay.
Were you on the river that day with your husband and Nick's wife
Yes.
and other friends?
Yes.
During that time, did you see people within your group drinking alcohol?
They had a few.
Did you observe anyone that was intoxicated?
No.
Did you have any concerns about anybody's level of intoxication? How about Nick in particular?
No.
I want to ask you about a knife, okay?
Yes.
Have you seen Nick carry a pocket knife before?
Yes.
Have you seen him use that pocket knife before?
Yes.
How can you just describe in what context or where you've seen him use that pocket knife?
He always seems to have one, like at our house with the pool, help setting up the pool and things like that, and that's about it, all I've really seen.
Have you seen him use it as a tool to fix things?
Yeah, yes.
Have you seen him use it as a sharp item to cut rope or other matters?
Yes.
Okay. On that day, did you see Nick with a knife?
I believe I did, but at the beginning.
On that day, did you see Nick use the knife to cut some rope?
Yes, I think I did, yes.
Okay. At some point on that day, did you become aware that someone in your group had lost a phone?
Yes.
Whose phone was lost?
Ariel.
Up until that point, can you just describe Mr. Mew's demeanor, your observations of him that day?
He was happy, everybody was relaxed, he was relaxed, just having a good time, just relaxing on the river.
Same character you've seen of the 20 years over that you've known him?
Yes.
When Ariel lost his phone, did you see, I don't want to know the contents, but was there discussion about what to do?
I didn't really hear much of that conversation, I just knew that he lost it, and Nick said, I'll go find it, I can go find it. I know Ariel said, don't worry about it.
Okay. Did you see Nick leave to go, in what you thought was him going to look for the phone?
Yes.
At the time that he left, what was he wearing?
What was he wearing?
What's that?
Shorts.
Had you seen him wearing other items earlier in the day?
A shirt and a hat, I think.
Had you seen him snorkeling earlier in the
Yes.
day? When you saw him snorkeling earlier in the day, did he wear his hat and sunglasses?
No.
Did he wear his shirt?
No. He put it back on when he came back.
And we'll get to that in a second. When you saw him leave to go look for the phone, did he have his snorkel and goggle with him?
I didn't notice that.
My understanding is, just to cut to the chase here, that you didn't observe anything going down, happening downriver between Nick and any other group of people. Do you
No.
agree?
Yes.
The first you learned about it is you heard somebody say something, right?
Yes.
What did you hear?
Sandy said, Nick's in trouble. Nick's in trouble. Go help him.
And when you heard that, did you see people in your group leave?
I think it was Ernesto and Ariel. I think that was the only two people I saw.
Once you heard that, though, you still weren't able to, for whatever reason, you either didn't look or you couldn't see what was going on down there.
I couldn't from where I was sitting, and the tubes were, whoops, sorry, in front of me, and I couldn't really see over it. I have to get up, like stand up.
And I see you're wearing glasses today.
Yeah.
Were you wearing glasses when you were going down?
Sunglasses.
Okay. Prescription sunglasses?
Yes.
Okay. So your vision wasn't impaired from lack of glasses?
No.
It was more just your positioning where you were at?
Yes.
And I understand at some point after this, you saw Nick come back to your group, is that right?
Yeah, I didn't see him walk up. I just was standing, just watching the crowd, and then he just appeared on my right side.
Okay. And now I'm going to ask you some questions, but I don't want the content of the words, okay? So I'm going to ask you about, did you ask Nick what happened?
I looked at him and I said,
Did you ask Nick what happened, yes or no?
yes.
And you can't tell me the words, but did Nick tell you an answer to that question?
Yes.
He gave you an answer?
Yeah, a few words.
Okay. Now I want to ask you about what you saw of him, okay? When you were having that conversation with him, you're standing right in front of him? Again, you just need to give a verbal answer,
Yes.
ma'am. Okay. And when you've seen him for 20 years, right?
Yes.
In that time, I think you spoke with the police before, but when you're sitting there on the river or standing there on the river talking to him, how did he appear?
Well, in shock.
What's that?
In shock. Just
And-
stunned and like frozen.
Okay. Have you seen him in that state before?
No.
I think you'd previously used words like ghostly white or pale.
Yes.
Would those accurately describe what you saw him that day?
Yeah, yes.
I think you'd said he had a ghost look on his face.
Yes.
Is that what you saw?
Yes.
And then you concluded, based upon your knowing him for as long as you had, that he appeared to be in shock.
Yes.
Not like shock as in surprise, but shock like as in a physiological, psychological condition.
Yeah.
Obviously not from a medical term, but just a click wheel person term, right?
Yes.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson, any questions?
Yes. So, you told law enforcement Nick wasn't drinking much that day,
No.
right? No, you didn't say that, or yes, you did say that?
I believe I said that.
Yeah. You said he was dumping out his beers and putting water in them?
Oh, he does that like when we have get-togethers.
Okay. He wasn't on that day?
No. Not that I know.
So as far as you know, there's no reason Nick would say, I was drinking a lot?
No.
So did you see injured people?
I did not. I saw the young boy on the side. I didn't know what his injuries were.
You saw he was getting CPR?
Yes.
And did you see someone else on the shore being aided?
No.
You didn't hear anyone crying for help or anything like that?
I did not. It was really loud. There was screaming and people running. But no, I didn't see anybody else injured.
Do you speak Spanish?
No.
So Nikolai was in shock and you determined that because his face was pale And what, not speaking?
Yeah, he just said a very brief few words and just stood there just kind of like in shock.
Okay. Can I get a couple exhibits? 7 and 63. Was he stiff or rigid or like his body?
I would say kind of stiff.
He wasn't like relaxed at all or anything?
No.
I'm going to show you a video and ask you some questions about it. This is Exhibit 60, or no. So was he like that the whole time you're with him until he was taken into custody?
Yes.
So stiff, rigid, not talking, white face, anything else?
No.
Okay. This is Exhibit 85. Spinning, I apologize, Judge. All right, can we have the monitor, please? Something's wrong. Sorry, I'm gonna have Investigator Schultz do it. All right, I want you to pay attention to Nikolai in this video. I'm gonna ask you some questions.
He has something like a hammer in his hand.
Just take a picture and save it.
I don't take a picture, take a video.
You pause.
Take a video.
He looks pretty nonchalant, relaxed in that video, agreed?
Yeah.
And that was after you had left the incident location, right? Doesn't look stiff.
Not that I can see, no.
He's leaning
See
back
his
in
face.
he's leaning back in his tube and paddling along with his hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'll show you another video. And so you've known him a long time. You said you could recognize that he was in shock, so I want to ask you about this video. This is the 23-second body cam of Sheriff Knudsen. I think we're ready.
The recording started.
Still doing all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's going
Temperature?
on?
Temperature's okay in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody,
All
I
right.
hear somebody got stabbed. And I fit the description.
Yes, you do.
All right.
Yep, so we're working through that now.
Agreed, he doesn't look pale or ghostly white there?
No,
He doesn't sound distressed, agreed?
he sounds a little distressed.
He does?
I think so.
Okay. Why? What about it sounds distressed?
Just the way he's talking. I mean, it's not, he's more energetic, more, not just kind of sitting there.
Could also be because he's nervous because of what just happened and,
Yes,
okay. And do you know if you don't know if him being quiet was because he was afraid he was going to get arrested or because he was in shock, right?
yeah. I mean,
You do know?
no, I don't know. Say that again?
You don't know if he was quiet and different than how he normally is because he thought he was going to get arrested or because he was in shock?
I think in shock.
You think, but you don't know, right?
Well, no, I don't know.
Nothing else.
Mr. Nelson?
Came here to tell the jury about your observations of a man you know, correct?
Yes.
And the observations that you told the jury, were those accurate?
Yes.
Is that what you saw?
Yes.
Then you were asked some questions about a video. Was that at a different time than what you told the jury about what you saw?
The video I just saw?
Yeah, I think there's 3 moments in time you were asked about. I asked you about what did Mr. Mew look like right when he came back to the tube.
Yeah.
Agreed?
Yes.
And then you were shown a video about another moment in time that's
Yeah.
later, correct?
Later, yeah.
You agree that's about an hour later?
Objection, these are all leading, this is his witness.
Sustained.
Do you know what time that video is taken in relation to when you made your observation of him in shock?
The second,
The video where he was sitting in the tube, do you know when that was in time in relation to when you saw him with a white face and pale?
maybe 20 minutes, I'm just guessing.
Okay. Did you, when he came back to the tubes, did the group wait at the tubes or did they leave right away?
No, we waited.
Do you know how long the group waited?
It seemed like a very long time, but it's probably maybe 20, 25 minutes.
Okay. And do you know when that video was taken right away when you guys started going back down? Or was it near the exit? Or was it some other time? Do you know when that video is?
I think towards the exit.
Okay. Do you know how long the trip was from when you left the sandbar after the 20, 25 minutes that you stayed there until you got to the exit?
Is it like 45 minutes, I think?
Okay. So I'm just trying to get us to the math here. Sounds like it's about an hour after when you had the conversation with him where you were talking.
I think so, yes.
Okay. In that video that we saw, were you able to see his face?
No.
Do you know what Mr. Mew was doing in that 60 minutes between the time that you described him as shocked, stunned, rigid until that time?
What he was doing? No.
Do you know if at all his appearance changed?
I don't know. I couldn't see his face.
Do you know if it did change, when it changed?
No.
Do you know if it did change, why it changed?
I don't know.
You were then asked some questions about what you said, this 23-second video. That's a different moment in time, agreed?
Yes.
And is that happen after the video where you see him in the water or before the video in the water?
Which video?
There was a video of Mr. Mew in the back of the squad car
Okay.
that was 23 seconds long.
Yes.
Do you know, did that take place before he was in the tube that we saw or after
That's
he was?
after.
And then that video, could you see his face?
Yes.
When you saw his face there, did you, having known this man, think that he looked like he was in some sort of distress?
It looked to me, yes.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
The reason you waited 20 minutes is because Eric Von Williams was helping with the people who were injured, right?
I didn't know he went down there.
And then when you eventually did leave, it was because Nikolai said, let's go, right?
He did not say, let's go.
He didn't?
I didn't hear it.
Nothing else.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. You may step down.
Thank you.
Mr. Nelson, do you have any other witnesses?
We do, but not for today, so those are the only witnesses we're able to call on short notice to get prepared for today.
Very good. Anything else that we can do today, Mr. Anderson?
Not in the presence of the jury, no, just some exhibits I think we need to clean up.
All right. So we can do that after we excuse the jury. Members of the jury, the attorneys assure me that we are ahead of days. So that's all good news, despite the fact that we're going to get an early recess today. My reminders are the same as before. No independent research, no investigation. Do not speak to anybody about this case. And do not watch any media reports or social media accounts about this trial. We'll see you back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Please take the jury out. Please be seated. All right, we are outside the presence of the jury with the attorneys and Mr. Mew. Mr. Anderson, is it correct that tomorrow we'll hear from Dr. Froloff?
And Lieutenant Hart.
Okay, and that's the end of the state's case?
Yes.
All right. And then we'll pick up where we left off with the defense witnesses. You have some exhibits that you want to address?
86, the Trabian body cam. I don't remember if it was moved or if it was admitted or not. It was played for impeachment.
No objection to, obviously, the portion that was played, but only the portion that was played.
I think it was 235 to 808.
Agreed.
All right, so the exhibit will be received, the portions played only for purposes of impeachment.
And then Exhibit 19 was the lab report. The court reserved on it because we hadn't had testimony on the buccal swabs.
Any objection?
Just 1 second.
Yes.
Judge, I'm not sure they established the foundation. I think there's this testimony from Ms. Standard was she didn't know who brought it, whether that potential problem with chain of custody, we're objecting, but that's the issue.
Mr. Anderson?
The lab analyst testified that based on the receipt, it was dropped off in person by Sally Standard. There's no other Sally Standard as testified to by Sally Standard. She said she couldn't remember if she brought them, but she has in the past.
I think there is adequate foundation for receipt of Exhibit 19. Any irregularities associated with the investigators' lack of memory of the actual transit, I think are questions for the weight of the evidence, not its admissibility. So 19 is admitted. Anything else?
We spoke about this at the bench. Exhibit 40 has the current version has some personal information,
yes,
contact information. This is a redacted version, just taking out that personal information. So I just asked if we can, my understanding there's no objection, replace the current Exhibit 40 with this one.
Correct. So we have Exhibit 40 in our custody right now, correct?
Yes.
Just have the clerk verify that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What I'll do then is I'll receive Exhibit 40 that we now have. It'll be received under seal since it contains personal identifying information that could be considered confidential. You'll offer what I'll mark as 40A, which is the redacted version, and you do not have an objection?
Agreed.
All right. So 40A is also received. Exhibit 4T, however, will be received under seal.
And then the other one, I think, the river map, the big one.
It was here this morning.
Yes, I think it's 89. 89.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
All right, 89 is received for illustrative purposes.
That's all I can remember off the top of my head.
That's slide 13, did you say?
Yes. Or no, that was a different slide that I was referring to, just more zoomed out. Is there, can I ask the clerk if there's any other ones that show discussed and not admitted?
Oh, let's just see here. We're gonna do one next.
While she's doing that, Mr. Trofasi, Mr. Nelson, do you have any exhibits that need to be addressed?
I believe so. I think 102 through 112, the only ones offered, and they've all been received.
Okay.
The only thing I have is the 2 rental receipts, which I can return back to the state.
Yeah, we decided not to admit that, so I think we're good.
You have one thing, I guess, just to put on the record, Judge, I talked to your clerk earlier. When the sergeant nurse was testifying, somehow she ended up with 2 copies of, I believe, the report. They both had evidence stickers on them. One was a photocopy. The one with the yellow sticker was missing pages. She testified from the one that was the photocopy. That's what the court has.
Okay.
It has all the pages.
I think the yellow sticker one put all the pages there, so they might not be together because they weren't stapled, they were loose. And so my hope is that they're somewhere in that pile of papers that were on there. I'm happy to help look for those.
I didn't find them, so I just gave her she kept the copy with all the pages.
Okay.
It appeared to be together because it was stapled, and the staple was not removed.
So the original wasn't stapled.
The one that had the plain of the sticker on it, that had the information was stapled.
In any event, maybe when we're done with court today, the attorneys can just visit with the clerk to make sure that all of the exhibits are where they're supposed to be and intact. Is there anything else?
I don't think so, Judge.
Okay, we'll start again tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Since we're ending early, we're going to recess. I would like to meet with the attorneys so we can at least start talking about jury instructions. Let's use our time wisely. So meet with the clerk afterwards, take a break, and then we'll come back in and just have an informal discussion about the jury instructions.
What time do you want us back in?
2:45? All right, court is recessed for the day, however.
And good afternoon one last time from your Fox 9 streaming studios. You've been watching our Gavel Gavel coverage of the Apple River stabbing trial. We have wrapped up early for the day, 2:30 in the afternoon here in the Central Time Zone. The judge typically goes to 4:30. Both sides are out of witnesses, at least who are in the courthouse at this point. The state saying they have 2 final witnesses to go. By my count, they mentioned by name Dr. Victor Froloff. A quick Google search, although I'm not intimately familiar with all the roles everybody plays on the state witness list, but he appears to be a Ramsey County medical examiner, so presumably having done the autopsy on Isaac Schumann, the young man stabbed to death on the river, the injury, the cause of death, what killed him. That would be one of the witnesses, and then the other is the one we've highlighted these last few days, Lieutenant Brandy Hart, who does the jailhouse interrogation of Nikolai Miu. The defense filing paperwork to try to keep that interrogation out, saying that Nikolai Miu was entitled to have an attorney present, but the judge finding, despite his questions, when is an attorney coming, when do I get to speak to an attorney, he never fully asserted his right to an attorney at the jail. So therefore, the entire interrogation, which is documented and recorded, does come in, and Lieutenant Brandy Hart, presumably now the final witness in the state's case in chief, both Dr. Froloff and Lieutenant Hart on the docket for tomorrow, and then it's fully on to the defense, though, as you've seen, both Friday and today, they have called several witnesses, 4 or 5 so far, out of turn, a bit unusual, but that was for efficiency's sake. They are running ahead of schedule now. This 2-week trial certainly looks, as you think about the witnesses to be called, and Nikolai Miu taking the stand perhaps as early as Tuesday afternoon or Wednesday morning. That is where we sit now. And with that, I want to bring in our legal analyst, Marsh Hallberg Criminal Defense, a former prosecutor himself, a local attorney here in the Twin Cities with years and years of experience. Marsh, your thoughts? It was kind of how we alluded to it earlier, what we thought. The medical examiner, still we haven't heard from about Isaac Schumann's injuries. And then, of course, the lieutenant who spoke with Nikolai Miu at the jail upon his arrest. What stories did he tell? What lies did he tell? It would appear Brandy Hart will be their last witness. What do you make of that?
Yep, you want to try to end it on a big bang, right? So the medical examiner really isn't going to be contested a lot about what happened and how people die and get hurt. So the fact that they can let the jury linger, at least through a lunch hour probably, if not longer, over all the lies that the alleged Mr. Miu said, they want to end with something with some bang to it.
And talk to me about character witness. I think some people may have picked up on this. Only the questions can only go to Miu's propensity for peacefulness. That was the one trait this judge is sort of allowing in outside of what happened that day. Explain how that works and how a judge and the two sides might come to what is fair game during a trial.
Good question. Generally in a civil lawsuit, for example, you don't get into whether somebody's a good guy or a bad guy or other traits about what they have to do. Criminal law is kind of a different animal, and generally the two main things that defendants can usually bring up are whether you have if it's a crime of violence, whether you have a propensity for violence. Are you a hostile guy, volatile guy, or peacefulness? So you can bring that character up. And then the other issue that usually you wait until there's a challenge. So if Mr. Miu testifies and they question him, the state questions him at all, which certainly they're going to do, then you can start to bring in questions as to his honesty. So that's a second possibility it's called opening the door, that issue may then be alive for them to call people for literally a 3-minute piece of testimony. How do you know Mr. Miu? Does he have a reputation in the community to be an honest guy? Yes, he does. No other questions. So you could get into that type of character building could come out.
And it was interesting. I know, Marsh, you'd have no idea about this. I'm going to hold it up for our viewers. I don't know, you may not be able to see it, but that's a large knife, a machete in essence is what it's called in court filings. The defense made a motion. Apparently that type of knife, or that knife itself, I'm taking it from a pretrial filing, was found in Nikolai Miu's car that afternoon, just away from the scene of the stabbing. And in a preemptive move, the defense did not want that to come in as rebuttal evidence towards his propensity for peacefulness, that he uses that for, stuff in the garden, out in the woods, what have you. And they sought to make sure that if the state does try to challenge on the issue of peacefulness, that something like that does not come in. I just thought it was interesting, the type of things, if the court were to allow some things to expand from a personality trait or a character issue, that type of stuff, where the judge draws the line, what's not admissible or what can come in. Anyway, I just thought that was interesting. Before my next question is, as we kind of look towards wrapping up today's testimony, I wanted to go back to one moment. This is a St. Croix County investigator by the name of Andrew Dittman. He was called by the defense. Let's listen back to his testimony. Marshall, I have a question for you on the back side of this.
You interviewed Joanne Cockfield Did Juwan Cockfield ever tell you during your interview with him that Mr. Mew was looking for little girls?
Not that I recall, he did not say that.
If he would have said that, is that something you would put in a report?
Our job is to be fact finders and document everything as best as we can, accurately.
So your job, you're not really to pick sides, you're just kind of to get the information in and then get it back out, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in our jobs, maybe people don't think about this, but telling a police officer that someone's looking for little girls, you're not going to let that go without trying to dig a little deeper if you hear that, right?
Correct.
Okay. So if he would have said to you, I've been told by Mr. Mew that he was looking for little girls, that's something that would have drawn your attention, right?
Yes.
Okay. Same question with Ryan Nelson, sir. Your interview with Ryan Nelson, did he ever mention, or he never mentioned to you, right, that Mr. Mew told him that he was looking for little girls?
And I guess all the interviews, I was never told anything that anybody was looking for little girls.
So you'd agree, Mr. Cockfield, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Peliquin, Mr. Vang, and Mr. Weir, none of them in their interviews with you, which were recorded, mentioned to you that Nick Mew told them he was looking for little girls, right?
To my recollection, I do not believe that was ever said.
And again, for each one of these people, especially if you heard it over and over again, that might be something you would really document then, because there's continued statements regarding it, right?
Correct.
And you didn't, right?
Correct.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
One thing you heard over and over from the witnesses you interviewed was that this turned physical when Nikolai punched the blonde girl, right?
Correct.
Owen said he believed she punched, or Nikolai punched her, right?
Yes.
And the other boys all saw they actually witnessed Nikolai punch the blonde girl.
Correct.
And that's what turned the incident physical.
Yes, from my recollection, that's when I was told that chaos ensued, was when the punch was thrown.
And now taking a look at your tubing groups, it helps orient us on different witnesses and who's with whom. Obviously out of the Mew group, you now see Amanda next to her husband, Ernesto. On the bottom of your screen, the Mew group, Ernesto testified last week, his wife just now, Amanda Torres, with Nikolai, shirt open, the camo shirt there, the sunglasses, Sandy Mew. Down there in the tube. And as we kind of wrap up here, I do want to bring back Marsh Hallberg here in that investigator Dittman testimony that we just listened into, this idea that Mew told the boys at some point he was, quote, looking for little girls. Now it's not on tape anywhere. And now, according to the investigator, none of the kids mentioned that specific fact in the moment to law enforcement, and no doubt that is what got the taunting really going, the raper, the pedophile, those kinds of words that might have really antagonized or intimidated Nikolai Mew in the moment. With that testimony coming in from that investigator, is that helpful to the defense?
Yeah, nice job by the defense. When I was watching that, I actually made a couple notes about that. I thought that was a very effective short little clip against the witness Dittman by the defense attorney. I don't think anybody, look, he's in this environment with like 10 other friends that are all there together. It doesn't make sense that he's really would ever be doing that or saying that. So I don't think the jury puts any stock in thinking that. It kind of comes down to, you know, the kids are all kind of scrubbed up today or in the last week that have come and testified, the victims in this case. But if you're honest about it, they're really not very likable in the sense of that day. We've all had the experience of just encountering just drunk, young, obnoxious people. And now the state's going to say, absolutely, that may be true, but that doesn't justify you killing or stabbing somebody. So they're not as sympathetic as the state would like them to be.
Good point there. And Marsh, I want to call up the jury. We haven't asked you about the jury makeup. We talked to your colleague last week, Debbie Lang, about what the makeup is, because you talk about the behavior of the kids, the argument of self-defense. You got 8 men, 6 women. We do not know who the alternates are. But Debbie really pointed out the ages, at least 8 of them, if Miyu's in his 50s, at least 8 of them are 50 plus. She thought that could be an interesting way, more looking at the situation through Nikolai Miyu's eyes. I know you're seeing it. We haven't talked to you, so I'll give you a second to kind of process that. Would you be curious about who ultimately ends up deliberating in this case, male, female? Is that important to you, or do you agree with Debbie that maybe age could play a factor once these guys get back into a jury deliberation room?
Yeah, I agree with that. With Debbie, that I definitely would want these older men or women. I would want them on the jury to kind of be able to relate back to that and have more empathy or sympathy for a person that's closer to their age versus a millennial or a Gen Z or whatever. So that's there. There's some arguments that are made out there that in jury selection, especially like in a sex offender case, that women are actually harder on female victims than men are. Men are the protectors, the daddies. They come in and want to protect women, and women are more critical of women victims perhaps not conducting themselves appropriately or in a smart way.
And we don't know any other demographics, who's a parent, who could have a teenage child, maybe sympathetic for, kids being kids, if you will. So obviously, and plus you never know what a jury will do. Let me talk to you about what I know is having a client about to take the witness stand. What is his defense team doing this afternoon with him? Is there some final preps? I mean, by the way the court calendar has been laid out with the last witnesses, he might have to decide whether to take the stand as soon as tomorrow afternoon or certainly Wednesday morning. What are you doing in these final sessions outside of court? I assume they go down and visit him in the jail, but can you take me through that dynamic lawyer-client right now?
You really hope there's nothing they have to tell him other than we guess you're going to be on tomorrow afternoon or Wednesday morning. It's like trying to study for the SAT or ACT at the last minute, right? Too late. So hopefully they have them all ready to go. They may have a few little nuances based upon what's happened in the last couple of days that they want to review with him and just ask him if he has any questions of them. But all that homework should really be done. I'll be interested now that the defense is kind of going more on their side of the game here, especially when Mr. Miyu testifies about the optics in the courtroom. Towards the very end of the courtroom activities today, your video photographer scanned into the courtroom to show who was there. And if you notice the state side of the case, with big signs that were up, by the way, that the jury can read that say reserved for the district attorney. So the jurors absolutely know that all the people sitting on the state side of the case are for the state.
Right.
And you've got, I think, 6 people maybe sitting on the defense side. So generally the rule you do is you give each side half the courtroom. It's the Hatfields versus the McCoys, for those of us that still know that historical reference. But I generally want, when my client testifies, and if not then, at least for closing, I want to fill my side of the courtroom with people that are sympathetic to our side of the case. A lot about this character witnesses and all that kind of stuff, I don't worry about as much as maybe some lawyers do. I think juries figured out real quick that if some guy's been employed at the same place for 20, 30 years, owns a house, has kids, blah, 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 we know he hasn't been going to prison, he hasn't been doing something else. If other people are coming in to testify for him, we know they must think he's a good guy. So I haven't actually have testimony that says he's a good guy, he's an honest guy, he's a peaceful guy. I'm not as worried about that because they kind of see that, and they're going to see his demeanor, which I expect to be very respectful and reserved.
And I think about that final witness today, Amanda Torres, talking about the shock, the defense is trying to get, and he was ghost-like, he was pale, he was in shock afterwards. But then the state comes back and has video to show otherwise. He's, leisurely paddling out of the river, soon after, soon in quotes, maybe 30, 40 minutes later, but, leisurely paddling. He certainly shouldn't, editorialize, but in the squad car, he doesn't look shocked or out of sorts in the back of the squad car. car there. So it seems to cut, everybody seems to cut both ways. Both lawyers doing a nice job on, depending on what witness is on the stand, sort of poking holes or raising questions about that. Do you see, winner and loser in some of the testimony you've watched over the last week of who's more right about whether Nikolai Miu was in shock that day?
All this stuff seems so important in the moment, but then after you go home and you come back the next day, you kind of forget 90% of what's already happened. So again, I'm keeping it simple. I think it's come down to the video versus Miu's testimony. And that's going to be 90% of what carries this day or not. And it's going to be the defense pounding home about maybe people you really aren't sure, right? We got this one side, we got the other side. The answer here is we don't know for sure to the level of beyond a reasonable doubt. At least to that level, you don't know. So we win in that situation as the defense. And the state's going to say this guy overreacted. He had ways that he clearly could have kept going. Yes, he was being taunted. Yes, that was inappropriate. Yes, they were belligerent young people that were drunk. But that doesn't mean you get to stab a whole bunch of people.
Wow. Marsh Hallberg, thank you so much. Before I let you go, any last word, any thoughts you have, or you'll be watching the next 24, 72 hours with this one?
Well, I really want to see Miu's testimony, and I want to see the closings. I think it's really going to be, it's good lawyering on both sides, which is refreshing to see. The judges kept a tight room. The lawyers understand the rules of evidence. There's been minimal objections. It's been a good trial for people to watch if they want to see how a good lawyers work.
And I know you so appreciate just our legal system, historically, the greatest justice system in the world, if you will. And that's what we're watching here, right? Both sides, this is what happened. We have video evidence. It may not be perfect, but it's there. We're going to bring in 12 citizens, 12 peers who live across St. Croix County. Here are the facts. And ultimately, it'll be up to them whether a crime occurred that day.
Yeah, pretty, again, a lot of imperfections in our system, but it's the best one any of us have ever figured out. And it's not very common across this world that you get to get what we get here. So I think everybody's getting their day in court.
There you go, Marsh Hallberg, Hallberg Criminal Defense, former prosecutor, criminal defense attorney, and friend of Fox 9. I thank you so much for sticking with us throughout the course of the day, and I thank all of our viewers on the live stream and our live broadcast, gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Apple River stabbing trial. For us, we'll wrap up now as we close in on 3 o'clock Central Time. And as you heard Judge Waterman say, 8 a.m. tomorrow, state has 2 final witnesses. It appears the medical examiner who did the autopsy on Isaac Schumann, as well as Lieutenant Brandy Hart, who did that critical interrogation of Nikolai Miu at the St. Croix County Jail, July 30th, 2022. You won't want to miss it. And then the defense turn. When does Nikolai Miu take the stand? We will be here throughout until we get a verdict. For now, I will say good afternoon and thank you again for joining us.